over, no?
What do you mean
You're gonna look like a crazy man. No one's gonna believe you.
Yeah, true.
There's been a lot crazier guys in Dota that have survived
Yes,
than a man
Timado.
running around saying he's a lizard. all
Our
right?
career is over, Timado. You see
Yeah.
what you did?
Yeah,
Everyone that
actually
this is a lizard.
Oh, yeah. I'm posting here right now, but someone had to do it. No, but from a carry, it's fine, right? Like, he thinks people are lizard, but he's a good carry. Hire him, you know? But like for a support, it's like, this guy is a support. He's supposed to use his brain, and he thinks people are lizard.
He's replaceable.
Yeah.
I think that'd get you more jobs on teams, personally. You know, that's flavor.
He's a lizard.
Okay.
He's a lizard.
Fantastic. I've seen something on your wrist. What is this? This is not a watch. What
This
is
is a whoop.
That's a whoop.
Whoop.
What is a whoop?
Whoop is like a watch that's made to track your heart beatings and your respiratory rate, so you can see how well you slept, if you got too much stress, if you need to do more meditation, these things, you know?
Do you care about that kind of stuff?
I'm actually giving it a try because my coach is like a super nerd about those things, and he convinced me to buy one. He was like, "Oh, it can make you waste money or it can help you." So like I'm still trying it. I have it for less than 1 month, so it needs like some data. Like he needs like a lot of days, so it learns your patterns, and then I think it's good because sometimes you wake up and you want to kill everyone. You're like, "How did I sleep?" And then you can check like, "Oh, I slept badly," you know? Because sometimes you feel like you sleep a lot, but you didn't actually rest.
Sure.
It's athlete things.
Yeah, athletic things. You guys absolutely are athletes. Do you guys actually like get nervous? I get stressed out when I like look at how much I sleep because there's nothing I can change about that. You know, it's like, oh, I slept 2 hours last night. What am I gonna do tomorrow? Like, take a bunch of medicine or something? I mean,
No,
you guys.
we get paid to do it, right? It's part of our job. Like if you if you don't have a good sleep, you're not doing a good job.
I see. Okay.
Strong mindset.
I mean, it's boring, right? Because you're like, oh, I wish I could sleep 3 hours today and watch anime, but you have to sleep, so you perform next day.
Yeah, today I was like, I will have a good night of sleep. Then I have to meet Lex at 6 a.m. So yeah.
I'm sorry. That's rough. How's your sleep over there? You having a good time?
Tonight was pretty good.
Okay.
Tonight.
Do you do anything to keep the body healthy as the mind, you know, as a pro esports gamer?
Yeah, I guess we go to the gym at night before sleeping, which can be nice.
Okay.
You went home?
Yeah, I did go home for a bit. I did
Yeah,
not
so
book in with
you
you guys, so I
managed to
took a
keep your
break. That
mind
was nice.
healthy.
That was nice.
What's
Break with you.
home? Where's home?
Well, it was not really home is in Germany, but I went to Sweden for it was like 10-day break, right? And I played the tournament, the Fisher Universe there. Yeah.
Sweet. And you said your parents are, one of them was German?
My mom is German, my dad is from Belgium. but I was
Wow.
born in Nicaragua.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Did have that any impact on your childhood, you know? Like,
I think I grew up in a Latin American country, right? So I speak Spanish, and also I think the culture is very different from Europe. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice.
did anyone, you bring your friends home and then they're like drinking sparkling water and it was really weird?
Well,
or-
Nicaragua is very hard to find. It's very expensive. It's not so common. Yeah. But when I moved to Germany, I think is when I found the interest in it more. Yeah.
Oh,
Like drinking more.
interesting. What's your favorite country you guys have been to, visiting through esports or anything? What's one place that you would consider actually moving to when all of this is over?
It can't be Brazil, right?
It could be.
There's nothing.
Romania. I like Romania.
Romania.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think
Why?
it's like, cause it's like cheap. It's like very like the nature is nice. Like I've been to explore Romania. Like I've stayed for like a month and a half probably total. Like I've been several times to Romania. So like I've been outside the city, and it's like really nice. The internet is really good. I don't know why, but Romania internet is like OP. And then their food is also good. Like I was surprised too. So good food, cheap, beautiful like what do you call nature landscape, right? And OP internet. That's
Yeah.
like
You've mentioned that 3 times in your
yeah, it's like
description of Romania.
ideal place, ideal place.
Okay, Romania, that's interesting.
I think the only bad part about it is the traffic in the center, right?
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I walk, right? I don't have a car because I'm a gamer.
Yeah. My parents loved Romania when they went there to a tournament. Maybe I'll go there to be there.
Do you guys drive? Do you know how to drive? Do you have licenses?
No.
Okay.
You do?
Do not.
Yeah.
You have a car?
I mean, I don't have a car because I'm never at home, right? But when you travel, you can just rent a car and have fun.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Does your license work in Europe?
Yeah.
It
I was
does?
in the Autobahn.
All right, let's go to that point where eventually we do end up talking about Dota, boys. How's the pubs? How's the life? How's the trajectory of Dota? Do you guys like what's happening right now?
The last few changes?
Well, I'm just saying, like, Dota's in a bit of a new direction. You know, it's focusing a lot on, like, you know, pub changes and stuff, not too obsessed with the esports anymore.
I mean, I feel like they're dumbing it down a bit more for new people. I don't know, like,
Yeah.
if that's a word you can use, but I think, I don't know, I like it, to be honest. I like the map changes, the new way of playing. It gives you a lot of new things that you can do on the map and stuff. It's nice. I enjoy it.
All right. I think it's healthy for the game and for the scene, the way they are doing, like not having 40 million prizes anymore.
Sure.
But as a pro player, I want to win 40 million a day, no? So like, okay, it's health for the game. It's nice. At the other point, it's like, I want to win 40 million and get you know. But I don't know, I still like the game. I still find fun competing, so it's nice.
Okay. I mean, I feel that way too. I think it is healthier for the game, but I do miss, like, you know, these big events with these, like, it was the only thing we had over League of Legends. Like, usually, over there, we got the real stuff over here. So, you still more, I mean, you've been playing since, I think, I was looking up your thing, it was like 2015? Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been you've seen everything. What do you, are you still super motivated to, like, get out there and play with the, you know, things kind of taking a step back?
Not as much, but it's like it's like every year you have to refine passion, right? Especially,
Right.
like, you play for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I also like they say like the game's changed a lot and very fast in the last years. It's hard to see, but there are a lot of players that just didn't make it. 'Cause
Sure.
people forget about players fast, right? So like you don't see them and you don't realize, but a lot of players like they didn't adapt to how Dota is played now. And for me, it was hard because like I play with really old people. I play with like people my age. Now I'm playing with young people. So it's like you learn, you have to forget. You learn, you have to forget. So whatever I was doing in 2015, 2020, to me, like it doesn't really, it's not helpful anymore. So it's weird to play for so long and yet have like your experience is like, it's okay. Like it helped me here and then, but not that much anymore.
Interesting. I mean, it's got to be helpful for, like, specific heroes and stuff. You know, you haven't played Slardar for 7 years, but back 10 years ago, you played a little bit.
Not
You don't
really,
think so?
Not really, because it's really, the game's really changed a lot and it's gone in like a specific direction, but not just Dota, like other games too.
Yeah.
And for me, the biggest experience is the humans. Like sometimes I get into arguments and I'm like, guys, I've had this argument like 5 times already in my life. Like, I know what you're saying, and so I mediate a lot in my teams now. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just know what's going on, you know. Because and the Dota personalities in teams, they like kind of repeat a bit.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that's mostly the only thing I get from the past, you know. Like when I play with some MB, I play with some snaking, you know, I remember some things like you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. But besides that, the Dota is I had to relearn for sure.
Well, you guys have been on a lot of different teams, all of you. So what's the most common things that pro teams bitch about? Well, what's the number one complaint that is constantly happening between members?
Draft, right? I think every single team complains about draft.
It's true.
It's the only thing that you... It's the easy way out for your brain, right? Like you lost and you're like, it's because of the hero I played. It's like, or because the hero they have. It's the most brain dead thing that you comforts your brain. Like, I don't want to say like, oh, I played bad or we played bad or they played well. Like draft.
Draft.
good.
Oh, it's not on me anymore. Fire the coaches, fire the managers. No, but that's really interesting. So how do you like combat something like that when it's, you know, we have draft issues and it's not really draft issues or something? Is that something that you guys constantly have to talk about in teams, or what's the normal Band-Aid to fix that?
No, we are the players. We don't fix. We just say draft.
Okay.
They fix this.
That's somebody else's job.
Yes,
All right,
right.
we say draft, we walk away. Interesting, though. I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
No, it's very complex, of course, because like, for example, sometimes it's not the draft for sure, but
Yeah.
like your carry player, not you, your carry player that's very stubborn and very young, if he plays that hero or if he sees that enemy having that hero, he's gonna just grief the game. Like he can't play. So like you can't use brain. It also has emotion and mental with it. So you need to like sometimes we need to do like a whole team articulation. Like everyone's like, guys, let's all agree that we're gonna make the draft worse. We're not using these words.
Yeah.
So our carry player doesn't have brain damage.
Yeah.
So everyone goes and have like play a harder game than supposed to play. So enemy mid laner doesn't play puck.
Yeah.
It. And that's life.
That genuinely resonated with me as a pub player. Even, you know, down there in the low immortals, my entire gameplay style is just around the carry's brain damage and what I can do to try to make that game work. But yeah, I mean, you really speak my language. Speaking of my language, what are you guys thinking about? Reddit right now, real mad about behavior score and communication score. How you guys doing in games? All right? Getting talked? You guys talk in your pub games? All right?
I talk a lot, but I don't think I've ever fell below 11K.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think.
That's the max, 11?
No, it's 12, right?
12, yeah.
So I think like the worst it was 11.
I'm fine with that. Sometimes I have to flame some people in the pub, but it's still around 12K.
Okay.
I wish I was like Schofield and could not communicate with my teammates, so I could like not understand them and I also not argue with them. But sometimes you have to, you know. But most of the times PMA, let's win together, guys. I love you guys till the end of the match. After the end of the match, if you lose, then you are allowed to flame people.
Oh yeah, that's a good feeling where you're like the leader the whole time.
You have like
we could do this.
You know the 3 seconds when your throne explodes. You have like. Yeah, I did it.
Good advice. Good advice. Yeah. So the two number one things I keep saying are communication score and behavior score. Whack. You guys don't agree. You guys are 10Ks, 12Ks, right? Tomato.
Like 11.5.
Yeah, that's great. You're a saint. You're a saint. You still?
That's a stretch.
You still up there?
Yeah, but it's different because for like everyone that's like below 14K MMR, the communication score is just like, oh, he called my mom. I'm so sad, but like for pro players, it's funny because like you're playing against another pro player or with a pro player, and then you do something wrong. He calls your mom this, you call his mom this, and now you're never gonna join.
Yeah.
P-Vision anymore. You know, like your chance of entering P-Vision just ended because you missed the pool and he called your mom something, you know? And now you're never gonna join the team or he's never gonna join your team, you know, because of a missed spell. So that's what happens with pro players. And for support, it's harder, you know, you're playing with a carry from a very wealthy team. And then
you miss the pool.
You go risky. Sorry, this thing I'm not joining. This thing I'm not joining. This thing I'm not joining.
Burn the bridges.
Sorry for missing spell.
Consequences.
That sometimes links to good friendship. Like I think, for example, like I had this with too, play 9 class. We used to like flame each other a lot, like the last year. And then at some point it kind of changed, and now we're in a good place. Like we Steam message each other. We're like, hi, like. I don't know when exactly it went from like your mom is this to like he sees me in the tournament and he's like, oh, good luck tomorrow. I'm like, oh, good luck. So
I think this is pretty common, especially like, you know, it gets to a point where the flame gets so intense it's like almost fun, and then you're having more fun flaming than you are, you know, just being a normal human. For some sick freaks like you and me, I guess. But yeah, I find it quite enjoyable. The second thing that they're talking about constantly is the return of the battle pass. All right, people got it in their head that the battle pass is coming back. Let me say, I don't know anything, but dumb that it is not, in my opinion, ain't no way. How do you guys feel? You think there'll ever be another Dota battle pass, or can we put these things to rest? Is it finally over?
I hope dies last, right? I think it would be nice for it to come back the way it was.
Wow,
it would be nice.
It would be nice. Okay.
I think they did some very cool stuff this year, like the crown fall and these updates. If they have the willpower to do battle pass and also like keeping during the year doing the events, I think it will be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it was mostly just to spend money for, you know, arcadas and stuff. I don't know. I don't think it added too much besides prize pool, which was very nice, very generous. But you guys are big fans, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We all like Dota hats here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have too many hats, no? I started not using sets because that's the cool set now. Like,
Oh, the
Really?
default?
yeah, like for example, the Morphling one.
Yeah,
Like,
the Morphin one
I
is
don't
cool.
use it because like, yeah, everyone's got this like shark Morphling, it's so shiny, and the E-blades, but like, it's just too much now. There's like so many hats. Like I look at and now I don't know if you guys saw, but like apparently your big inventory lowers your FPS.
What?
I heard
Really?
about that. I
Yeah.
heard about that. So,
Wait,
like,
wait.
if you
Explain
have a
this,
new
what?
account, like because you preload all the images, right? Like
Oh.
because it'll uses like I don't know exactly what it uses, right? But like probably some video card or whatever, like processor, right? But all the loadout and the cosmetics, right? 'Cause in
Yeah.
the preview, there's like the little image, and then there's like the loaded one when you click on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there, right? And I have 1 million like items, right?
Yeah.
So,
But you were kind of psycho with FPS also, right?
yeah.
I was watching your stream and the guy was like playing Dota in super, 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 super low. Like his game was like, I don't know, Minecraft, It's not like Roblox. It's not Dota, Like it's very ugly.
It's true.
And like his FPS was like more than 300. I was like, okay, bro, you don't need more than 300, Don't have to delete the hats from your
You put
account.
effects on maximum, right?
My settings is like the texture lowest, but the spells like high because it looks ugly. The Lina Q, for example, the Dragon Slave. If the I don't know if that's what you call it, but yeah, the Q. Press it with the lowest. It's just like it looks like garbage. It just looks like red, like some red particles just going around. So that one I always keep max. Shadows, no, shadows is useless. I don't need shadows. I don't need little frogs on the map.
What?
I don't need
Alien
like.
creatures?
I have all the options. I always when I have my settings on the SSD, I go lowest, and then I up because there's a preset, right? Like highest and lowest. I go lowest, and then I go specific, and then I just do up the FPS. That's it.
You think it matters at all, KJ?
No, I was gonna say because like we should do this, but if you don't put the effects on maximum, you can't see like the sinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need the effects. You actually need for gameplay.
Important.
But the turtles were important back in the day. I remember like super old. I was like with my friend like, so we should put a ward on this turtle because like it's a good place. This rock.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay. I think the turtles always point at where the rune is going.
Are they
People
not
don't know
random
this.
on the map? Are they in specific places, like the ambient creatures?
And now I don't pay attention anymore, right? But back in the day, it was like, if you put on this rock, you block the camp because it didn't have that box. It was a
see.
custom game that had the boxes, and then you had to like go in the custom game to see like, here if you put on this rock, then you go in the normal game, you don't see the box, and you put in the rock, and then you can block the camp.
That's cool.
Used to help me pull. The turtle would walk by the camp at the right pull time back when I was a giga idiot. So I wouldn't look at the timer, but I'd look at the little turtle and be like, he's there, it's time. Yeah, don't do that.
Maybe you have some attention disorder, right?
I hope so.
Or like farming creep, like, oh, a turtle.
It'd be pretty hype if whatever was wrong with me had some sort of medical name. That'd make me feel a lot better. So yeah.
You go to your doctor, like, yeah, doctor, I'm farming the creep wave, and I'm ready to do the last hit, and there's, oh, a turtle.
That's full time.
I was the last hit.
It's important. All right, guys. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. We've covered so many things from the paranormal to the very real to literally all the insane stuff that Mr. Tomato said. So thank you so much for that nightmare stuff. But anyway, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Any final words out there to your fans? One-liner. Say one word in whatever you want. Hit it.
Merci.
Niche is a lizard.
One word.
Hello.
Great. All right. That was the podcast. Thank you for watching. Adios, amigos.
This land is calling.
Good morning. Welcome to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, where we see the players walking into the final day of the second stage here. And that means more elimination on the line. Extreme Gaming and P-Vision are already setting up behind us as they are getting ready to be the first two teams featured on stage. Now, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to break down before we get to that point. And for that, I'm joined...
Oh, we're live, Jenkins. They're right behind us. It's hard not to be distracted when the legends are truly... There's Ame. He's right there. He can hear me. He can hear me. If I yelled his name, he'd look at me.
I think so.
Yeah. He glanced. He glanced over and he's like, who's this guy?
Are you guys thinking that if you whisper, it will be...
Can you move over so they can see Ame?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, there he is. That's Ame. This guy is why your pubs are filled with Juggernaut. Blame him.
That's actually true.
Blame
and Queen
him.
of Pain Carry.
Okay, that one's cool, though. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Let's talk about what's happening here, because we have got a lot of games going on at the same time. A lot of, not Dota, I mean a lot of different esports. That's right. So we have every weekend, there's a bunch of teams and a bunch of games finishing, and that means we got more points on the board. And Detonation Focus Me is the winner of Fatal Fury. And you know what their subtitle is? City of Wolves. I do love that.
There's a lot of cool names that we're seeing on the screen right now, but Detonation Focus Me. I don't know. There's also the other one, the one that has like 15 different words.
Yeah, but you could just call them Redline.
It's BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing. That's my favorite.
They
I'm
won
going to call them SIM.
They won Rensport yesterday.
That makes sense. With a name like that,
yeah.
They can, because racing's about going for a very long duration.
Sure, but they're just tagged as Redline there, so.
And Paper Rex. This is my second favorite one.
Where's
Paper T-Rex? Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that is good. 300 points. So they're not doing too bad.
No, they're not. They're also, I believe, they have a decent Valorant team in the running. So I'm sure they're gonna be. This was only day 2, as in finals.
Sorry, Shiva, I have a very important thing. Do you know Fatal Fury has Ronaldo in it?
Yes.
And they have Salvador Ganacci. I
do not know that one.
He's a Swedish DJ. I was very confused. I was like, is this the guy got on YouTube recommended? It's him.
You're making a game. Maybe you should, get some of the ideas from them.
This is good ideas.
I don't think you're allowed to use Ronaldo without paying in the big bucks.
I wonder if Ronaldo's like S-tier character. Like, if he's a real guy, he can be like, no, I don't like that. You got to make my character better. Like,
yeah, you got to buff him.
He is one of the ambassadors of EWC. Potentially, you'll see him just casually walking around. You can ask him.
I'll definitely do that. I'm sure his security his 50 security officers will be all right with me.
I'm sure that'll work out just
great. Hey, is your character S tier? You know?
I also still wanted to mention that today the finals is there for Apex Legends and Valorant. So more points to be had for all the organizations, all the clubs participating in the club championships. So let's focus our attention on, first on the money for the club championship. There is 7 million for first place, but I think overall, the most important thing to mention, at 27 million total, it's just such a gigantic money pool.
Look, how many Bugattis can you get for 7 million
I never checked the price of a Bugatti, but I feel like I could get for 27 mil.
27 mil.
27, I'd say.
That's like 27 Bugattis.
Probably, maybe more. I would, pimp them. I would, get all the good stuff out.
What color would you make them?
I would get the green.
Green. I'd go for
like lime green. Yeah.
Would you have any kind of I don't know, stripes or?
It would have like a Dota hero on the HUD. Like somewhere it would need to have a Dota hero just to pay the risk.
You know what Dota players do with their prize winnings, which is $1 million, of course, for first place? They're buying their parents' houses and stuff.
That's true.
They're
very sweet.
They're like,
yeah, but what about the racing car for yourself?
Think about the Bugatti you get for $1 million.
I don't think.
Come on, Toronto, Tokyo.
Has there been players that have bought a racing car for themselves in Dota? Because I know in Counter-Strike, people have.
No, we were getting some of the cars back then, back in the days.
Yeah, you could win the car.
Yeah, you could win the car.
Why would you buy a car if you can win a car? To be honest, that's quite a good argument.
I think Dota players typically do very practical things when they win a lot of money because they just sit inside and play Dota all day, and that's still what they want to do after they get a lot of money. This is at least what I've heard from from the boys.
Yeah, for
who've
example,
won the TIs.
DCM, he was playing a very long time without a mouse pad. Did not want to invest, so he's saving quite a lot of money on that one as well. I gotta check. He's gonna be playing later today to see if he upgrades.
He uses a mouse pad now. Yeah.
I don't think that was a money issue, though.
No,
that was a stylistic choice. Let's go for that. As we're going to take a look at what's coming your way today. So today we do have 2 streams going on at the same time, starting from Series 2. For the first one, the one that you're watching right here, we are going to start things off with Extreme P-Vision and then Talon versus Tundra later on. I do like how it says that the second series starts at 33 past 2, just so you're aware. It's very, very particular.
Yeah, because
very
it's
specific.
Tundra playing. It's 33.
Yeah.
Was it 32 or 33?
No, it was 33.
It was 33. Okay.
It was good.
Yeah, we changed the entire schedule just so he could make that joke. Like, this was a lot of effort.
It was a lot of effort. Yesterday, a lot of teams put in a lot of effort as well. As we can take a look at some of the plays that we saw yesterday. We have had 4 series yesterday. Every single one of those series, by the way, was a 2-0, which I think, Jenkins, was a little bit disappointing.
I will say that the very not disappointing series was Yandex versus Shopify. The game 1 was like 75 minutes. Here's a nice clip from it where, like, basically Yandex realized they could focus Yopaj at some point in the game, and they just kept doing it over and over and over again, and eventually won the game based on that. Of course, they were at a 20k gold deficit, so it took some time, but just amazing comeback there. That was kind of the only like really close series. I feel like today, given the matchups that we have, though, I really doubt that this series won't be close.
It's not going to be 2-0. I was a little bit disappointed by Heroic Talon. Talon did play very, very good Dota yesterday, but I was definitely expecting more from Heroic, seeing how well they played 2 days ago when they played 5 games that day. But they just couldn't find the right thing, the right opening, how to match the Talon's aggression.
Yeah, I think of all the 4 series yesterday, I'm with you, Lacoste. I think it wasn't necessarily the result that was the thing that was the most surprising, but it was really indeed the way that Heroic was playing. I thought they would put up a bigger fight. I think in terms of result, Talon has been very strong, so it is very cool to see them go further here. Today, we have another 4 elimination series, so we'll see how the teams will be acting.
Yeah, I just had to double check the results, because I saw Virtus.pro that they were like celebrating on camera as well. I was not sure if if they won or if they lost, but they did not win.
No, and I think it was fair to say, I think so far every series that VP played, I felt like they were very just cheerful all around, regardless of results. Which I guess you have to be, because they went, but did they go 0-8?
They did, yes.
Yeah,
that's an interesting dichotomy, I will say, because it really depends on what player you ask, whether they like that sort of thing or not. Because some players on the team might be like, I'm a champion, like I'm not okay with losing. I'm not okay with just being here. You know, like Lornoff, for example, had a string of very good results very recently, so I don't know if I could see him being exactly happy with that. Vtoon seemed like he was happy to be here, maybe just given how like the attitude on the team was before, like maybe they just didn't expect to get here, and they're like, okay, well, let's just may as well enjoy it, enjoy the moment. Yeah, we'll see if they stick together,
We'll see. I mean, they did not, unfortunately for them, they did not qualify for anything else, so they do have a long stretch where they could decide what they want to do, and potentially some of the players might get poached. I don't know.
I feel like that's probably the situation.
That's probably gonna happen.
Where they're all enjoying, because they're like, well, individually, like I feel like I played pretty well. We're going to be splitting up, but maybe a couple of them will go somewhere together. Like, there's probably no bad blood.
You don't want to ruin like the relationship immediately. Give it a couple of days, and then
maybe
we'll see what's going to happen.
Then you send the DMs.
That's why they were just happy. They tried to leave a happy impression on all the other teams.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a bad idea.
Let's take a look at the results yesterday and what's coming today with the bracket that we have, because we are in the last chance bracket, and we do have only single eliminations from here on out. As you see, every series in round 1 was a 2-0. I think again the Heroic Talon series was the only one where a position 4 team won from a position 3 team from another group. So congratulations to Talon for moving forward. As we see, everything of round 2 will be played today. I want to have special attention on Falcons Navi. I think that's going to actually be a very close
that's a
series.
banger of a series. That's for sure. Because the Falcons, they are slowly powering up. They still need to find their groove. They need to find what's working out for them. But Navi, this is a team that did surprise a lot of the teams in the last couple of tournaments as well. But yeah, they also came from a very strong group. They came with a group that did have Extreme, did have Spirit, and did have Talent as well. So I would say, like, I know a lot of people were talking about the group B with the BB team, Gaming Falcons, and Execration. Not feeling too well about the Execration being in that group, but I would say that Group A was definitely the hardest group.
Yeah, we will also focus our attention on Talent Thunder, though, because that's going to be my SMB match of the day. And the reason for that is I feel like Talent is having a glow up, whereas Tundra, I mean, they're kind of figuring out, and you do see the progression, but they're still not at the level we expect. So I kind of feel like if Talon wins this one, Jenkins, it would be an upset, but at the same time, I could totally see it happen, and I'm very excited for it.
It could go either way. This is definitely my banger for today. Like, a big part of this Talon roster is the roster that got third at a previous Esports World Cup. So hypothetically, like, to me, if there's going to be a team of like champions from SEA, this was the team for me. It's like they had to go up, and kind of the same thing goes for Tundra. It's like I would never ever count this team out. Right? It's like it just depends on if they figure out some crazy hidden tech that they can do and surprise people. Like 33, we saw him innovating with the Axe build, for example. And now everybody else is going back to Axe and considering this hero like a first phase pick as well. So if they can get like 2 or 3 heroes that are in like that category, we saw Visage as well from them, I think that's how Tundra makes it very far into a tournament.
Well, we have a very exciting day of Dota 2. Again, everything is elimination on the line, and the first 2 teams on the chopping block, Extreme Gaming and P-Vision. A best of 3, where P-Vision got seeded, of course, from their Group D, where they came second. They did, I will say though, they did come second based on a tiebreaker, and it was a tiebreaker against Heroic, and then yesterday we saw Heroic underperform, and it kind of makes me question their power level right now, Lacoste.
Yeah, the question is how strong this team actually is, because we have seen them struggle in some of the series that they did play, like losing to Liquid again for the 7th time in a row in the last 7 games, and also the game that they played against Heroic, that like Heroic did a very good job in the first like 15-20 minutes. Then the second game, Heroic did, I would say, make a good turnaround with that Divine Rapier purchase on Yuma. But they also have a very good strategy. I think this is the team that understands the auras. Like we talk about Gaming Gladiators being the team that can build into like pretty much every single aura in the game. I think P-Vision does it even better because they are playing Morphling from the safe lane. So he gets Vlad, then you have Chen. Dookie Chen has been undefeated so far. He gets Drums, he gets Solar Crest, and then you have some like Ogre from the offlane buying the Crimson Pipe, Midas, even Guardian Greaves if necessary.
Yeah, you're right. They seem like the team that is definitely experimenting the most with like which heroes can they get the auras from, and changing the roles. And you know, Gaming Gladiators, like they'll pretty much run out an ace. Like he'll go for most of the auras, and maybe they'll split it to Malady on their 5. But yeah, I agree. I think one thing about P-Vision is that I've heard other analysts saying this, and only in watching their series in this tournament did I also notice it, because like when you point something out, it's like, okay, now I see it. That they always make one big mistake in the game, and a lot of the time they're high skill enough that they can make that mistake and still win the game. But the later and later you go on into a tournament, especially a tournament that's as big as ESWC, like you're gonna be playing against people that are in their prime, right? Like they're gonna absolutely punish you, and they're gonna feel the momentum, and maybe one mistake is all it takes to throw an entire series. And there's no lower bracket. They're getting eliminated if they make that mistake.
Also, yeah, sorry, with that in mind, I mean, you can go in a split second, Lacoste. I just want to point out that this series does have an extra $50,000 on the line. These 2 teams have secured $75,000 so far. Winning this will get them $125,000, as we are in the thick of it with the draft as well.
Yeah, that's also a lot of money that they are playing for. I also wanted to point out that you know, Extreme Gaming is also not the most early game-oriented team. A lot of the times you will see this team make a comeback in the game.
Yeah.
So potentially this is a good thing for the matchup that they do have, like the thing that you did mention with P-Vision making a mistake once or twice throughout the game. And we're talking about some of these bigger mistakes, and this is where Extreme Gaming could try to punish, but I also want to see Extreme Gaming maybe go more in onto the early stages of the game, like make sure you're not losing your lanes, which like even if you go back, it was a bit of a different squad like 6 months ago, a year ago. Like this team is down 5,000 net worth 10 minutes into the game, and they're still winning their games.
Yeah, they clutch. They completely clutch, and it's from all of their roles. Like they'll have some crazy snowball save. We saw, you know, zipping and destroying trees, taking Monkey King off of the trees, like really clutch plays like that. And you know, one hero that's very good at securing lanes and is maybe the best hero of the patch.
Might be. Yeah, this is the only hero off the patch, of the tournament, that does have 100% win rate over 5 games. He has been played 8 times, and he did win every single game.
Now, the most insane thing about that is that he's the second most contested hero of the tournament. It has this 100% win rate. Like, that's crazy.
That is unusual. This must be something, though, that P-Vision prepared for. You're not going to leave a Batrider in the pool without...
Oh, for sure. Oh, definitely. You know that the other team is taking the bait, and they've been probably practicing to see how they can counter it.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this Undying because it can be flexed. Most likely, for P-Vision, this is going to be played from the offlane. We saw Toronto Tokyo, the self-proclaimed best player Undying in the world, as he says. But I've been also very impressed with some other Undyings as well, especially the offlane coming out from the P-Vision, where DM is, you know, it's not the most interesting gameplay, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, he looks incredible on it every single time. And that's kind of, like, maybe that's why they let Batrider through, is in order to get Undying. Like, they're willing to sacrifice a very overpowered hero, and they just say, okay, maybe Undying is like lower value to other teams than Batrider, and we're giving Bat away, but we're so good at it, we're so comfortable with it, that we're willing to give you this hero that maybe they don't think they're so good at. Like, what is this going to be, like Jin-Q, Batrider?
Most likely.
Has he even played it once? He hasn't. He's playing like Marcy, tiny melee heroes every game, so maybe they're willing to give it to them.
But I will say, though, for a lot of teams, I would be 100% on board with, oh, maybe they're not experienced in it, but I also know that Jin-Q's hero pool is so vast.
Yeah, this guy will play
anything.
Yeah, he'll definitely be fine. I'm looking at some of the support heroes that the P-Vision can play here. I'm talking about Bane. They also play Oracle or Shadow Shaman. These type of heroes that have a little bit more control when you have Undying on your team, because you are going to be hitting, again, very early timing with the Undying if we're talking about Undying being played from the offlane. And also this heroes, like the reason why we're seeing these Crimson Guards being very popular from Ogre, he has a lot of strength. You have Undying, you get a couple of decays, and then you get the Crimson Guard slightly later. Same goes with the Centaur. If he gets the shard as well, suddenly that Crimson value goes through the roof.
Okay, this is their Batrider answer, I guess, is
the escape act save?
The box, the box. It's 80% magic resist, so you can save whoever gets lassoed. Also, if Batrider jumps in, you're quick with the box, well, you're not lassoing anyone, right? Bat's just going to jump in, get Ringmaster ultied. Probably very solid lane with Undying as well. And
it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Like, you get daggered by, like, slowed by zombie, you get daggered, decay, couple of strength stolen from you, plus a blood grenade. It could be very, very difficult. You also have, like, a relatively cheap, low cooldown ability that can defend against, like, it can defend the tombstone, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, even the ult, like, you want to turn and face and kill the tombstone, drop a Ringmaster ult on top of that, that's instantly proccing.
A lot of team fight just from these two heroes.
And no good tombstone hitters on the side of Extreme Gaming. They pick up the Ogre, which we talked about, which P-Vision can run in the offlane, so they're blocking that out. Maybe this means Extreme is looking to pick some sort of ranged core to lane against the Undying. Like, when I think of Ame and ranged core, and then on this pick where you get the 2 bands, like Drow Ranger is what comes to mind here.
Would you consider almost any hero a good tombstone hitter if they are bloodlusted?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm just thinking Bloodlust, whatever ranged hero is good in the game against these 2 next picks from P-Vision. So Drow is an option, but of course they're not like guaranteed. They're not deciding we're picking Drow no matter what. They're going to wait to see because they get to see 2 picks right now.
You also got to be careful about Batrider being potentially a core.
Yeah.
Like they can flex things. You can have this Ogre being played as a 5. You can play it from the off lane. You can put this Batrider in the mid lane. So far we had these 8 games of Batrider, but only 1 of them has been played as a core. It was the Whisper who played it, and then you go for the other facet. You go for the Arsonist facet. Against the Storm Spirit, I'm not sure if you want to commit, play it from the mid lane, because Storm Spirit can like get the turnaround kill. You want to be playing aggressive. 1 Remnant, 2 Remnant into a pull could be tricky for Batrider to play. So most likely this is going to be a support Batrider.
Yeah, I think Storm coming out is preventing the like obvious ranged hero pickups that would be coming out here. Like Ame has played Nature's Prophet. He looked amazing on that. Nature's would still be good here. Storm kind of block picks that a little bit. I mean, they could still go for it.
I thought they were going to pick Oracle instead of Ringmaster straight away, but I guess they wanted to see a little bit more what they're going to be picking. There's a lot of damage over time. There's a lot of magic damage as well from Extreme Gaming. A lot of things that you can dispel. You can dispel Ogre, Ignite. You can dispel Bloodlust from the enemy carry. Great against the Batrider. Kunkka's damage. There's a lot of magic damage coming out from him as well. So very good Oracle pick. Now you have like double save, potentially a triple save if you get the shard with the Undying later on, plus you have the, all the auras that he's going to be buying into. And we talked about P-Vision being a very early game-oriented team that is going to be hitting some early timings, these like 25 to 30-minute pushes that they love to do. And I could be seeing the same thing. Right now, they need a little bit more tower damage, something that's going to be killing the towers, because right now, there isn't much. These heroes are not well equipped to be able to like take objectives on the map and make sure to sieging the tier 2, sieging the tier 3 is going to be a bit tricky.
Yeah, P-Vision has absolute last pick, so they can pick to solve that for sure. For Extreme, with Oracle and Ringmaster, 2 backline supports, like even if they were thinking of picking a ranged hero for Ame now I think you're considering like backline.
Yeah, you need some jumper.
I mean, in a previous patch, PA would be the pick.
That's not a jumper.
But this is normally first phase banned against Extreme. This is also the first time that he will get his hand on it this event, and then we'll see it just overall. But
it's too funny.
It's good. It's always good.
He is the one guy. To be honest, the other guy that I would expect it from would maybe be no one.
I want to look at XM. Is he smiling? He's not. No. He's taking this very seriously, playing Cardell Sharpeye.
It's too funny because this guy will always play. Like no matter what tournament he's playing, like no matter what meta, what's good, what's not, he's gonna be banging out Sniper. You always have to be careful about maybe his Primal Beast, his Viper, his Sniper coming out. We were wondering like where are the heroes that are good against Puck, against the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. So we had like good suggestions, but we haven't really seen them other than like Void Spirit being relatively popular. We saw 1 or 2 Huskars again against some of these like Ember Spirits as well. But this Sniper pick looks good other than Storm Spirit.
It's a pretty nasty Sniper game, actually.
This is Sniper with Bloodlust, and you also have Kunkka that can take care of you. So you're going to be, like we talk about tank Cardell build, but this is going to be double tank Cardell.
Yeah.
So normally, when you have a Sniper in the mid lane, you would want something coming out of your safe lane that is not your traditional hard carry, because you gotta be a little bit more in there, because Sniper is not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Kunkka. Like they can just run Kunkka as the safe lane. I mean, I really like Sniper against backliners, like, Ringmaster, Oracle, Rubik, that sort of thing. It's weird because you'd think that you need a hero that's like jumping them, but Sniper unironically just has such long range that he doesn't care that they're standing in the trees. If they show for a second, he will be able to peep them if he gets in range of them that you cannot escape.
And Batrider is great for vision too, right?
Yeah, back can get vision. He can lasso somebody in. I mean, I do question Extreme's ability to protect the Sniper right now from Storm. They're going to need some like Kunkka boat and Torrent on top of the Sniper, but they do have good frontliners to protect for him.
And they will take more for them. So I think they were also debating whether this Morphling can be picked for P-Vision. And now I think they have a lot of issues. This Morphling, it's good against the Tombstone. You have a good target that you can turn into 2 supports. Like later on, you're going to get relatively easily killed by them. And now they need to figure out, you're playing against Sniper, you're playing against Morphling. Not an easy pick for P-Vision by any means.
And we are looking for a hero for... Ooh! I was going to say, Satana gets a Meepo coming out. First Meepo this event. Wonderful. Why Meepo for Satanic? What makes this a great Meepo game?
It's good. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. We took some from Valorant, and now Dota players are also screaming. It's good against Morphling. It's pretty much unplayable when we talk about before he gets the Manta style. It's good against the Stormspread. One thing I'm worried about, if XXS is going to be building into like damage, and yesterday he did play Kunkka and he did build into Blade Mail, because if you're playing with the high tide facet on Kunkka, you hit those Meepos and you can have another Tidebringer ready immediately.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's like a completely free Meepo game. I mean, it does have a lot of damage over time against a Morphling. You know, if he stat morphs, like you waveform away once. If you get netted, like you can net him out of the Manta, right? I do think that Extreme, like if the game goes late and they get BKBs between Morphling and Sniper, they do actually have enough DPS to deal with a Meepo. It's not like he can get to that completely unkillable state, but also the Mega Meepo with an Oracle, this is it's a nasty combo.
Yeah, you have the box as well from the Ringmaster. I think P-Vision, they are on a timer here. Like this lineup is not going to be scaling as good compared to Extreme Gaming. And going for the high ground, it's not the easiest. I mean, you're playing against the Tank Ardell himself. Not going to be as easy. So I would give P-Vision first like 30-35 minutes to be able to close out the game. If they don't, I think Extreme Gaming are going to be pretty happy about it, taking it late.
They want Satanic running around with like one Meepo and going for ganks. Like he needs to be farming and also contributing to the game. Otherwise, I think Extreme will take it late.
Okay. But so they are maybe slightly on the timer on the side of P-Vision then?
I think so.
Okay. We're going to find out. This is, of course, a best of 3. Game 1, I'd love to see it. First time Meepo, first time Sniper. Let's see what these two teams have cooked up for us. It is Cap and SPG that will take you through Game 1.
Always some interesting drafting when it comes to these two teams. We thought it was going to be the twist was going to be the Sniper, but it turns out P-Vision, ever slippery, will end up getting the extra spicy pickup in the Meepo, Avery. Yep. So we're going to get into this. P-Vision are going to be rocking with the Oracle and Meepo lineup. I don't know if I completely agree with their analysts here. I feel like this is a really strong Meepo game from my perspective. I feel like the Tidebringer facet thing is kind of whatever. Did he take that one? He did. Okay, so we do have that one, High Tide. We'll see if he gets multiple High Tide hits.
I think it's a very...
All right. So we're going to see late smoke coming out from Extreme. P-Vision will lay down their vision. Let's see a wrap around here.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Welcome back, Avery.
Thank you. I was going to say, the panel thought it was a very not free Meepo game, apparently.
I thought it was pretty free.
Yeah, it's absolutely free. This is a dream last pick Meepo. There is very little AoE control, very little AoE scaling damage. You have a bunch of single target cores. The Kunkka Cleave's the one thing you got going for you here. And it's not a carry Kunkka, it's an all-play Kunkka. So in theory, you're playing this Kunkka for utility and teamfight support. I agree with the one aspect, like you have a lot of single target DPS to try and burst him down if you can isolate him with lassos in the late game. Between the bloodlusted cores, outputting a lot of single target DPS, and you can drag a Meepo out of position. That part can be kind of good. But outside of that, I mean, they picked it here for a reason, right?
I mean, aren't you also matched up into an Oracle? You have a whole bunch of single target. You're trying to burst down that one Meepo. What happens?
Get about him, but I think in a lot of these games, he can provide a lot. He's still fine on lane. He gives you a lot in the team fight, scales really well, and we've seen a lot of Batrider be contested early, either bans or picked. This is one of the greatest Batrider answers in the history of the game. It really forces you to pick either certain backline jumping carries or offlaners that abuse summons, like the Lycan, for example.
Sure.
And we're just not seeing some of these heroes. So I feel like he has more viability than people give him credit for. And especially in a game like this where you saw, in theory, the offlaner early with the Kunkka and the 2 supports, you kind of eliminated a lot of those big threats. The only options for Extreme Gaming were to pick backline jumping carries such as Spectre or, I guess, an illusion carry like a Phantom Lancer that was still in the pool, but they opted for taking the sniper first, and then a lot of those carries got banned.
Actually, the more I look at it, I feel like Extreme got dumpstered in the draft. My goodness. Like, not just the Meepo, but yeah, they have a whole bunch of single target, and it's not just the Oracle with the saves. They also have the Ringmaster with the saves. You even have an Undying Soul Rip save that can come out. So I'm actually really struggling to see how they're going to be able to focus one target down when they go for that axe or the lasso or what have you. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Plenty of team fight on the side of P-Vision as well, thanks to the Ringmaster and Undying offlane. One good thing is going to be this XM matchup early on against the Storm Spirit. Maybe he can get an advantage here, having the range advantage. Right now is not getting the CS advantage, though.
So far, lanes are going Extreme's way. A little bit across the board. All their cores are CSing well. That's another way they can stall out this Meepo strength. Just win the lanes, come out ahead, put this Morphling and Sniper in a position where they dominate the map early and you just don't get that chance to farm. We've seen their Sniper go pretty ham. You got to remember, this is an XM Sniper. This is a hero that is sometimes just first phase banned straight up against this team. Cannot let them get their hands on it, and it's for good reason. He is the master Sniper player here.
We went back to the Ogre as well, a hero that you and I casted, which did not have very much success.
In the offlane.
In the offlane, yes.
Here it's a little different. You have really good bloodlust targets. You have a decent point of attack against killing the Tombstone, getting some extra burst damage against the Storm with your limited stuns. I kind of like Ogre versus Storm because in general, you're a tanky support, hard for him to burst. You buy nice utility, and then you are one of the few 5s with an actual stun that can contribute to locking him down.
Really good lockdown here from PV. Looks like they should take down Jin-Q easily.
Oh, yeah.
Combination of getting the extra Meepo, then a Fortune Zen hits him, then a Blood Grenade on 2.
That was not even a close trait. Like,
no.
They have full resources on pretty much both the Meepos there. That's just a pretty standard point of attack, and now you're going to get the Oracle to level 3, which is a really nice timing on the lane.
And as a result, Tukalos might even be able to get a pull in here. Nope, Jin-Q's going to interrupt it. Trying to flame break him away. Well, we're probably going to need to see some sort of rotations out of Extreme, but that's also something that I'm kind of lacking to see here. What are they going to do? No one getting low here. The final shrapnel is going to come out, hit him with the Ignite. Not going to be enough damage. A decent amount of pressure, but unfortunately not the kill that Extreme is looking for. Whether it's in the mid lane or against that Meepo, Extreme do kind of need to get something going in the laning phase here, but they don't have the best rotating heroes in the world.
Your strongest spell is 3 points in shrapnel.
Yeah.
You got to play through this Sniper. Either skirmish around mid or rotate him to a fight that breaks out somewhere else. I say that it's not going to be the Sniper making the move first. It's got to be a fight breaking out, and then you counter play that fight as a Sniper, particularly on this Meepo lane. If the Meepo runs someone down on this lane, you can easily turn that fight with a Sniper coming in. That could be something that Extreme Gaming look for, but to me it has to be through XM here in the early game. It's not going to be the Morphling. Could be the XXS Kunkka if you can get a fast buildup, but that's kind of his only early damage. Like, you just don't kill this Meepo on the lane, especially with an Oracle sitting behind, and that's another tough point in this game for XG. The Oracle is really good against the Kunkka's damage in this game.
Yeah.
So XXS is not going to give you a lot of that early game team fight boost. You need other cores to get involved early with the physical DPS.
Here comes Satanic, making his first move as the Meepo, coming through the gate with one of his Meepos. The Oracle's also coming through the gate. They go after Ame. Tombstone is going to be dropped out underneath this tier 1 tower. The whip goes out, but the Tombstone's dead. They still got the kill on Ame. Jin-Q's going to try and run down 9 class here. Oh! Almost got him with the whoopee cushion there, but in the end, it's P-Vision just outnumbering Extreme, getting a 2-for-1.
That's what the Meepo does. He can make the gate rotation while staying bottom and just kind of eye up which opportunity exists there. If it does, you pounce. If it doesn't, you just keep farming. Really nice use of the early mobility, and not a fun lane for XG to skirmish into. Off lane Undying. This hero is terrorizing the meta right now for good reason. So hard to fight into the tombstone early. Even if you bring it down, you're going to end up losing the fight. And again, in exchange for XG that does not involve the sniper, probably not one you're going to come out on top.
No one. He does manage to push through the laning phase without a death, and now has his level 6, so not expecting him to die, at least not to the sniper solo, and has walked away with really good CS. Despite all the pressure that has been attempted by XM, hasn't actually worked.
No, he's chilling here. Did lose an obs on the hill to Jin Q, but other than that, he's just jungling. Not much threat on him in the jungle. If you can't get deep wards out from this Batrider, not that easy to hunt the Storm early. Now he's level 6, even more difficult. Oracle's lurking around. A lot of defensive vision around the river for P-Vision right now that XG are not having fun playing into, so they're just going to go back for the stack game, try and farm up on their own and exchange these Wisdom Shrines. Seems like a slow game plan for XG in this game 1. They're just going to farm up, believe in their scale, try and take it to the Meepo in the late game. Sometimes a strat that can work if you go ultra late. The Meepo does eventually fall off in a lot of games. But even then, he can be a decent meat shield this game for the Storm, who's the real carry.
Sure.
They are not all in on Meepo having to solo carry this game. That's kind of the scary part of the lineup. I think it's a pretty good Storm game as well.
We've also seen these Undying scale up pretty nicely too. They don't seem to fall off quite as hard as maybe they used to. I think Harpoon's a really good, helpful item for this hero.
I mean, the hero gets 2 lives.
Daggers.
Is built in Aegis, so yeah. Can't scale too poorly if you have built in Aegis. This could be a free tower, or P-Vision gonna defend this. They're just jungling. No interest in interacting with XM early.
I think that's the right call. I don't think you want to be trying to fight this.
Oh my. He almost got that.
With 55 damage, it would have been impressive to get that deny from Takalis, but sadly, Oracle's damage is so terrible.
There's no way it should have been that close, though. That would have been incredibly embarrassing. Should get tier 1s for free this game for your XG. The faster you take them down, the better. I mean, the Meepo's going to jungle, the Storm's going to jungle. You can take away the power runes from the Storm. Sniper doesn't use them too well, but if you can deny him out from no one, might be able to limit his rotation ability. Rotate Ame into mid while the team makes the move towards bottom. So pretty tough hero to pressure mid at all. And again, not a tier 1 that P-Vision are going to defend unless you're willing to bring everybody down here, including the Undying, and it's just not in the cards.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
Is it bad to give up this many towers early?
Well, it just depends on your lineup, right? Depends on if the opponent team can actually use the space as well.
I guess I'm asking, what is the impact of losing your mid and safe lane tower this early into the game?
You're going to lose a lot of jungle control. Enemy has better routes to gank you, they have better routes to get deep wards out. Power rune control becomes a lot worse. Your aggressive moves, you have to make them from farther on your side of the map on average, which means your smokes they have a worse chance to land. All these things compound. Generally, though, the biggest issue is enemies just going to farm more gold because they have more access to your camps. And we're seeing that right here, right? Sniper's getting really aggressive. The angles to flank him are a little worse, so more confidence here for XG to command this area. They got the deep ward out. This is now pretty difficult for P-Vision to push into unless you bring the Undying and make a concentrated play. They're trying to get DM involved, and it's going to be a smoke to wrap around mid. This move should be telegraphed with nobody showing top.
Catching Satanic, trying to burst him down with a Kunkka combo, but there's the counter. Jakala shows up, one Fate's Edict, and there goes your whole move. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ame's gonna get jumped here.
There's no way for
Don't think
2.
they have enough damage. No one. He zips away. Now the rebuttal from Extreme. The 2 supports pushing out, trying to catch Night Class here. Assassination, not going to be good enough damage. The Flame Break, that's also not going to be good enough. Thanks to Night Class having that strong man's tonic, he heals himself up enough. He survives.
That was really forced.
It was.
You don't really have Sniper in the vicinity to help you use the fact you sacrificed the Batrider there, and you have to expect the sustain coming out from this lineup. You have double saving supports on the side of P-Vision with a lot of extra HP in the tank. That was an Arcane Rune Storm. If no one's out of mana there, maybe that dive can work out, but he still had a lot of resources to work with here.
I do feel like there was a pretty clear difference just back to back there, right? P-Vision, they try and go on Ame. They run a little short on damage. They don't die too heavily. You know, they don't force it. They just kind of like, okay, whatever. We got a reaction. Extreme, though, they feel kind of desperate, and I assume that's part of it is the pressure of playing against a Meepo. They feel like they need to get punishments in. They need to take control of the game here and now. P-Vision, it feels like time is to their benefit.
Can definitely feel really tough to play these games. When you feel like you got in this last draft pick, maybe there were multiple heroes you were worried about. This was only one of them. It's a tough spot to be in. And it usually results in you being on the clock. You have to make moves, you have to force kills. Another attempt here, but a dodge with the illusion.
That was a sick move. Night Class, he hit him with the whip, and then he hit him with the Funhouse Mirror to disjoint the X-Bowl back. That was really cool.
Well, the plays were not easy in this game for XG. That's just going to demoralize you even more.
Got the lasso onto the Storm Spirit, half HP, but there's also a False Promise alongside a Shield Rune, not even close to going down.
And he's just going in.
Gonna need some more help for this sniper. Tombstone laid out right on top of him. XM half HP, and he's gonna die here. Turns around, goes for the kill on Claus, doesn't manage to get that much. Ame turning into the Undying. Good decay, good Tombstone, pretty nice, but the Meepo's not gonna be joining into the team fight. Their Tombstone's gonna die. The other Tombstone is still up. This team fight is not gonna work for Extreme. XXS, he can keep on hitting those Tidebringers all he wants. They just do not do enough damage to threaten the Meepo.
This Morph just doesn't have enough points in the attribute shift either. He took some stats, so the shift is a little slow. He's just getting bursted on the back end of the Meepo burst damage. Maybe he goes down there regardless, but the Diffusal already up for Satanic. He gets to come in with triple Meepo, clean up that fight. No boat to bail you out. That's a huge factor for XG. And again, what starts all of this off? Just kind of a forced lasso play around that rune on a Storm who's never going to die in that situation. And you give up so much positional advantage. This game just looks tough for XG. None of these fights feel easy. It feels really hard to take single targets down. The Morphline's been shut down multiple times in the early game, and this Meepo is already starting to snowball. It's a really strong pick with a really good start here on the best carry player in the world, according to himself.
He did call himself that, yeah. I don't know if I believe it, but he is 100% in the top 3, probably top 2.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think there's a very clear argument he might be the most valuable carry in the world right
now. I would agree with that.
I think that's
sure.
not even close. Like in terms of age and, you know,
versatility.
Potential, yeah.
I mean, the fact that you can pick this guy Meepo, your Toro could never.
I'm not going to fall into that trap.
Avery almost took the bait. I saw him get a little flustered there. He got a little red in the cheeks. He wasn't happy about that.
Look, playing Meepo it's a good strength, but it's not the end-all, be-all of a good character player. All right, you know, until this kid shaves his head on the TI stage, I'm not gonna push him too much more. But we'll see how the season ends. We'll see how this tournament ends. Right, we're down here for a reason.
That's true. P-Vision were not able to get top of their group.
Looking solid in this game, though. This is kind of where you want the Meepo to be. A little bit ahead of everybody. Should always be ahead. It's kind of an Alchemist-type hero. And just cruise to some solid timings. That said, XG, their cores are probably not feeling bad in this game. They're all finding some decent farm. You are getting the early fighting items up. I just worry about how much this net worth on XG's cores is going to translate into a team fight win if you can't find some big lasso targets. Particularly, can you bring this Meepo down at some point when he has double saving support plus an Undying behind him? There's a lot of HP to get through in these fights. And limited damage sources on XG. It has to come from the Morphling, it has to come from the Sniper. Ame, he is in big trouble down here, completely alone, no help in sight.
5 more seconds for a waveform, but now Satanic's going to show up, and now that waveform being up, it doesn't matter. He's locked down by the Earthbind.
No chance to get out of here. You get found that deep in the map, you're absolutely done. Nice read from P-Vision to get the quick carry pick. That's a 3rd death for this Morphling. They are adding up here, and it feels like every time he's died, it's gone to the Meepo. There's just more gold injection for Satanic.
Blink Dagger up, but he got off the Flesh Golem on DM. That's going to make this kill not impossible, but definitely too hard for Extreme Gaming. Is now the jump in from the Storm Sphere. Gets a grab on XM. The boat's going to help them be a little bit tankier here, but XM is so low, no one's just going to commit for it. Fortune's End, it hits onto Pelosin as well. Another time that Extreme try and get aggressive, immediately rebuked by P-Vision, and they walk away with 2 kills.
There's just no way to set these plays up. It's too easy for the P-Vision supports right now. Not enough burst damage to get these heroes before the saves come out, and the second the saves come out, that fight is not favorable for you because your damage sources are so limited. Issues getting the lanes in versus the Meepo, who's controlling the map and the jungle, and is a big threat when he's off the map. You're scared to push these lanes deep if you're the Morphling or the Sniper. As we saw, you get found on Ame, you just get run down. You can't TP out, you can't run, you just get whittled. Map is really tough to play right now. XG looking for answers. It's got to be Jin Q. I mean, that's your only source of playmaking. Like, keep finding some lassos on isolated targets. Hope P-Vision are not there to bail the guy out, or find one of the supports to start a fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bringing no one back towards bottom. Trying to kick people out of this area, feeling Ame was returning to his usual hunting ground, but he's already bailed out from there. No interest in being near these heroes without some defensive capability. Manta's coming out soon. I guess that's another route XG could go. You can just try and itemize to kite the fights out. Like, you go in, they use saves, they drop Tombstone. If you can completely reset, then you're happy with that exchange, because you don't really have any big cooldowns you have to play around. But that's going to require a lot of defensive itemization here. Mantas, Hurricane Pikes, extra 4-staff Glimmers, Pipe from the Kunkka. You have to be able to survive Storm's mana capacity, because the catch is really consistent here on the back of no one. And he is hunting. 3-man smoke. Meepo can show on the waves. If you don't find anything here, you're just going to Rosh. Meepo does it quite quickly. You're going to find a power room. Straight into the pit. Why not? You have Undying Meepo. This is really fast.
It's free. And Extreme, I feel like we haven't seen any hunting parties to go find these solo Meepos around the map.
Nope.
They're getting punished heavily for the fact that these Meepos can push out the lanes, and then the rest of P-Vision can play the map.
Scan comes out, but it's too late here.
XXS gets a torrent in there, almost lands it in time to snatch away the Roshan last hit.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
That would have been an interesting situation, but instead it's the P-Vision side walking away with everything.
And you wasted a smoke for this play. These smokes are super valuable for XG. You need to make sure you land them in this game to maintain some map control. Because the lead's not ballooning yet, but it absolutely can off 1 or 2 fights as Meepo joins. And he's going to have Ags very quickly here. He's already level 15. Aegis to back it up. He's a monster right now. This is not a hero you want to take on before you have some better scaling items between the Sniper and the Morphling. I do like the idea of stealing the Tombstone and dropping it this game if you're Ame.
It seemed okay, but then Meepo's a really good answer to Undying.
Yeah, that also doesn't help you there. Like, Meepo he just owns Morphling, right?
Yeah.
There's no way around this matchup, really. Your best bet is like a BKB timing at some point in the game when you turn it to try and get a second or third Rosh. Because Meepo's pretty weak against BKB, he's pretty weak against 4-staff. You can kite this hero out, kind of regardless of the matchups, but you need gold to do that. You need a lot more gold here. And Meepo is a timing-based hero. This hero just, he hits his stride and he takes the game over. He just ends it before you get there. Pipe done for the Kunkka. XG will get their aura for the team fight. P-Vision, they have other plans. They're just going to continue to take objectives. Free Tormentor for them. Why not? See who gets the shard off this.
Yeah, if you give it to the Oracle, it doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, good in this lineup for sure. He'll get it. Yeah, nice little Rain of Destiny.
Even
AoE
extra
heal.
saves.
Feeling good. Is this where you get the locket? Just boost everything up even more?
Yeah, might as well.
I mean, they're itemizing well for the Meepo. You're going to have a lot of auras to put behind this guy. Drum on the 9-class Ringmaster. You already have Pipe into Crimson for the DM Undying. And then you're going to have that Rain of Destiny plus, you know, all the single target saves to potentially bail the Meepo out. It's not just that you have to get through this guy. You have to get through this guy with all that behind him.
Yeah.
Which means you better find some lassos in this game, man.
Yeah.
I wish Jin Q the best, because there's a lot of pressure to find the correct target every time.
I feel like even if you grab one of the Meepos, you pull them out, Satanic just jumps to his Meepo. As soon as the lasso ends, it's Mega Meepo time.
Yeah, he's not going to die in the initial goes.
Yeah. So, as you said, you got to be able to play for the reset. That's Extreme Gaming's. It did feel like the first 10, 15 minutes, they were like trying to take over the game, but now it seems like it's plan B. They're just going to have to let P-Vision do what they want and hopefully get one really good defensive team fight that can even out the net worth lead that is going to grow for P-Vision. I mean, you said it was 2K then, it's 4K now, but like the potential, it's ready to explode.
They're just banking on their scale and their high ground defense. In theory, there is a sliver of hope here for XG in the ultra late game. I can kind of see it with the bloodlusted cores and just insane single target DPS. Meepo can fall a little bit in those situations, but man, with the backup he has in this game, that's a long, long way to the late game there.
I mean, you get Lasso, you get Tidebringer, or not Tidebringer, Tidal Wave, rather.
Yeah, a little bit.
You've got some repositioning. Satanic, Mega Meepo, there it goes. He gets Lasso into the Mega Meepo. Oh, stun up to no one, but he gets False Promise. That does mean no False Promise for Satanic.
Yeah, not a bad start to this fight for XG.
Yeah,
they got a lot.
This is pretty much the perfect example of what Extreme needs to have happen, which is kind of a go and then a reset. Now the question is, can they force a second team fight?
Nah.
And it seems like the answer is no.
Not without Lasso Boat. These are your pivotal spells to find something. I don't mind how they played that, though. I mean, of course, that was Satanic just completely forcing the action, basically 1v5. But they didn't try and bite off more than they can shoot. Like, I think XG understand their position in this game well, even if it's not a fun one. And we saw how fast that Storm got taken down there.
Yeah, it was actually a little spooky there.
You can absolutely burst heroes in 1 or 2 seconds as this game goes on before saves come out if the positioning's not there. And there aren't mobility items on the Ringmaster or the Oracle yet. Like, the Blink Daggers are not out. If the Blink Daggers come out on the Oracle and the Ringmaster, it becomes way more difficult to do that. But right now, you do have a little bit of an opening because they itemize for more sustain, more auras.
Also, the BKB on Storm. There's only one BKB piercing ability. That's Lasso. That is completely answered by False Promise. That makes Ducalis' life like very simple. Did they use Lasso? If so, False Promise. So there are definitely going to be a lot of items that make Extreme Gaming's lives difficult in the coming minutes. But for now, they are weathering the storm. They did pick up that early shard, the tidal wave there for the Kunkka. He's also thinking about the Aghanim Scepter, just kind of full team fight build.
And they're getting the damage up. Should be Butterfly done for Ame before the next fight. Got the mini crit for the XM Sniper into BKB. BKBs would be huge for XG here if they can eventually get to them, but they might feel like they just need more damage to optimize their lineup with the Bloodlust capability.
I think Polosin should have gone to Hand of Midas.
Okay, well, let's not get anybody reported here, Austin.
I'm just saying, you know this, like you're playing defense and you're playing slow. I almost kind of feel like, oh, good Sentry. That was a good read. Wonder how he knew that.
Just Midas on this hero does not pay off for... Like, it pays off economically, but I feel like, okay, you get Midas, you get another item, and you could just have that item. And then, okay, you get the second item, comes out faster, but are items on Ogre Magi that impactful? And I always feel like
maybe the levels are, though. There's a Bloodlust attack speed talent, right?
I mean, yeah, 19 for 30. It's not as good a talent anymore. I think I agree with Paulson here. Just get the Solar Crest, max the Bloodlust. You're a Bloodlust bot this game. That's like,
it's so sad, man. That was Dota 10 years ago. Position 6, Bloodlust bot.
Well, that was when Zhao 8 was playing Dota. So he put his 5 straight back there.
You will know what it was like when I had to walk uphill both ways.
Pretty quiet game kills-wise, though.
Yeah.
You have to give XG credit there. They haven't fed this Meepo. They haven't just been picked off around the map. As Satanic hits level 20.
He hits level 20.
And that is a good talent this game against the Butterfly Morphling.
Sure.
Pretty disgusting talent, actually.
You almost wonder, should he have gone Butterfly? It's still like a good stat item and everything. But that is pretty debilitating.
I think the Butterfly is quite good if you get the BKB.
Sure.
Without it, it becomes a little worse.
Well, he's not going BKB.
Yeah, I mean, it's still super high damage output on this hero. It's kind of hard to turn down.
Yeah. No, that's
but it's pretty bad against this talent. That is for sure. Now, should this talent exist? I don't know, but it's Meepo, so who knows anything. Scotty done for Satanic as well. He has just boosted the stats through the roof.
That's a classic, just some power creep. What does Meepo not have? Oh, he has a hard time with evasion. Well, let's go ahead and give him a talent that gives him True Strike. It's an answer for everything in Dota. Extreme are really trying to take this fight up here, huh? I thought they would just kind of let P-Vision go for Roche, maybe contest them in the pit, but instead they're trying to get a little active with it. Tidal Wave pulling the Undying out of position, quote-unquote. I think DM is perfectly in position, though. He just wanted to be able to hit somebody. Well, they got the Flesh Golem out of him, so...
Something?
Yep, and Roshan is not up yet, so Flesh Golem is going to be on cooldown when the Roshan does spawn.
I mean, what's your angle into this fight, though? Like, what are you even trying to find?
Well, you make another play like that in 30 seconds, you get the False Promise out of them. Then you make another play like that in 30 seconds, you get the BKB out of the Storm. And then you take another team fight. 10 seconds later, that's a good team fight.
Okay, well, none of that's going to happen. So, realistically, you have to bait the Storm to jump super deep into you where he can just get bursted down. And no one just doesn't see his health bar going.
Tidal Wave pushing him in. Jin Q does not make the jump there.
It's a shield rune for the Storm. On top of the BKB, he just got a lot tankier for this next fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The problem in these games is you end up in these standoffs. Meepo's just farming the map.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Meepo. He's clearing through half the map. You're sitting here on Morphling going, we got to do something because this guy's clearing 3 or 4 camps at once, and I'm committing my entire hero. So it just feels bad if nothing's happening. The Meepo is just slowly gaining a lead. He has his shard as well, so he has Mega Meepo, he has Dig available, he has the True Strike Earthbinds. Lot to deal with in this next fight if you're Ame and you have one defensive capability with the Manta. That's it. Yeah. You have no Hurricane Pike, you have no BKB.
I think this is a point in the game where it is always a bait to go on the Meepo.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you can soft go on him to try and bait out the Mega Meepo or get some sort of reaction from P-Vision, but there's no way to all-in this guy this game. You have to recognize that. Satanic, he knows it. That's why he's just going to force the issue. Go on me if you dare. And with what?
Well, they can be annoying. They've got Torrent and Shrapnel. They've got plenty of vision inside the pit.
Yeah, I'll make TP's here. They're going to
XM
fight
can
it.
probably shoot him from the high ground almost. Tidal Wave is going to pull the Meepos in.
Good chip damage.
There goes the Mega Meepo. Now the jump in, no one trying to take something here with his shield rune. Tombstone on the high ground. Tombstone on the high ground as well from Ame. So now they've got the advantage. P-Vision make the call to retreat. Good call to retreat.
If you get an X or something there and you can hold him in that area, might have not been a bad fight with the Tombstone advantage.
It is really showing that, like, I feel like Extreme is doing everything right, you know? But they still aren't winning. They can't win a team fight because there's just no way to keep heroes in the area once they get an advantage because that Oracle.
At least Roche is moving here. Might create some chaos for an opening with the bat. Yeah, it's just... You gotta feel for Jin-Q, man. Like in any normal game, he would jump some of these, but he just can't. You can't jump anything.
No.
Until the fight develops more. Well,
when you're nigh impossible to kill, Time to take the action to the enemy. Satanic picks up a Blink Dagger.
Chip him a little bit here.
No Flesh Golem here for TM.
Commits a lasso.
Got the lasso onto the Ringmaster. Interesting targets. Boat's going to come in, do a little bit of damage. They've lost their Bat Rider, and now the jump from no one. He gets a grab onto the Sniper. Half HP, but there goes no one. He dies so quickly to Ame. Tidal Wave's pulling the Meepo out of position here. He gets a dig during the Mega Meepo, but he's going to come back out. Has to quickly blink out of here, but he's going to be chased. Satanic pull back in by the X. It's an opportunity. Good whip. Hits on 2, but the Mega Meepo is still being gone on by XM and Ami. Nothing to stop that, really. They get him inside the box. The extra movement speed gets him out of here. Extreme Gaming, through their buybacks and through their defensive positioning, will finally win a team fight.
Huge win for them. The position there was immaculate. They stalled this out so Roche goes bottom. They take a defensive hold on that high ground by the outpost, take advantage of the buybacks, take advantage of the high ground position that P-Vision have to charge into, and they get the clutch kills that they want. The burst damage going into the storm that completely opens up this fight. That was all set up by a Fire Blast, by the way. I told you this Ogre stun is no joke sometimes when you're going deep in these fights. Just get stunned from the high ground, right? No one doesn't see him.
I torrent to chain it as well, yeah.
That's all it takes. And suddenly this fight's broken wide open because now you can kite it out. There's some damage going on the supports. You whittle through the saves. The Kunkka stands tall in the front ground. And Meepo can't do it all alone. Starting to get kited a little bit in this fight. Didn't get the good connection in the lockdown on the Morphling with the wheel. That is a massive team fight win in this game. The patience from Extreme Gaming here. Now they have a Scotty on the Morphling. They have an Aegis. He's level 20. Got the extra agility. Massive power spike for Ame.
Oh, and maybe his dieback on Shin Q as he tries to find a lasso, instead only finds death. P-Vision, despite the extra life onto Extreme Gaming, they're more than willing to take some team fights here, especially if Extreme is not set up in a defensive position like they were before.
Oh yeah, they're out in the open. That fight is way more inviting. Gonna stand their ground, try and take it with the boat.
Decays, high ground tombstone from TM as he gets gone on. There goes the boat. Tidal Wave trying to pull him in. Meepo's coming in from the side. Goes after the Morphling here. Can anybody help this Morphling as he's locked down by the Earthbind? Maybe he just gives up this life here. No, he waveforms out. Still has that Aegis. Left-hand side, Pelosin. He gets pulled in by the Storm Spirit. He'll be gone on and killed. Ame, he turns around onto Night Class, gets that one. Still not dead yet. Now he falls, loses that Aegis, while the Meepo is going to take on the targets that are much easier to get the grab onto the Kunkka. Works him down. Ame and XM now just trying to escape here, but I think Ame is stuck.
All right, he's done. Once you're earthbound, there's just no way out of that situation. Don't have the defensive items to do it. You're either winning the fight or you're losing it slowly. A beautiful Roshan fight, but actually overextend on the map, not respecting what won them that fight in the first place, which was the positional advantage. And just get run down in the open. Like there's no real way to burst a single target when your supports go down early like that. Too much HP to work through on this Meepo.
4 kills to 1. Extreme Gaming did more damage.
I wonder where it all went.
2,500 more damage, but still only got a single kill out of it. I was going to say, it felt like off of that Roshan, it was feasible that we were going to be able to go late game for Extreme, and we would see the Meepo kind of scale out. But
I think they should have just farmed with that Aegis, to be honest.
100%. Extreme got into their heads like, oh, we won a team fight. We've got this, as you said, the Scotty, we got the Aegis on the Morphling, we're strong. You're still facing the same problems you were before the Roshan, though.
Also, how many times are you going to catch this Storm with a Fire Blast into death? Like, that is the dream scenario, but very rare to get that if you're the ones going into P-Vision side of the map. Just impossible. Support backline is going to be so well protected. And there's the Swift Blink for Satanic as he pushes towards this level 25 would be another big timing for him. A lot of mobility now for the Meepo, a lot more damage that can come out. It's concerning for Ame. I mean, he had the one good fight around that pit, but otherwise this matchup has been a big problem for him. And without BKB, you're just high and dry. Like, I understand him not going for it here because he feels like he needs more stats and more damage to win the fight in the first place. But if he gets caught out, he's just done. Very little ways to bail him out. there's the Midas for the Ogre. He went back for it.
Nice.
Don't mind this at all now. I mean, you're in it for the long haul.
Outworld Staff for Decalis is going to make him just a little bit more annoying. Outworld Staff, this is another hero that I feel like is crazy affected by Kunkka. Outworld Staff is just way too good of a disjoint against all of his abilities.
Not a fun matchup for him. No Juggernaut, but he's got to be up there.
Daedalus next for Ame. He just needs as much damage as possible. They get that one disable on one of these heroes. They need to be able to kill that hero within 2 seconds.
Does become harder now that the blinks are online for P-Vision. They eventually got there with both supports, so those blink saves, a lot of range to work with on both the box and the Promise here. You need really good positioning if you're XG. Try and take these fights around a high ground, around your vision, bait P-Vision into you. That's the biggest component. You need the Storm to jump into your lineup. You need the Meepo to go in deep against a position where your supports can see a lot more and P-Visions can see a lot less. That type of situation can work out for you, as we saw.
Yeah.
But it requires a lot of patience, a lot of discipline, and playing those initial portions of the fight really well and not getting baited yourself. Like, P-Vision are probably going to show you heroes that are really tempting to jump, and you just can't commit the jump. You have to stay disciplined here and make sure they jump you. Hex for the Meepo. Good luck. I mean, this guy is just massive, dude. He is absolutely massive. If he finds the Morphling at the start of any of these engagements, the fight is just over. They
Interesting
might be able
call.
to find him here. Look at the smoke.
They're going to run into the Meepo. They had the scan on them, and
got the stun.
P-Vision chose to go. Wait, they do get the Mega Meepo in time. Now the dig, now mass teleport's coming in, but this is an awkward position to take a team fight. Tombstone on the high ground. Tidal Wave goes out, Needle to grab onto the Bat Rider here on the sides. The lasso was put on the 9 class. His Mega Meepo's gonna deal with the Tombstone, while Shin Q is very easily taken out by no one. Whip goes out, DM, he's gonna fall. Whoa.
Another save.
Managed to get another box save going out, and Satanic is still catching them with this
Ame
Meepo.
wants
Good
the
torrent
Meepo.
though. Ame's trying to focus down this Meepo, and he might just have a chance to be able to do so. He gets caught inside the net. Those smaller Meepos trying to get away. Lower HP one, the torrent goes out,
He's
and the
fighting him.
Meepos are almost dead. He got another dig out, but he got one of them. One of the Meepos finally falls.
Buyback.
In this game of whack-a-mole, Ame does finally get that much, but the decays are adding up. DM combined with no one amping up the damage. They had a buyback on Satanic. Wasn't necessary to win the fight, but ensures it, and might just be able to take the entirety of Extreme base.
Not a fight you're ever going to win. You still had Ceaseless Durs there. You had other buybacks.
Yep.
The Undying got bailed out with a save. You're on the outpost. That is such a tough fight, particularly when Satanic has 2 lives. They brought him down once. Credit to them. That was a clutch smoke. If they get him initially off that Fire Blast before the Mega Meepo goes off, they might be able to disengage or take the second half of that. But the second Mega Meepo goes off, it just stalls this play so much.
And it's impossible to stop that. Like, unless you just hit
there's no
literally
way.
the split-second perfect timing on Torrent or Boat or something. He's just, the moment the Meepo gets there, Mega Meepo. It's an instant animation.
Maybe full Daedalus on Morphling, you get some lucky crits in with him and the Sniper.
Yeah, maybe.
Unfortunately, you played into a lot of lives. You gambled, you lost, and you're going to lose 2 lanes here. They're going to walk down the 3rd. Should have heroes up.
Getting the pick also before Ame is back up into play. P-Vision. They get
alive.
enough. Ooh, the dagger doesn't land.
I mean, only 2 lanes. That is a lot, but of course, it's a Meepo buyback in this game. These fights are really difficult. Do have a win condition now, if you're
They
Extreme.
do. It's Roshan's going to be coming up soon.
This is your shot to win this game right now. You're going to have to make something happen. Find this Meepo, bring him down. The fight is open. Translate that into a victory here, because you're not going to get too many more chances in this game.
This Undying is also an issue because they can't focus him down. Now he's got an Aghanim Scepter. He's decaying like every 2 seconds. XXS just pushed up into this high ground area. Not a place I think he wants to be anymore.
Counter high ground tombstone.
Yeah, and they're going to deal with the tombstone pretty quickly. So they've got a dire side tombstone out, and they're trying to focus on DM where they can't. Don't want to drive too far. DM's getting big Aghanim Scepter's hits. They've already taken out 2 of the heroes, and he's still not dead. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, there goes that Ogre. Satanic with the false promise onto DM. He's back up to full HP. Extreme just lose 3 and get nothing for it. Even if they killed the Undying, there's still that Ceaseless Dirge. Oh, no, he used it earlier. Never mind.
They took so much. Dude, Jin Q took so much damage off the Pyrrhic Cloak from the Undying. I was wondering what was bursting him there. Was there some weird interaction with that just exacerbated the damage? He took 1,500 physical from Pyrrhic Cloak in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that sounds right. They were throwing everything they had at Undying.
Yeah, I guess so.
And he's got like 6, 7, 8,000 HP.
I guess that adds up. Yeah, that's just a lot of burst damage. He got melted by that. And there's going to be your fight. There's the Megas.
And with Megas, kind of guarantees you're going to get Roshan uncontested.
It's kind of an awkward way to try and take that fight with Kunkka just going up the hill, getting hit. And then you're like, all right, this is the fight. We're gonna go for it now. I mean, the high ground tombstone spots are honestly working better for XG than they're working for P-Vision, because Ame just goes in, plants his own, has the vision, kills theirs. You have a tombstone, they don't. It puts zombies on the Meepo. It's not a bad idea, to be honest.
Yeah.
You just don't have the sustain. Well, the play into Megas here, look for the
breaks,
Roshan.
Ame on the low ground, he backs away.
P-Vision don't have to do anything here. They're just going to sit high ground and watch the creeps assault XG's base.
XM isn't really going to be enough to deal with 3 different waves pushing in. Extreme are just going to have to show more heroes eventually.
It's also honestly scary for him to do this. Because if you're P-Vision, it's pretty tempting to just send Meepos up here or Meepo plus the Storm, jump the Sniper.
I like this idea. Ame trying to force things by going to the Roshan pit, but it's pretty easily dissuaded as DM's like, okay, I'm just going to start stacking up decays if you want to do that.
Gotta take some crazy risk at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how they start this, but P-Vision is actually the one to smoke. Do they go for the Sniper?
I would go Sniper here.
Yeah, they're going to go to Sniper.
Like, who cares about Roche right now? I don't think it does anything for XG anyway. You get the Sniper, you're going to force TPs out of Extreme. You're going to put them in a really awkward position. He does have buyback on the Sniper. That's kind of the one downside of this play, but you're going to get a free jump here. He's just
Instant death for XM. Mass TPs back as their tier 4s are dropping fast. They're going to jump onto the Ogre as he TPs in first. Pelosin, he's going to die pretty quickly.
Oracle's
they do manage to
dead.
kill the Oracle right away, though. That's actually a great start for Extreme. Lasso back onto the Ringmaster.
Okay.
Both supports are dead. Somehow it ends up being P-Vision, who are out of position for that.
They committed. And
got an X onto a Meepo here. Pulls him back in, the Mega Meepo. Do they go the Undying or do they go to the Meepo? Both have crazy amounts of HP right now. Exxon on his dieback potentially as he's BKB. The Storm Spirit's all laning for him. Shivas goes out. He chases after him, and XM, he stands his ground where he can, runs out of mana. Storm Spirit, oh, they got him in the end. DM gets the dieback onto the Sniper, and now it's up to Ame to carry the team fight, and he clearly cannot against all the heroes of P-Vision. And they will finally close out this game at 43 minutes. Extreme did an excellent job of, like, I mean, I feel like this game was just doomed from the draft. They made it a bit of a contest, but
I don't think they played that bad. That's just one of those games. You got cheesed on the last pick. The game's pretty hard anyway because of the amount of saves and sustain that P-Vision have to play around. This Undying is a huge threat in the offlane when you give it away. It's just a very tough hero to answer. I don't think Kunkka Ogre are giving you much to do it in the team fight. He was a massive problem as this game went on. You're not even killing him once, let alone through the Ceaseless Dirge on these outpost fights, on the Roshan fights. The Storm Spirit has a lot of mobility to play with. You caught him once with a Fire Blast. No one's not going to make that mistake again. Too many problems to solve in this game for your XG, and the game is too slow. The only way you can win this game is if you completely snowball this game off the Sniper, and that did not happen.
yeah, they tried in that first 10-15 minutes. We saw them pretty frantically trying to play around the map and such, but it just didn't really work out for them. They tried to go late. That also was kind of destined for failure. And in the end, P-Vision walk away with the Game 1 victory off of the very last pick, Meepo.
100% win rate for Meepo, 0% win rate for Sniper, and the first loss ever in EWC for the Batrider. A lot of things to break down. We ended the draft saying, oh yeah, P-Vision is going to play fast, but if the game lasts long enough, then Extreme has a very good shot. And I feel like the game did last long enough, Lacoste, but they still didn't.
No, Extreme Gaming, they kind of lost the laning stage and everything pretty heavily, which was kind of expected with the lineup that they did have. 24 Meepo is a bit of a different beast. This is like 24 Broodmother, you know, Huskar a lot of the times as well. But they had the opportunity to maybe pull the game back on their side of the map, because they could have... They got in the Aegis, they got one really big fight, and then they just crumbled, like taking a really bad fight, and suddenly the net worth skyrocketed from 5k to 15k. Ame got isolated in that fight, and after that, like, I don't think you can give them as many chances in this game, especially how far behind they were.
I think one thing that I was definitely underestimating going late for P-Vision is the strength of Undying with Octarine Core. Like, maybe the Octarine Core is part of what DM considers to be like crucial on Zero, because he goes for it every single game, and stacking decays over and over and over again on Morphling, like, this is now strength he cannot morph into agility, right? So this is pretty impactful. And with the Octarine Core, like, he was unkillable. With the Pirate Cloak as well, killing Jinkyu, like, he was a late game carry.
He really was. Now, there were a couple of moments that were really cool. One in particular, Jenkins, you wanted to really see again.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and roll the clip here. This was just 9-class doing some 9-class things. I thought this was really cool. You know, these little details in the early game, hits with the whip there to force XXS to let the boat combo go off at the last possible second, so that way he can illusion dodge it with Ringmaster. It is these small little details that give an advantage in the early game, and yes, XG did have some comeback fight, but from the early game onward, other than that fight, this was in P-Vision's control the entire time.
It was, and that kind of made it extra, like, it was already going to be difficult for Extreme Gaming to play this game, and that means that Ame in particular, Lacoste, is going to struggle a little bit, but maybe a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, they did a very good job on the side of P-Vision to be able to shut down Ame. We have a couple of clips showing it where this is the twin gate rotation from Meepo 5 minutes in. This is the power of the hero, where you're farming the bottom lane, you're making the twin gate rotation, so they are bringing in the numbers. DM is here. Even position 5 is going to be making the move as well. You can see that Ame, like, he can't move. You're playing against Meepo. Ducalis is going to be getting the kill, and Ducalis is going to be getting another kill from this one. Sure, you're getting the 9-class trade, but you're also delaying the items on the Morphling, which was kind of the key thing in the first couple of kills that they were getting, where they don't want him to get the Manta Style. They don't want this dispel to be able to happen. And this is also a bit of a longer fight where no one, like, you can see both of the supports immediately, even DM running towards the mid lane, trying to secure the rune. So no one gets the shield runes. He's going to be very tanky. And XM, he's out of shrapnels, doesn't have that much to offer. And now even 9-class is coming in. And you can also see Meepo on the minimap. He's farming 2 big camps while all this is happening, seeing that the rest of the team is going to be able to take the fight. But he decides to join with one of them. Again, seeing Ame, that he's very vulnerable, and he's going to be having some insanely good timings on that Meepo. This is like Dragonlance plus Diffusal Blade, 12 minutes into the game, full Disperser, 16 minutes into the game, and again, Ame getting caught here. P-Vision understanding where he's going to be farming. Meepo, again, coming through the Twin Gate. This is the, I would say, the best team at EWC that is utilizing so far the Twin Gate rotations, and Ame is going to die. This is going to be his 3rd death. Very difficult to come back into the game with a start like this.
I think the understanding of Morphling nerfs is very apparent at Satanic's gameplay. Like, the fact that people are going stats.
He's a Morphling expert
He's
himself.
a Morphling expert, exactly. Like, 2 points in the stat morph is legitimately not enough to survive through Meepo damage. In the past, it honestly was. Like, it was so OP that Meepo with like 3 Meepos on you would not kill you. But he understands that Morph is a super punishable hero in the early game. You can't treat him like he is like the old Morph where he's unkillable. Maybe the Meepo matchup was actually a lot better for Morphling, but it's so bad on the current patch.
It is, and then the one fight, Lacoste, that you already mentioned, there was one fight where it did look like, okay, this is the turning point. This is where Extreme does it.
It potentially was, but they decided to blow away the advantage almost immediately after. But they did a good job. Like, once you have this sniper on the high ground, when you have Morphling who's going to be able to deal the damage, it's also going to be a bit of a longer fight as well. You can see Jinkyu, he's been struggling. He's been struggling in most of these fights. He jumps in, playing into all all of these aura. Very difficult for him.
The double save as well was
but
so
XXS,
hard.
he's super tanky, and you can see the positioning. Both of the carries kind of, you have Sniper and your Morphling sitting on the high ground, and they are dodging this Wheel of Wonder, but they're going to be able to play a bit of a longer fight. Jinkyu does have something to TP to, and immediately comes back into the fight. XM, he's uncontested in this fight. Like, his positioning is really, really good. Manages to peep with his Sniper Reno, and manages to get keep them isolated. You can see that at this point, Meepo doesn't have much to offer, and this is also going to be resulting in Roche, which they're going to get the Aegis and then kind of throw the game away.
Do you think if they would have killed Meepo in that fight as well, because you know they didn't, that would have been enough of
No, it's just the
enough.
timing, like all of the items that they do have, all of these auras, because you have these Glimmer Caves. I think P-Vision is the best team to understand the items that they're playing for, because if you look at the itemization, you always have Glimmer Cape, you always have Drums or Solar Crest, you have all of these auras from Undying, plus also you have your Ringmaster as well at the later stages, picking up Vlads for your Meepo just to have that extra bit of a damage and lifesteal.
Now, we said earlier, you know, at the end of the game, last pick Meepo is always going to be like, you got Meepo, what can you do? Do you think it's going to be that simple, Jenkins, for Extreme to go into game number 2 and think, well, we just got Meepo, clean slate?
I think there's definitely an element of that. You consider it in the draft now, maybe itemize with like more respect to the Meepo. For example, we saw Ame pick up Butterfly, and he didn't go for BKB. So you have the True Strike from Meepo coming from level 20 talent. So I think maybe like itemizing differently, and maybe just having that experience against Meepo and being able to adjust in another game is enough. But another point about Meepo is that Meepo teams have tried and it has not worked. So I think a lot of teams are not considering it really as a hero, and P-Vision is the only team that has been able to pull it off recently. So yeah, you definitely consider it.
Okay, we're going to find out how the teams will adjust in game number 2 after a break.
This land is calling.
Hello again, you are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we're getting ready for game number 2. And that means one team is in front of the other. We got P-Vision, one game up against Extreme Gaming, and that makes Extreme Gaming maybe extremely nervous because they are one game away from potential elimination, as this is all elimination on the line. P-Vision one game up, some might just say Meepo game, brush it off, go again, game 2. I will say we're gonna have the same pick order where Extreme once again has first pick. They did get their hands on this Batrider, and I think it wasn't necessarily Meepo that made me feel like the Bat just, like I thought Zinq had a really rough game. He died first almost every single time, and it wasn't always to the Meepo.
Yeah, we'll just call it what it is. P-Vision had an idea versus Batrider. They left it in the pool. It's considered the strongest hero of the patch, arguably. Yep. And there was a reason for it. It's because they picked 2 save supports.
Yes, it's very difficult to play Batrider into these 2 saving supports, into pipe. Makes it extremely difficult. They're also itemizing getting these Glimmer Capes as well. And he also doesn't have that much of a follow-up on Batrider. Like, they don't have this explosive damage. Kunkka's damage is relatively slow. He didn't go for damage. He didn't go for the aura items as well. Sniper, he needs to peep from the distance. Morphling also needs to be careful how he approaches the fight. So, very difficult overall Batrider game. And I don't think we're going to be seeing the same thing. I think Zhao 8 might need to cook something different. And he is probably one of the best coaches when it comes down to drafting completely different style. Like, you might be playing like some early game oriented draft, and then in the game 2 you're playing 5 completely different heroes. He knows, like, this is one of the most experienced coaches we had in Dota, and he can definitely like make that shift happen. But I'm just also worried if they have enough in the tank to play against P-Vision, because I think they figured out the meta. I think P-Vision got all what it takes when it comes down to building all of these auras, and I think for the rest of the tournament, when you're playing against P-Vision, you can kind of expect Ogre from the offlane, and you can expect Undying to happen, because DM seems to be playing these heroes and he doesn't care.
Every game.
Pretty much.
Every game.
We've also seen a lot of teams go for the double support saves, not just against the Batrider, but just in general, and oftentimes it is the Dazzle plus a Tusk. And we had the Ringmaster and the Oracle, of course, in this one. Dazzle was also banned in this, so I kind of feel like this is something that, in Batrider's case, makes him less valuable, but it definitely is something that you should consider if you're Extreme, because you need something to kill these supports with.
I think so too. Like with regards to the 2 save supports, sometimes you can pick this and you're griefing your draft completely, because like Tusk plus Dazzle is really good because Tusk is a hero that's running around actually being active. Like, he can initiate fights. Yeah. Like, they're kind of different archetypes. Yeah. Oracle Ringmaster, this is actually quite risky because they're the exact same archetype, essentially. But the reason that it worked is because Meepo, Storm, and Undying, they go in, right? It's like there's a lot of frontliners, there's a lot of jump, there's a lot of protection for the 2 supports that you're not griefing your draft by doing that. Yeah. I want to go back to the Batrider from Zinq because I feel like he's playing the Tusks, he's playing the melee heroes. This just feels like the winning formula for Extreme, that he is playing Tiny, Marcy, these like go in there, get things started heroes, these melee heroes. And I feel like they got baited into the Batrider pick because it's the best hero of the tournament.
And
but
they left it in, so
but they've not played it. They don't have experience with it on the current patch.
This is what happens when one team like is very versatile when it comes to the drafting. So they're like, we can play anything, and then one team does set a trap for you where you're like, oh, we know what you're gonna be picking. I think this was a very well set trap from P-Vision, knowing exactly what they're gonna go for. You have your coach, you have your analyst checking the numbers, trying to break them down. You see this hero being like 100% out of 8 games, heavily contested, second most contested hero of the tournament, and you kind of don't want to miss on the opportunity to not pick it, because you know that 9 class will play that hero. So you're kind of put it on the spot where you either need to pick it or you need to ban it. Maybe you were thinking they will ban it instead of what they banned last, and that was, I believe, Puck in the previous game.
Okay, so Batrider is still left in the pool, but Extreme, they respect the trap that Lacoste was mentioning. They're not going to be, tricked by that again.
But they're also not banning it, so they're leaving it in.
This leaves it in for 9 class, potentially. So the question here is, did Extreme understand well enough what P-Vision did to counter the bat that now they're comfortable, like, hey, we can just do the same thing to them?
Yeah, does P-Vision prioritize it that highly? Because they also have not gotten the chance to play it that frequently because it's just been banned most of the time. So maybe they are a team that sometimes just comes in with the specific plan, and if the Batrider doesn't fit in that plan, they'll ignore it, no matter how good the hero is.
To be honest, I personally prefer that sort of drafting because you have all of this prep and you're confident that, like, with this prep, you're going to win the game. You're going to win the series. Obviously, every team's going to come in with that confidence. And completely changing that up is like, you're kind of 50-50. Like, what's the draft going to be, right? It's RNGing it. And it's like, why would you do that unless you're the inferior team?
Yeah, that's for sure.
I would also say that maybe with some heroes in the past, that would be the case, where it would be worth just taking it and turning everything around for it. But the Batrider is good, yes, but I don't think any of the current heroes are like completely like, oh my gosh, this is busted, we need to pick it up.
Yeah, this is something that we said. This Undying Ogre, teams playing against P-Vision will definitely have this on the radar because of the how the heroes work with all that extra strength. Decay especially makes your Crimson Guard so much better if you can pop it mid-fight, and you're not really afraid to go in. Like, there's just not enough burst damage when you have that Crimson Pipe. You can't just burst them down from 100 to 0. Even if you do, we saw in the previous game, like, you're taking the fight near your outposts and near your tower, so you can come in with the Ceaseless Dirge and make sure that you are bringing those auras potentially for the second time, or if you didn't pop them the first time, because the fights are going to be much, much longer. And this is a good response, I would say. Just Doom in general, they're trying to split up the combo. Warlock plus Doom, one of my favorite lanes at the moment from the safe lane. But Doom, we saw him play it so well. I don't want to see like any position for Doom or anything like that. Maybe if there's a Darkseer, but offlane Doom for me is quite dead. I just wanted to see this hero from position 1.
I mean, Bane is still available. I guess you're doubling down then on items that like Linken's and Lotus counters. Oh, Batrider's still there, of course. So here we go. All right, now the question is, can Extreme play the same sort of counter strat to the Batrider? So let's say like Oracle. I mean, Oracle against Doom is a little weird because it depends on when you cast the Oracle ult. But it's pretty easy. Like, I think that's pretty good for the Oracle because you can just wait for the Doom to tick down a little bit and then use the ult.
They like Abaddon as well. But then you have to be really in, so...
I mean, Abaddon would be good for both sides, actually. Like, DM needs another aura hero to play in the offlane with Batrider.
You don't want it to be. You don't want it to be Doom. Like, is Doom now completely every time set to be a carry?
I think so.
I believe so. I think we try to play him from the offlane. It just doesn't work. You're not getting the value. I'm fine with Darkseer plus Doom. Offlane duo, when you have Darkseer, something that's going to give him damage. This damage over time is pretty nuts when you can start to scale. But I would say 99% this is going to be carry Doom. And I want to see something from Extreme Gaming that's going to be dealing with this Batrider, dealing with this Doom, potentially. That's the classic. This is something that P-Vision does really well, where Batrider goes in, you can send him back. Usually they save Disruptor for a bit of the later stages of the draft. We saw him multiple times picking it at 23, sometimes even 24. But this is something that you did mention, that you want to see this Tusk roaming around, 2 supports who can make stuff happen on the map compared to the previous game where they got ran over. We're kind of lacking some of the damage as well. So Extreme Gaming already making the shift.
Yeah, just confirm though, the Tusk cannot save from the lasso.
That is correct.
Yes,
you cannot save from lasso. So this is purely a, hey, he's in queue. What do you want to play? He wants to play Tusk. It's arguably his best hero currently. Like, he looks amazing on it. The snowball saves are insane from him. It's still very good against Doom. And a very nice pairing with Disruptor and also Pango. You can use the Icy Hands, Lacoste, of course.
Tag team.
With the Pango Swashbuckle, does a ton of damage if you want to run that as an offlane duo.
I like this a lot. We've seen good amounts of Pugna 4-1 currently, but great against tag team, great against like when you're trying to focus somebody, great against like just having the Cripify for yourself when you're playing against Pango. You don't need to buy into Ghost Scepter. Everything from Pango is physical, so one, the Cripify is going to ruin this hero. I thought maybe there was going to be an option for potentially Bane coming out, but seems like they want to be going for a bit of a different route. Seems like they think with Lasso, with Doom, they have enough, and this is the hero that doesn't have the highest win rate, but this is the hero that also gives them, you know, the aura bias.
Yeah.
It's basically just another aura bot.
That's pretty much what I think this is from P-Vision, is the 2 aura bots that they think are the best for DM, and they've seemed to have slotted him into that role, are banned out, and that's the Ogre and the Undying, and the third best one in Dota is probably Darkseer. So just get him the Darkseer. Extreme, they can't counterpick with the Oracle. They could Huskar, or not Huskar, Ursa. Like there's still...
Into Pugna could be a bit tricky. Into Doom, not the best matchup, but I think you might need to take an L. There's a lot of heroes that carries don't like to play into, so you need to figure out like what's good in the lane and what's good for the game. I don't think they have that many choices. And also to point out that there is still flex available potentially for P-Vision. They could play Batrider from the mid lane if it's a good game for it, and then play this Doom position 4 with Darkseer and pick something different for the carry if they feel like it.
Very true. I could definitely see this team doing that. No one is not like known as like, oh, he's a Grandmaster Batrider, but he is one of the most versatile mid laners currently. Like he will play something like he is a Grandmaster, even if he's not.
Well, he's also been around long enough that he was playing all the mid lanes when Batrider was one of the common mids.
Yeah. You know what? I find it very interesting that Extreme is willing to pick Ame Gyrocopter into Doom, because the whole function of Gyro is that you get stunned and you have Satanic and you heal the full HP. Well, actually, they don't have Satanic. P-Vision has Satanic, but when Gyrocopter gets stunned, like he can heal the full HP. Doom completely prevents that. Like we have seen historically speaking, people pick Doom to counter Gyro, or they
just so
ban
he
Doom.
can get that second life.
Yeah, the second life is a big part of what makes this hero strong. However, you know, Pugna has Decrepify, so right, this is amping your magic damage, and Gyrocopter does all magic damage. Darkseer, you can shove out the lane. He's going to push in the lane with Ion Shells into you. You can shove out the lane with Flat Cannon. So I see the idea, but if the game does go very late game, Gyro is absolutely answered here.
Definitely. And also you just pick Gyro into Darkseer, who loves to build Crimson Guard, who loves to build Pipe. So a lot of these are going to be, like a lot of that damage is going to be negated immediately. Also, because they don't have the last pick overall, XM, they can't go for some of these sneaky heroes that they like to play from the mid lane. Like when they see the matchup, maybe go for the Slardar, maybe go for the Timber Saw, but that's just not going to happen here. So they're going to need to pick something relatively generic, maybe something like an Ember Spirit, something along those lines if he wants to play it, but still going to be banning out that Slardar that I just mentioned, that I didn't think they're going to go for it because they will have to pick it blindly.
A little bit of respect still on XM Slardar. Take him out of his comfort zone.
And then Extreme is actually the team that bans out Puck.
Yeah.
That's, I think that would have been a decent pick for them.
They could still want that Pango mid.
Yeah, true. And then you play something that's like better against Doom as a carry. But I mean, there's still the flex potential that Lacoste mentioned. So
yeah, true.
You can't bank on that either.
Very true.
So I think just getting like a generically good mid laner here is solid. I really like Ember as well. Like the chains combo versus Bat. He doesn't like playing into that. It's really hard to lasso him. It's hard to Doom him. Oh, they ban Ember. They banned the 2 heroes I thought they would take.
And we have a Bristleback. Now, I know this record doesn't look too great for the Bristleback, and I have heard a lot of people being quite critical of the hero, but that was mostly in relation to how high of priority Falcons gave it just a couple of days ago.
There's a possibility that they, like, I mean, both of them are melee heroes, but you can still play Bristle from the mid lane, something that BZM played like 2-3 months ago. It's a possibility, but this is also very good, like a Lifestealer Morphling type of a game.
I was thinking that as well.
Like Morphling probably my priority because you are playing against the Gyrocopter. The only thing you need to be careful about is Disruptor. Everything else is pretty much physical damage, and we saw what they could do with all of these auras, but.
I
then you would need to have like Batrider from the mid lane, Doom position 4. They're just going to go with the Storm Spirit.
Okay, well, I mean, there's very little disable for Storm. It's the same thing as Morph. You have to catch him with Static Storm. They are really taking some notes from the Valorant boys. Goodness gracious. Is he yelling in Portuguese?
I think at the end he is, but I definitely heard English before, but I cannot repeat because it's not suitable for broadcast.
Okay. What else is not suitable for broadcast is the bristleback, although instead of going for the Amar build, he's going for the Snot Rocket facet. So indeed, he will be building into those utility items, you know, Lotus Orb, Blade Mail, that sort of thing.
Makes a lot of sense. You do have Pango on the team, which is all physical, so lowering their armor, also amplifying the damage from the Gyrocopter as well, tag team. There is a lot of physical damage, but again, auras coming out from P-Vision could come in super handy. Darkseer with 2 auras, maybe even 3 auras, depends. He's not going to be, you know, going Whisper build, picking up some Helm of the Dominator, Orchid type of a build, because it's more about tanking up the team. And again, Satanic Doom, we've seen it time and time again in the last couple of months, especially when they were playing against Heroic, that this guy is going for the solo pickoffs. Like, I think in the 20+ kills that he did have in that game, I think half of them were solo kills.
Yeah. And I think that the targets for him this game are excellent. I mean, even the last pick, Bristleback, Doom functions as a pretty good counter to him. Like, you cannot just Bristleback, you know, lifesteal, damage reduction, run away, counters the gyro. Like, this is a pretty free Doom game other than Tusk Save.
It does sound like both of you are very much liking what P-Vision has got for themselves in this game, and it seems like it's going to be a struggle for Extreme Gaming to make a dent in P-Vision's armor. If they are going to, how will they do it? What is their strong points?
They need to play fast. Like, they need to enable pretty much all 3 of their cores. This Pango needs to pop off. We've seen Pangos mostly from the off lane, getting a really good start. A couple of games yesterday, WS2 games that he did play. I think he needs to replicate what he's been able to do from the off lane and get that ball rolling. But yeah, no. Not going to be easy for Extreme Gaming by any means.
Well, let's see if Extreme Gaming are up for this challenge. We're heading to game number 2 and potentially elimination on the line for Extreme. It's Cap and SVG.
It's rough to start the series a game down like Extreme Gaming is, but now we can have an actual contest on our hands. We have a real draft, Avery, and dare I say, an excellent draft. A draft that clearly outdrafted P-Vision. Well done to Xiaowei.
Sarcasm.
No, I think they have a really good draft. They've got a bunch of team fight, got a bristle.
You genuinely favor XG here?
By a lot.
Really? Why?
I don't know. I just know you didn't like the draft, so.
I know you're just a contrarian.
Well, no. Contrarian is a general attitude. This is very specific. I'm just doing it just because I know you don't like it.
Look, I'm a big Xiaowei disciple. You know that. I've made my stance clear over the years.
Yeah. Gitoro, Xiaowei. Who else? Yeah,
that's it.
You've got your idols.
That said, I think this has been one of the weaker tournaments draft-wise from him and XG overall. I think it's not putting enough pressure on your opponents. Like, you're letting people get a lot of their signature picks. They're bringing these lineups together in ways that have a lot of bailout. They can buy a lot of utility. They can hit multiple timings in the game. They can own you on lanes. They can go in the mid-game with auras. They can scale. And you're picking these lineups where it requires a lot of outplay against your opponents. Like, you have to, you know, as the panel said, we need a fast game from XG. We don't really see a lot of ultra-fast games from XG. This is not the team that's going to necessarily run you over. If anything, it maybe comes from XM in that mid lane. Like, you can sometimes just outskill people and give them a lot of tempo, but otherwise, they kind of just play for the mid and late game timing, getting Ame super farmed, getting their cores in a position where they're all kind of equal footing and can hold their own in the fight. And this is another lineup it's a solid lineup, but what is special about it?
Okay, so game 1, I didn't need you to point out the weaknesses or the outdraft there. Like, I saw it. I don't see it here. What is wrong with Extreme Gaming's lineup?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay.
I just don't feel the oomph. And I think it's another game where this storm can pop off. I think it's another game where Doom can pose some problems for a mostly single core lineup with this gyro. Like, this Doom gyro matchup's not fun. It kind of prevents you buying the Satanic later on, which is a big component of this hero as a carry. And, okay, let's say you're in a situation where the gyro gets doomed, he gets taken out of the fight. Can the other two cores pick up the slack? They can a bit. But you are into, like, Batrider, Pugna that can kite you around, provide a little sustain, a little displacement. I just feel like P-Vision have more options in how to take fights. in how to scale their lineup, whereas XG is more single-focused. Like, they need to get farm on the gyro, the pango, and the bristle. So if someone gets doomed, the other two can pick up the fight. And it's a lot of physical all-in DPS. There's not a lot of magic and kiting ability here. It's like all-in, we're going to out-physical you here. If P-Vision get armor up, if they get AC Shivas in this game, negates a lot of XG's damage.
Okay, but
the
sure.
BKBs are good.
But another way to describe that is it's a synergistic lineup in that they have physical damage and minus armor and tag team.
Sure. I think that's why it's a solid draft. I think this is a closer draft than game 1 for sure.
Yeah. Oh.
Like, I don't think it's that unfavorable.
It would be tough to make a worse drafting outcome than game 1, I think.
I'm just conveying the point that I have not been inspired.
Okay, that's
not
fair.
that my opinion
fair.
means much, but
I'll let Xiao know that one of his most faithful disciples has begun to lose faith, and maybe it's time for him to hang it up.
I don't think he cares. I don't think he even knows who I am.
Well, I hope he cares about that game 1 outcome, because I don't really think Extreme Gaming had too much of a chance in that one. But maybe they can. I mean, they still played very well in game 1. I think despite the odds that they were up against.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of issues with the gameplay. Their options were super limited, and they honestly played some of those fights pretty patiently, pretty disciplined. They overextended with that Aegis period, but honestly, there's going to be criticism for how they use that Aegis. I just don't know how often you can win the game from that position anyway with the Aegis. Like, what are you supposed to do with it other than farm and play defensive? This game, they should have some more aggressive options because you're not on some Meepo clock. You have multiple playmakers here.
One grenade out on XXS, trying to chase him down. Tag team just used to try and slow down the aggression on XXS. And yeah, Bristleback Tusk, they may have some synergy with the other heroes, but they don't actually have much synergy between themselves.
The lane's pretty weak.
Yeah.
You're looking to maybe get stacks and accelerate this Bristle that way, but no pressure going into this Doom at all. The pressure will have to pick up here for XG because you want to get something with this Disruptor, right? And they do have a lineup that can run at P-Vision and set the glimpses up. Gyro's pretty good at it. Pango's pretty good at it. The Bristle is good at it later when he gets some recovery time.
Glimpse back. DM, he's going to be caught by the rotation from Jin Q. What a rotation.
Yeah, nice little pick-me-up. And this is more what they need for this lineup. Like, the supports combining around the map, just running at heroes, glimpsing them out of position. You have a lot of single-target bursts to put into them. This Gyro can really accelerate the Disruptor's game, and the Disruptor can accelerate the Gyro's game if they work together here.
Right.
And that's where this lineup can kind of pop off. If the Gyro gets a lead, he's always a beast of a hero.
That combo of Glimpse Missile is like something small that's actually really annoying. You're running away, the missile chases you, then you get glimpsed back, the missile just continues to follow you. Now you're in a bad position and the missile hits you.
And they're going to get 9 class, 2 for nothing here. As
pretty easy.
DM forced into the jungle, the usual P-Vision shenanigans. Though in this situation, he did get a decent amount off the lane. Like, he already had the ring, he's got some stacks going. So this is not a raw jungling from DM at all.
Yeah, the same out is not there for XXS, for example, who, well, if they could get the kill on Takalis, that would forgive a lot. Now, Takalis does have some answers to some of this physical damage. It's only going to last so long, though. Decrepify wears out. He'll eventually get the kill. XXS, he's going to take out, though, due to the Scorched Earth from Satanic. In fact, he might get a double. Jin Q might have to snowball just to live. And even then, Satanic can keep the pressure on him.
I still like this from Jin Q. Way more active game than that game one. He already has 3 assists on the board. He's impacted 2 lanes. You want to make this laning phase chaotic. Even if the Bristle goes down, so what? He wasn't getting anything here anyway.
Yeah.
And at least you're getting some XP for him as he takes the Pugna down, creating some chaos around the map, forcing some reactions out of P-Vision. That's how you can turn this game into a Disruptor game and just catch them off guard. Paulson rotating in mid. If he was not level 6, absolutely be a kill here, but unfortunately no one had another pretty good laning phase on this Storm. And has secured his own game here.
Good pressure on the tower, at least.
Triple range creep plus catapult. I'll do a little bit of chip damage. Maybe bring him off the power rune. They bring both supports here and they'll get it.
Little lucky and a little unlucky. Got the rune, but it's an invis rune.
Downside is if that's a better rune, maybe you can contest what's happening in Radiant Jungle right now, because stacks are being cleared through by this Darkseer Batrider.
Yeah.
P-Vision don't want anybody coming in here. And you got to be sniffing it out right now if you're XG. They've been off the lane for a while. You know the usual shenanigans.
Main Pelosin.
tough punish with Vanguard already done.
Yeah. I'll get a little damage on the tower, but I mean, you know, your matchup against these European teams, they're going to be abusing the stacks like this. Shin Q, he tries to get a little bit of idea of what's going on here. Here comes XM. With the Infizz, he might be in position to get a good Rolling Thunder or just burst down 9 class right away. Now the Rolling Thunder, they're going to go after DM. A little bit of body blocking, glimpse back. XM didn't know that was going to happen exactly.
Yeah.
Poor communication between the two.
Not the synergy you're looking for there.
Yeah, no one's going to go back for it. See if he get punished, Pelosin pulled back in due to his passive. It actually pushes away some of these heroes. Ion Shell, though, he's going to be run down. Oh, no, Satanic just found the gyrocopter kill at top lane.
What a Doom connection for him.
Looks like he went through the gate. Pelosin lives, though. Gets through that one, gets a glimpse back, but to Crapify, that negates all the damage from the Pango.
And they defend the Ancient stack there, which was the original prize.
Right.
Nice exchange for P-Vision, particularly Satanic finding that gyro kill. That's where this matchup, it just sucks for gyro. There's not a lot you can do. Doom finds you, he dooms you. Your fight's pretty sad. It's pretty over unless you have enough HP. You can just sit there and take everybody with you. And he's got Surge to play around with this game as well. He's got Lasso to drag the gyro in. Alme's game is not that easy here. Was having a very good start. This is going to set him back considerably.
Satanic. 9 class is surrounded by heroes, and once he's spotted, well, they still have the glimpse. Can they go for the kill? Snowball into Satanic. They're really trying to go for this hero. He's pretty, tanky. But the Midas armor, it's wearing through him, but they do actually have the damage. Now, XG, they might lose both heroes here for this, trying to block him out with the shards. Of course, 9 class just
he can't get him.
Flies through it, but he can't do enough damage.
Ran out of spells. Vanguard blocks the hits.
Long sip, teleport away from the Bristleback is successful. No one. He'll try and get both the supports, and will have both the supports. Big galvanized stacks for no one off of that play.
If you're XG, you're just happy you didn't get all 3 there. Your Bristol survives. Nice little trade for XXS, but yeah, amp damage, no one coming in. This is another reason why I kind of favor P-Vision. I just don't see them lose with no one Storm. Like, this guy is just way too good on this hero to get in these games where it comes later in the draft and he has backup and he's against kind of limited lockdown. I just would not bet against this guy. And he is top of the net worth chart. Even after Doom solo killed Gyro, 3-0 start for the Storm. Got the galvanized stacks up. He's cruising.
The stacking continues.
Oh, yeah. They're just not laning up top. There's nothing for Ame to punish on this wave.
I mean, we've talked about this a lot. What do you do when the enemy team is stacking like this? So many teams default to just trying to even the experience and stack themselves.
You run it their safe lane because you have a numbers advantage, or you run it the stacks and you at least dissuade them, get vision on them, harass it a little bit, reach the XP, but it has to be one of the two.
I mean, we've talked about how running at the stacks just very rarely goes well for the team that's being aggressive. I feel like that play works like 1 in 5.
It's not that easy.
And then 3 and 5, it goes terrible.
It's super dependent on the mid matchup and if you can punish the mid hero. In this game, the Storm is pretty hard for XG to interact with early until you have static Storm up, which means every time you go to try and combat those stacks, the Storm Spirit's just lingering around. He's going to kill you on the return.
Playing for 10-minute rune. Oh, got him on the Rolling Thunder hit before he could zip away. The chain stun is going to come through. They've got him. Good pickup from Extreme. And maybe they even get the haste rune. Yeah, XM's going to get that. And off of that, no, he doesn't want to chase after the puck. No, fair enough.
He got what he came for. Big kill on the Storm, into the power rune. Speed up this defusal. Extra experience for the Disruptor, who really needs to get the 6 in this game for Static Storm kill threat on this lineup. Very good Static Storm game. You can get it up early and start using it in the fights. Annoying spell for the Pugna, annoying for the Darkseer. Bat doesn't like this matchup too early in the early game. Storm's not going to have a defensive item for a while. XG, strike back. Get Ame into that bottom part of the map as well, so...
Oh, XM. Oh, gets grabbed midway through the shield crash. Fortunately, he's got that haste rune from earlier, so he can just run away.
And Ducalis really wants this tower. Is he going to die for it, though?
Yeah, XM really doesn't want to let it have it. The Sister Shroud, pretty good in those situations.
I will say, I think the armor items are quite good for P-Vision as this game goes later. I think there are some items that are quite nice for Extreme Gaming. I would like to see them pull out here, particularly an earlier Nullifier.
Yeah, that was... do you think that was missing in Game 1?
A little. I mean, you can deal with some of the auras, but I don't think it's as clear a nullifier game as this one is when you're against Pugna Darkseer.
Yeah.
You negate so much spell power and item power with that item in this game. I would absolutely love it.
And Pango's a really good hero to have it.
Yes, they have a clear builder for it. So if that item comes out, could be a nice timing for XG in this game. I also think Lotus Orbs are quite good for them here. There's Bat, there's Storm, there's Doom. If you can Lotus Orb protect this Gyro, makes him a way more of an annoying target to go on. So some of these clutch utility items could be really nice for Extreme Gaming this game and negate some of the spell power that P-Vision are bringing to the fights. Should be an easy glimpse here. Will he get the tower? They didn't deny
the tower.
I have to roll on him.
Got him to use the Rolling Thunder. These are all wins for Dakalis. Sure, he'll take a little L in that he dies, but...
Skelly Boy got the job done.
Oh, Arcane Rune for XN, though.
He's having a solid game here. He's not that rich, but he's been involved. He's got his Diffusal. He's getting some power runes. Kind of everything you want while this Gyro cleans up the map. And we haven't seen another Doom in this game. Satanic just back into that jungle, found the one top, but not a lot of early fights for him to join. XG controlling the tempo here.
Okay, XG's now doing some stacks for themselves. A little bit harder for Xin-Q to get the double stacks, but...
Might get it here. It's pretty close. Oh, he got the Ancient, didn't get the big. That's tough with the Tusk.
Yeah. Have to, like, Blood Grenade for it.
Ancient's are the more important one here, though, when you have already 4 points Flak Gyro coming in with the early Crystallis.
Drops the ultimate to make it a little bit easier. Tag Team even being used. Tag Team Swashbuckle and Flak Cannon. Really, really, really good synergy in the early game.
You got those Goose stacks going around. That is a lot of minus armor synergy, or I should say physical damage synergy. The early Crimson from DM. That's his way to try and combat all these hits going through. Can't blame him. Seems like a pretty good game for it.
It is, yeah.
And yeah, that Bat Blink is going to be a signal to try and pick this game pace up, but that's a ways away, honestly. The P-Vision support's pretty poor this time around. Didn't get a lot done in the laning phase. Had to sacrifice a lot of their net worth to get the stacks up for the Darkseer.
Smoke up with the Power Rune. The Arcane Rune popped in the bottle, and they now have an Illusion Rune, which is really not that bad considering he's got a Diffusal Blade and the minus armor orb.
Can also
good
dodge
division
lasso.
on Satanic.
Ooh, this would be the dream pickoff.
It is the dream pickoff indeed. That'll delay the Radiance by a decent amount.
I don't think you had to Static Storm here. That's kind of the one downside of that. But they didn't want to return Doom going off, and they don't know who's around, so I understand it. Just that spell is so valuable in this early game.
Okay, I think the Rolling Thunder is more valuable. So I'm okay if you're going to use one of the two, I guess. Then again, he had an Arcane Rune, so maybe it was okay to use the Rolling Thunder.
I just think Static Storm is such a big threat for no one to play aggressive here.
Sure.
And your window to use it against him is kind of limited because he's just going basically first item BKB after this Kaya.
No one is really strong right now. He's got the Big Lotus, and he's got 17 wand stacks.
He's got a lot of mana to work with.
Yeah.
Ion Shell on top of him, some extra DPS.
Kind of has 2 lives for the next fight.
I mean, you know he wants something here. They were looking around this top tower, but nobody comes to defend it. Ducalis will take it. And just continue farming, pushing towards the BKB. Get a D-ward on the gate as well.
Okay, so when you can't rely on the Gyrocopter Satanic timing, what I assume you just have to play faster with Gyrocopter, right?
Generally, yes, but it's just not how XG play.
Yeah. Okay,
Even with
so
this Disruptor lineup, it's slow and controlled.
Does that mean you're going to itemize your way out of it? Are we going to see a couple Lincolns or what?
That's what I was saying. Lincoln's Lotus, throw it on this guy, protect him a bit, force them in a position where you commit on the Gyro, the other 2 cores get enough value out of that committal that they could win the fight. Disruptor will get jumped. Felt inevitable that no one was going to find somebody on this map.
Sure.
I would be gearing up for this Doom matchup, itemization-wise, if I'm Extreme Gaming. If you can negate his presence, it'll go a long way in this game. And the only other one's the Nullifier.
Yeah, so Nullifier in the Pango, and then it means Bristleback probably has to get Lincolns or Lotus.
I think Lotus eventually, yeah. You go Pipe. If you can end up with Pipe, maybe Crimson. It's not the best Crimson game, so maybe you just skip it here. But Pipe Lotus, I think, are the two biggest items for XXS here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
Selling the
is under
minus
attack.
means the Radiance is done for the Doom.
He's farming pretty well at the same time. This Gyro's ahead of him.
Yeah.
Like, Ame got the benefit of a lot of the stacks off the jungle. His fast ags after the Crystallis here.
Yeah, getting double ags, Gyro and Pango. Extreme are going to have a big window here where I think they're much stronger in team fights.
Pango's kind of a menace if he doesn't get lassoed. It's honestly nothing for him. Maybe that's a little oversight in this draft where you have a lot of team fighting and you have a decent amount of like sustain and disable options, but nothing to really deal with this Rolling Thunder. Whereas usually teams prioritize having some sort of direct counter.
Yeah, their answer is defensive, right? With the Pugna Decrepify.
Which can work.
9 class, he'll lasso. Glimpse back. Pelosin, I mean, 9 class is just probably going to commit for this one. Man, that innate is super annoying for Bat Rider. He doesn't get the kill.
Look at that. Survives it all in the end. 9 class trying to get cheeky, trying to get himself that Blink Dagger off the kill is denied. That's going to slow that timing down even more. He is just mega poor this game.
And instead, it's the Jin Q Tusk who has his Blink Dagger, so you combine with the Aghanim Scepter timings. And I feel like Extreme should just go full aggression here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, they're going to hit a really nice point. They'll even have Pipe on the Bristle for this. Their team fight's got to be there completely, and they have some decent single target DPS if they just want to force the Roshan. If they end up in a fight where Doom gets used, I think they will force the Rosh. If they win the fight, they'll take it absolutely.
I bet they're going to wait for BKB on Gyro, which is fair, but I do kind of feel like we're just stalling a little bit too much. You know, even just like one smoke move would make me feel a lot better for Extreme, but they're prone to a more defensive style.
They're very close to big items. I don't think you're in a crazy rush this game either. Like, the Storm already has his BKB. The Darkseer already has auras. You're going to let Doom get to BKB? I guess that's your one concern, but it's a carry Doom. He's going to get to items no matter what.
Little the smoke play behind XM.
That's the pipe done on the Bristle, prompting this. Looking for any glimpse target, and they'll find it.
Lock him in. DM stuck inside the kinetic fields.
No chance.
And they will use that momentum to take the mid tower away.
Nice little smoke pickoff. Accelerate these item timings. This is going to get your Pango Ags. This is going to get you halfway to that BKB on the Gyro, and now you're cruising as a 5-man stack.
I love that Ame shows up for that, because if there's a full-out fight, he's needed, but if not, he can also just get the last hit on the tower, because I feel like his BKB timing is the last thing that Extreme Gaming are really waiting on.
You're really strong right now. You just need to avoid some sort of situation where Gyro gets doomed all in, and you're just stuck in this kind of weird fight against BKBs.
Yeah.
If that doesn't happen, you are stronger on the map right now. You're stronger in the 5-on-5, and you're going to force the issue, go straight into that Tormentor, get a free shard here. Hope it's not the Disruptor one.
Definitely much better for the Tusk, and it is the Tusk.
Ooh, look at that. Bet Shinkyu's happy about that.
XXS is going SNY. Do you disagree? I mean, we already outlined what items we want to see from him.
It gives you more tri-core scale against the Doom, which is also not bad.
XM.
I don't know.
Felt like there was more behind to call a show in here. And he would be right. It was no one sitting around. There's the BKB. So Extreme Gaming, now it's just about getting the map into a position that you feel comfortable doing Roshan. It is going to be in this bottom side of the map for 4 minutes.
I would like the Lotus here, but if he feels the Sanjin Yasha build-up is going to give him more scale, and maybe they get Roshans anyway, so you don't need to protect this Gyro as much, definitely a completely fine way to go about it here. And it'll give you more confidence as this game goes later. That part is guaranteed. P-Vision not finding a lot in this game. Getting farm on the Doom and the Storm, but that's about it. Supports are definitely not happy with this kind of pace.
No. Which is surprising because Bat Rider is the best farming support of the 4, right?
His start was just so slow because he had to get the stacks up for the Darkseer. Downside of not laning straight up, you get punished a little bit. You get punished again. Aegis for Ame. That's a big Aegis in this game.
And P-Vision, they didn't really get much for it. A little bit of damage onto tier 2 at top. I mean, they were spread out around the map. 5 different heroes were kind of farming at that time, but it was a fast Roshan. Well, chase no one out of the pit. Oh, got him on the Walrus Punch, got him on the snowball. They burst him down. Oh, what a hit from Shin-Q.
He knew exactly where he was. That's a 2-hero gank for the enemy mid laner, farming on way too low HP. Shut down those galvanized stacks. Big find from Tusk. He has had a tremendous game 2 here. Maybe Extreme Gaming just started out a little sleepy. Starting to wake up.
Save the Wisdom Shrine for DM.
Had to wash their face, Austin.
If you think about it, there's actually a lot of yelling between the two teams. Astini yelling at the enemy team. Zhao 8 yelling at his own team. It's kind of a loud booth.
One of those is not like the other. One of those is a lot more sad when you lose.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top
Free tower for Ame. Uncontested here.
If P-Vision is not going to contest you for towers, do you think about high ground? Right, if they give you tier 2s, like how tempted are you to be like, okay, I'm just gonna hit the tier 3 and see what P-Vision does in response to that?
I mean, when you just completed Daedalus on Ame, it's real tempting.
Yeah.
Here. Still should not underestimate this Doom strength in a head-up fight. But
no, and they are going to be pushing into Bat Rider and also a fight that Disruptor is probably not at that effective for. They got a pick off here, maybe not. Get a lasso, interception, XXS is going to be put on the high ground. Not great for him. Jin-Q, he's also pulled up to the high ground thanks to the vacuum, but the bigger threat is this Rolling Thunder. No one's still trying to go for the backline here as he goes after Pelosin, and with a BKB, he commits to it, does manage to get that one. Ame gets torn apart here in the middle of all this. And yeah, Doom on the second life. Ame is not long for this world. He's going to BKB, TP out. Can they do enough damage to kill him? They got him. He's going to take out in the fountain here. What a fight. P-Vision using the high ground cliff to just dismantle XXS. He wasn't able to do anything.
Took the bristle out of the fight. Killed Tusk up there. Your initiation backfires pretty hard as P-Vision are all in the area. And I think XG were just not expecting the support to come in that fast on this type of play. Static Storm doesn't really control anything. You have the BKB on the Storm. Just a miserable position for Ame to fight around too. Like, I don't think he really gets anything done in this fight. The Rolling Thunder ends. You clipped Pugna a couple times, that's it. Very similar to game 1, where it felt like the forced aggressive goes from XG just continue to backfire on them.
Yeah.
That said, you can only play defensive in this series so much and win, right? Like, you do have to force the issue eventually. Just got to be a bit smarter about it, a bit more together. I don't mind that jump if Gyro's with you on the front line. When you go without him, you don't have a lot of burst to follow up this Tusk initiation.
Yeah, I think conceptually, jumping the Pugna first is great.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They burst him down. It makes the Rolling Thunder free in the team fight. But unfortunately, they were fighting around a cliff area. And I think 9 Class had a game plan there of somebody was going to get cliffed. It was either the Bristleback or it was going to be the Gyrocopter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jumping this Pugna is also only good if you actually kill him by jumping him.
Yeah. Yeah, they got him to half health.
I found the Pugna, guys. That's great. It doesn't do anything if he just walks it off and drops his ward, gets a suck off. That's where I feel like you have to play around the gyro and the pain goes damage, and you have to make sure that the follow-up's there. That play was just a little too split. Still 5 position for XG, though, as they march back out on the map. And
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
don't want to give up too many more of those as you try and whittle through the BKB durations for no one. And it did give Satanic his next item here on the Doom. A lot of gold for that Doombringer. He finishes an entire Silver Edge. Interesting item choice. You get the break against the Bristle, some invis entryway into the fight that isn't blink requirement.
Yeah.
I don't mind it here. It's going to scale pretty well, right? Like the attack speed, the damage this hero has, the pack leader aura. He hits really hard. He can just sit there BKB and take the fight to the gyro.
Satanic, perhaps taking a few notes out of Yatoro's book.
Well, Yatoro wouldn't play Doom.
Sure, but he would buy Silver Edge if he was
He's
to
an
play
honest
Doom.
carry. He plays honest carry heroes and fights you straight up. He doesn't play these dirty Meepos.
All I'm hearing out of this is he can't play Meepo.
No, maybe he doesn't want to play Meepo. Did you ever think about that? Maybe he doesn't want to play such a disgraceful carry.
Well, I think P-Vision will say a win's a win. And right now, they put themselves into a decent position to get a 2-0 here. Extreme Gaming had the momentum going their way until this last team fight.
It's a good ward for XG on this lane.
It is.
So they know what's going on around here.
Might catch 9 class.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Trying to get a glimpse.
Pelosin's looking for the glimpse. He's not going to find it.
I mean, the dream is you get a static storm connection on the supports, because those are the heroes that are going to get trapped in it, can't get out, and will open up the team fight.
Yeah, especially since you can't static storm the Storm Spirit anymore.
Nah, there's no reason trying to land this on cores. I mean, if you get the Dark Seer, great, but it should not be a target that you expect to get here.
And Extreme, I think because they're a little bit scarred from last game and the last team fight, are not actually going to force this bottom lane engagement. And now Ducalis is just cleaning up the waves, pushing into him solo.
P-Vision are getting a lot off this map right now. Are getting to the next set of items here as XG, which will be the BKB for the Bristleback. So you will have triple debuff immunity cores, including that Rolling Thunder, and Nullifiers next on the menu for XM, which I think is absolutely correct. He's carrying Gem, he's carrying Amp Damage Rune, and that Gunpowder Gauntlet. This Pango hits real hard right now. If you can get him in a fight. Could just wait for Roche in a minute. That would be the more passive option.
Is it time? Is it time to hit this tier 2?
I mean, to be fair, I think XG are a little scared because none of the aggressive moves in this series have worked out for them.
No,
The
they
only
haven't.
fights in real skirmishes they've won is P-Vision going into them. So at this point, you should just say, well, let's just wait for objectives, do the objective. If they want to come fight us, it's a good fight for us. We've won the majority of those. If they don't, we get Aegis. And then we can push it through the game, you know? But at least have a plan around it.
At least give yourself a little bit of better chance when you throw.
I think Ame also wants some sort of protection against the Doom by now.
Yeah, he wants Lincolns.
It doesn't exist. There wasn't that early Lotus Orb, which means he's on his own. There is no other way to bail him out from this Doom. Lincoln's is his best option here, but it's an expensive item.
I mean, it was okay with it, the SNY choice, if they were able to utilize the Aegis better, right? It's like, oh, the Gyrocopter doesn't need the protection because we've got an extra life on him, but then they kind of threw that away, so. Smoke up on the mid wave, baiting out something.
They got scanned briefly, but this is the end of that amp damage for XM, so XG really want to get in here now.
Maybe trying to get it off the 30-minute power rope. Pelosin walked through the river. He's going to break first. And Storm Spirit, he makes the jump through. Ducalis is out of the team fight almost immediately, though. So is Pelosin, 5 for 5. Degrepify goes off onto the Dark Seer, so he's going to survive a little bit. Gyrocopter got caught, lassoed up. They don't even need the Doom. Doom just takes him out with ease, man. Just the physical damage of this hero is really ramping up. They got to be worried, though. The BKB's worn thin now with the minus armor racking up. Degrepify goes out thanks to Ducalis with his buyback, but it's not enough to save Satanic. Now he's in danger. Goo going out on him. Lost sight of him thanks to the Glimmer. Going back to a 9 class. He's trying to get a die back onto Pelosin here. Snowball after him. And it's 9 class who will die. Once again, he's chased after Pelosin a few times and perhaps met his match.
Tough fight for P-Vision as XG did hold position, gather up their cores. No Doom ever goes out. You killed the Gyro, sure. I mean, that was an incredible amount of burst damage. But that's about the only thing that went right for P-Vision in that fight is this Disruptor has buyback, Pugna has buyback, but Polson, he gets way more done. Massive glimpse on that Doom to drag him back in. As Satanic can't help but feel like he overextended a little bit there. Like, these 2 cores can still do a lot of damage. That's the upside of this tri-core lineup.
Yep.
They built the scale. This BKB Sange Bristle with Gunpowder Gauntlet of his own, he hits pretty hard when your BKB goes down.
I think they went 3 gunpowder gauntlets, right?
Yes,
They,
all 3
like,
cores.
They clearly had an idea of like, we all want to be a threat.
I mean, you could say they're packing a punch.
Hey. Especially thanks to that tusk. That is going to be an Aegis for the Bristleback.
Yeah, technically they have 4 punches to throw.
Yeah, they do.
And a disruptor. I mean, that hero, he punches himself in the face, so that's like, give him all 5.
So the SNY for XXS, the Nullifier, I think, how far along is the Pango on that item? Dakalis got destroyed in that last fight, by the way. I don't know what he used to Crepify on, but he got one-shot by XM.
This Pugna will absolutely melt if he's not behind the front line, which has to be jump from the Storm and the Doom. Needs to be more on point here from P-Vision, as Nullifier is out here for the Pango. That's a huge deal in this game. They're almost to the Lincolns on the Gyro. That fight did a lot for XG, and notice they gave that Aegis to the Bristle here because Ame wasn't there. XXS can play super far forward now. Not that he wasn't going to anyway, but he does a decent amount of damage with this SNY BKB Gauntlet buildup, and you can't really ignore him. You don't want to focus him now with the Aegis.
He's also not bad for hitting buildings because of this, all this Warpath damage.
Yeah, if anything, I think you put him on the front line, let him siege an objective, hide Ame.
Yeah.
Does have the Lincolns now, so he has a bit more capability, but like we saw, Satanic just melted him and didn't even need the Doom. That was the scary part.
He's going to try and melt XXS right here. With the break, got him at half HP. The Rolling Thunder's going to come through. Nullifier out, and he's going after Dakalis. Meanwhile, the lasso pull back onto the Tusk. Dakalis is still surviving thanks to the Essence Ring for now. XM, he'll get away from the Doom. Satanic wanted to throw it out on this Pango. Still chasing after him. Goes after XXS now. Meanwhile, no one got the grab onto the Pango. Can he burst him down? He's standing his ground, trying to burst him, and he got the kill. And thanks to the save from Dakalis, he managed to live.
That was one hit. If there's an extra crit there from that Gyro, he does not make it out. Absolutely pushing it to the limit.
Crazy team fight. I mean, the start of it is very favorable for P-Vision, but they're still fighting through an Aegis.
And there's still no Doom that comes out. That's the crazy part. Satanic is just doesn't want to throw it out because I think he's doing more DPS. Not waiting to look for a good Doom target. He's just going in there, right-clicking people down, winning the fight. He has an AC now. He has insane amount of attack speed, insane base damage, has the built-in crit, has the Shiv.
I mean, this hero should not be able to just right-click people down. It's crazy.
Pretty disgusting.
And a large part is this, the critical strike and pack leader, or the fact that they are tied together.
Yeah, it's too valuable.
Yeah. 1 steroid, sure. 2 steroids out of 1 neutral creep.
Well, and the other thing is this, it's an aura. Like, it's not just for him.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
That's the even stupider part. He will hit level 25 here. Doom applies mute. Not too shabby this game if you can land on some of the cores, though. To be honest, I don't even know if it's making that big of a difference because he's just chopping them down.
Yeah.
Still, if you can prevent BKBs going off or something, it'll make a big difference down the line here. Gem available, put it onto the Bristle. XG just grouping up. That was another Aegis that pretty much backfired completely for you. I mean, at this point, you're getting frustrated if you're XG. Every time you play Disciplined, you play Patient, you get a Roshan, you get an Aegis, that's supposed to be your moment to play aggressive and take this game over. You lose more.
Yeah.
And have to reset. How do you win a game in this series if it's just always 1 step forward, 2 steps back? Got to be able to stand your ground and win an aggressive fight for once.
Maybe the answer is to push it so late that winning a defensive fight gives you a free high ground push.
Yeah,
because the death timers are so long.
Go 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Play Chaos Dota. They'll get another Tormentor here.
Giants Maul. Even more damage, even more big chunks of damage coming out from that crit.
That's pretty nasty DPS.
And Butterfly will go a long ways for Ame.
I still don't think it's enough, though. I think he just gets shredded if the Doom gap closes him.
Sure.
Need to snowball save, bail him out. Jinkyu's also going that Lotus Orb, so they will get it eventually here. I don't know, the scale from P-Vision is just, it's pretty terrifying here between the Storm and the Doom with Darkseer backup. This Storm is almost level 25 as well. He still has a long way to go. He can pick up Ags, he can pick up Shard. Still has another good 2 item slots here to fill.
Yeah, I feel like no one's game is, I'm not going to say quiet, but he hasn't had a super explosive game. Feels like most of the time he's going into a fight, killing one hero, and then retreating. But that's eventually going to change, right? You get level 25, you get an Aghanim Scepter, like you're going to get there.
This is a big talent for the hero. A lot of extra damage in the fight. I agree. By his standard, it's been a quiet Storm game. That said, he's still 6-2-4 with 450 CS, and he's top 3 net worth. I mean, he's absolutely in position to carry this one.
Yeah, he is.
The standard is just too dang high for this man. I think you need Hexes here at some point if you're XG. You need more ability to start the fight, have consistent lockdown, get your cores in there, and deal the damage, because you do not want to end up in a situation where you go in, pop BKB on the gyro, pop the Rolling Thunder, get kited, and then Storm jumps you, Doom goes in. We've been seeing that a decent amount. You need to be able to go in, Hex this Storm, and just commit on this guy with Nullifier Hex. Slay him, and hold on to some of your BKBs. Be confident about that initiation.
Who's going to build the Hex?
For me, it would be the Bristle or the Pango. They're both eyeing up just more Doom defensive capability. Another Lincoln Sphere for the Bristle and a Octarine Lincoln's build up for the Pango. I mean,
how often do you see Satanic on Doom? And I don't mean the player.
Not often, but what's weird about this game is I think XG are correct in identifying the Doom's the issue, and they're itemizing to deal with the Doom, but Satanic is itemizing to not need the Doom to win the fight.
Yeah.
He is just going to go in there and smack him. At least these Lotus Orbs and everything give you a little extra armor. There was a Pyrrhic Cloak picked up for the Bristle as well. That could be pretty nasty in the middle of the fight. And Outworld Staff for Ame. You try and go on this guy with the Blink Doom or a Storm Jump, and he dodges it, comes back out. Could cause a lot of confusion in that first second and bail you out of a tough situation.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure Satanic knows he's playing Doom at this point. He might think he's playing like Alchemist or something.
I think so, yeah.
This is an Alchemist item slot right here. He's eyeing up MKB, Swift Blink. It's an Agi carry Doom. That's the point we've come to.
When a hero's overtuned, you can build him however you want.
I mean, at this point, you may as well just not level Doom. Just get stats like a true one-position carry player.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
I think at that point, Valve would know they have to rebalance this here.
Smoke's going to break on Pelosin. Unfortunate for him. He's going to be lassoed up first.
Oh, he snowballed in on that.
Shin-Q, maybe not in position he wants to be, and throws out the Static Storm, catching the Bat Rider. That's whatever. Satanic, he's going to pop his BKB. Ame really wants to kill this Doom. The damage is not coming very quickly, but they do kind of have the hero stuck. Throws out the Doom onto the Pango. Pango's going to roll out of this one. Good vacuum.
The
Satanic, he activates his Satanic, and his namesake doesn't bail him out, but it gets good damage in for no one to carry out the rest of the fight. Ame's dead, and XXX is stuck. The illusion's blocking him in. He can't run away. He's dead. No one. Triple kill. We said eventually this Storm Spirit is going to pop off. You're going late. He's got 25, and he wins that fight heavily for P-Vision.
Such a nice fight for the Storm to clean up. All the attention and focus is on the big bad Doom. They played the Lotus Orb well. He didn't have an easy Doom target, but he just sits there and soaks up so much time, so much damage. It costs XG everything. Ultimately, that fight is decided by 9-class fighting and initiation. He basically kills Paulus solo. The Tusk has to commit snowball save. Honestly, if I'm Jin Q, I don't even know if I go for that, right? I think it just ruined his position in that fight.
I think so, too.
So you're out 2 supports before the fight even begins. So
also, like, if you even somehow save the Disruptor, I don't think Static Storm is worth anything until he has Aghanim Scepter. And it's only worth something if you're starting the fight.
He's useless right now. Like, don't worry about him. He's a meat shield.
And that will be one lane.
Storm slowly taking the racks. Not the fastest, but gets the job done. There was an Ags on that Bat Rider for the fight, so you have to worry about these lassos as well. It cannot clump into the 9-class initiation or counter initiation. He's looking up the side.
Oh, he got both supports.
It's too good.
Like a vacuum, it sucks in Pelosin.
these two need to split up, man. They're not helping each other out.
No, they're not.
And this might be one of those situations where if you're Paulson, you have to just start selling some items to get that Ags up. Because you might be in a situation where you need that Ag Static Storm or bust. Storm Spirit taking this game over.
He doesn't have too many items to sell, but... Also, speaking of vacuum, the blue hole is coming. No one's got his Aghanim Scepter.
It's massive here. I mean, he got so much gold off that fight. He's finding an Ags and he still has 5k gold. That is just disgusting. Take the Aegis, leave the Shard for Satanic, which that is as good as an Aegis with his build-up here.
Yeah.
That lifesteal is insane if he can get a couple hits out.
Yeah.
And there's the Courier with the point booster on it.
Oh, no.
He wasn't there yet anyway, but again, he could have maybe sold for a clutch fight or something if it came to it. It's going to stall it up for 2.5 minutes here.
Dude, nothing's going right for Pelosin.
XG did get to their triple Lincoln Sphere. That's,
it
something.
feels like they have a damage problem, though.
Yeah.
When you build this many Lincoln Spheres, you're not really scaling up damage very much, and we saw the way that Satanic was able to just tank some serious pain.
This also means you don't have extra disables and a Hex for the Storm. You're just kind of all in on surviving, winning the fight over the long term. Tall order here.
Yeah.
But, hey, the defensive fights have worked out so far for XG this series. Maybe it'll keep working out here with the defensive itemization. Pretty hard to throw the Doom out. Does Satanic care about doing anyone? I don't think he does.
You don't understand. He doesn't care, Extreme. The man would rather not use the Doom at all.
It's getting to a point where he's just going to run in and Doom the Tusk or something. It's like,
yeah, legitimately.
Because he doesn't have to Doom a core to win the fight, so just throw it on the snowball save. Throw it on the random bristleback if his Lincolns get popped. I don't think Satanic really cares about doing this gyro, particularly since he already negated the Satanic potential from Ame.
And now Ame's thinking about going back for the Satanic.
Well, yeah, because he's not dooming him. So you may as well.
Yeah, but that's when Satanic switches it up on him. Now he is going to doom him. Doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
I mean, the thing is, if Satanic really wants to land dooms, he can just buy an Ags too.
Yeah.
Right? He's been in the middle of the fight. He's able to survive. It's not as if all the single target block is just preventing him going that route if he really wants to. Of course, these Lincoln's Lotuses are still good against the Bat Rider. I think that is worth mentioning here. These are not useless items if the Doom never goes out. You are preventing a decent amount of the Bat Rider initiation, which is pretty valuable when he has an Ags. You're not preventing a lot of the Storm jump with the Ags, but at least you get some backup value here. A lot of BKBs did arrive for P-Vision as well. Or I should say the BKB for the Pugna is the big one. Now Ducalis can just survive on the backside of the fight. And they're just getting everything right now. They're grinding it up, using this Aegis to farm. They're all going to have buybacks. They're all going to have everything they want.
You may be in for a bit of a sleeper if P-Vision choose not to go high ground.
I think they're going to go. You still have 2 minutes on this Aegis.
I mean, they just don't have a clear high ground hitter.
You just plant a ward, you plant the banner, and you're going to force someone to show from XG, and you can look for the lasso or like the fake lasso jump. You can go in with this Storm. I'm pretty confident in this push. Maybe they don't know about this Axelin Disruptor. Paulson did sell that Glimmer to get it.
All right.
He's all in here.
Better pay off.
I mean, could be super impactful if the Doom gets caught somehow before the items go off. Would negate so much of Satanic's presence, particularly since he's carrying that Refresher Shard.
There's the banner drop.
I mean, they have buybacks into this outpost as well.
A minute and some change left on this Aegis. Trying to get the grab on him with the Rolling Thunder. He got the zip away.
Oh,
the punch misses, and the lasso gets the grab onto the Tusk and the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter's already at half HP. He outworld stats for a second here, but he's just so slowed down by the wall, he's not making it out. They're going to have to play for buybacks here on Extreme.
What a find. all these Lincolns and that Lotus Orb, and you still get double lassoed. You block the Doom, but doesn't matter. You don't need the Doom to win these fights anymore.
40 seconds left on the Aegis. Gets grab onto the Pango. He's saved by the Snowball. Snowball onto the Storm, trying to take him out.
Still
but he
Aegis.
just zips away. He's got plenty of time, and yeah, 30 seconds still left on the Aegis. Buybacks force out all the heroes of Extreme. And they don't want to use the Static Storm. Not yet. Not yet. Now Satanic jumps in. Now he's going to be Static Storm. Now's your opportunity. Turn around back on the Doom. Blow him up if you can. But Abe, he's almost lost his life to this. That's going to be a dieback. Satanic's not dead yet. You just can't kill Satanic.
The man's too big, too bad. And he's about to send you home. The bags are packed.
Completely rout Extreme. They use their strength and overwhelm them. P-Vision. What a display here in the last 10 minutes. Just so much stronger than Extreme had any hope to be.
Satanic, he worked on this series. That game one with the Meepo pick, this with the carry Doom, playing it to perfection. Just an absolute menace on that front line. And honestly, sets no one up for perfection here. He had another tremendous Storm game, but so much of that Storm game is the fact he has infinite space to operate with in these fights. So much attention on the Doom, so much itemization attention into this Doom. And ultimately, the Doom wasn't even the real big threat that you had to deal with. It was the double lasso initiations. It was the Storm Spirit killing your backline, having 2 lives off the Aegis. It was the support duo keeping the Doom alive in the end. These were the real problems lurking all along, and I feel like XG just got a little worked in this draft. They got a little worked in the series, and they were on the back foot the entire time. Too many defensive fights, not enough aggressive action going. Every Aegis they got backfired on them. I think they lost net worthly almost every time. Not a recipe for success, and their journey here is going to get cut a lot shorter than I think they anticipate.
Yeah, rough series and rough tournament all around. I mean, they had a pretty rough go of it when it came to the group stage, and they managed to pass through this initial part of the elimination phase. But in the end, they will be eliminated here and will not make it to playoffs. It is P-Vision who is going to the playoffs.
They sure do. They get top 8 secured here in Riyadh. Congratulations to them as we're getting ready to break down the game, break down the series. I do think we saw a very different Batrider in game number 2 versus the one we saw in game number 1, Jenkins.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from 9 Class, honestly. Like, the late game was firmly in his control, despite triple Lincoln Sphere at the end. Lotus Orb, Yule Scepter to stop him from going in, Satanic to turn the fight. You know, Gyro, you go in, even if you lasso him, he can often kill you and heal himself to full HP with the Satanic. So it was a very difficult game for him to execute, but he showed us why Batrider is a first phase ban for most teams.
Yes, most definitely. But also to point out Satanic, like, sure, he was dealing a lot of damage, but he was soaking up most of the damage. He understood what the assignment was. I don't necessarily need to be this, like, be-all, end-all type of a carry that's gonna be living. He goes in, he gets the Doom, deals the damage, then he tries to survive as much as possible, and then no one is pretty much the star of this show who's gonna be able to clean up afterwards as long as he has mana. Darkshare as well with all of his tanky items from the offlane. So, and a lot of the times we saw no one just every single time jumping the enemy position fight. Like he did not want him to have any kind of impact in some of these fights. So every single time he jumps him immediately. Poloson did not have a good time.
He did not. This was definitely a tough game for Extreme. We also said after the draft was done that we kind of felt like if Extreme was going to have a good shot this game, they would need to play relatively fast. And I felt, Jenkins, that we had a very just a quiet, lovely early game.
Yeah, it was a chill early game for sure, which, I mean, even if you have to play fast, sometimes that can be fine as long as you do something explosive out of the laning phase. And I mean, Extreme, they were ahead for the early game. Like, this was looking like we were going to go to a game 3, which makes sense given the skill levels of these two teams. However, P-Vision simply played the fights too well. Like, the double lasso as well as the vacuum, you don't think of Storm Spirit as like a combo with these heroes, but if you have two heroes that are right next to each other and he has the bounces going on, he is doing so much damage.
Yeah, he is doing a lot of damage, and without, of course, P-Vision, they don't just get the victory and get that top 8, they also get a winner's interview with Purge.
Oh, it seems like the Valorant.
Yeah.
Hey, here with Ducalis, having a great time. How are you feeling after that game?
Really good. Today was a good day. We watched replays yesterday, learned a lot. Today also watched pre-game, learned a lot. I think, yeah, we are in a good spot right now.
So can you tell me about the Pugna support a little bit? You were, it's trending a little bit as a support. What's the value for me? Because you can't give mana to Storm anymore. Is it just about decrep or tower pressure or what?
I saw that they picked Pango, and like it's good against Pango. Then they picked Tusk, and it's like Pango Tusk. It's already unplayable. They cannot pick DB into Pugna. It's like Wyvern in a way to save, but Wyvern just bad hero right now, and Pugna is good.
That does make a lot of sense. In game number 1, you guys played the Meepo, which was fun to see. However, when it got to the mid game, you guys lost that one fight near Roshan. I was getting a little worried for you against the 2-carry lineup. Were you guys stressed out at all, or were you still confident?
No, we were still confident because we watched a lot how we should come back the game, and it was like even, I would say. It's just our personal mistake. Today I think we was doing great on macro, but personal mistakes can sometimes happen because like no one just didn't press BKB and it's fine, like it happens. And but on macro way we was good, and that's why we win.
Okay, and then in the group stage, you guys went even on win and loss. We had a very convincing series here. Was that just like a learning period for you guys? Was your group tough, or how's your outlook for the rest of the tournament?
I think, yeah, we was learning a lot because like meta shifted from last Dream League. We didn't play Valakia, and like even on Fisher, people was playing different heroes. And we are not picking like heroes we played before, like Slark or TB. And we need to learn a lot. Maybe we will see, maybe at playoffs we will play them, so yeah.
So just a couple more scrims to find the new meta, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, after that long day, we played like for 10 hours and we say, guys, nice, we got good practice day. Nice that we like won Shopify, because after we won Shopify, we was set as super hard. And but then after we played Heroic, we played games more, scream more. So yeah, it was good. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, glad you guys are playing better, and look forward to your matches in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you, and we are coming for Nightfall.
Well, they are in the top 8, and of course nothing is known yet about the bracket. We'll find out if Ducalis gets that matchup for him.
I wanted to see slightly more confidence. I wanted to hear him say, we're coming for Liquid, not for the Nightfall.
Now you got to go through Nightfall first to get to Liquid, because I mean, for me, it's really obvious Aurora's going to take the whole thing. So he's aiming for after Liquid, actually.
Yeah, right.
You know, I like good old Dookie. He keeps things so interesting. It's great to have this actual competition in the Dota 2 scene. Like either you want to see him win or you want to see him lose, but you're invested. He gets you invested.
I do also think that the way he described their progression after they won Shopify and then in their tiebreaker also against Heroic, that I do like that. It's like, okay, we just got to play more, guys. You know, and it worked, because obviously they came in today, and I do feel across we saw a little bit of the Paravision of old. But of course, if there is a winner, that means there's also a loser. So we are gonna head over to Jin for some final words from Extreme.
Thanks, Shiver. Yep, here with Jin and XM of Extreme Gaming. Just wanted to check in with you and see how you're feeling right now.
就是输了比赛，肯定就是心情不是很好。
Well, we lost, so obviously right now we are kind of in a pretty sad.
I was curious what your guys' outlook was like coming into the tournament. Were you feeling confident? Did you feel like you're up to the meta?
当时你们刚刚就是开始打电竞世界杯的时候，你们对你们的战队的预期是什么样的，以及当时信心怎么样？是否感觉，比方说练的英雄都不错啊，还有这个英雄池都算是跟上版本了呢？
我个人预期算是8强吧，就是第一天赢完雪碧，其实感觉大家状态还可以，然后就是我们就是比较不稳定吧，就是这样。
I think I was actually feeling pretty good coming to the tournament. Especially on first day when we managed to take a game off Spirit, I think we were all feeling pretty well. So I think I was expecting like a top 8 placement. Right now, you know, clearly it wasn't the case.
Yeah, unfortunate. You guys are clearly working very hard. I was curious about what your plans are for the next couple months as you get ready for TI. Is there anything specific you're trying to fix, or you still need to figure out what went wrong?
那现在我们展望到后面就是 TI 就即将开始了嘛，然后中间还有差不多1-2个月的时间，你们有什么针对性的准备要去做的吗？
就是感觉大家的英雄池都要扩展一下，然后就是我们打比赛更稳定一些。
I think everyone will be working on expanding their hero pools and just being able to play more consistently, and more stable execution of our strategies.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Well, I'm sorry you guys didn't go farther, but thank you very much for playing today. We appreciate it.
非常感谢王哥。
Yeah, it's a tough time getting eliminated at this point, and I think for Extreme, especially, not breaching top 8 is going to be seen as quite the failure.
Yeah, they're definitely not happy with that. No. I think probably they're the sort of team that really does a lot better with a lower bracket. The format is unfortunate for them in particular. There are some teams that are like this, but you know, you could also argue that you know, like you said, they need to be more consistent, and a team which is inconsistent, of course, is going to favor a lower bracket. But I do want to say, Extreme is still one of the most interesting teams to watch in all of Dota. I love these guys. I love watching them. I really hope that in becoming more consistent, they're still sticking to their style, like XM just whipping out the sniper mid, things like that. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, they're consistent in playing the heroes that they really like. He talked about them needing to expanding the hero pool, but also I would say that they were relatively consistent throughout the year because they've been not able to get into top 4 in any of the tournaments that they did play. Mostly it has been like between, I would say, 7th to like 14th place. Definitely not where they want to be after seeing, you know, that they can play some good games. They were also coming out from the really tough group. They were having Navi, Spirit as their opponents, Talon as well. All of these teams are still in the tournament. So seeing that also gives me hope that Extreme Gaming coming forward in the future, that they're going to be doing better, but there's a lot of stuff that they need to work on.
Yeah, let's see how they got into this position though, because that game 2, we were hoping they would put up a little bit of a better show, that they were going to play aggressive, and it kind of turned out to be fairly even. And I believe, Jenkins, there's a moment in particular that you would like to show us. I don't think it's very favorable for Extreme.
No, this was a very unfortunate team fight for them, and this reminds me of, you know, back in the day when Bristleback was a very overpowered hero. What you would do is, sometimes this would happen. He would legitimately get clipped, and you would ignore him. First, he gets lassoed onto the cliff, and then in trying to save him, his teammate gets vacuumed up onto the cliff. And this was the advantage that Extreme had, is that pretty much P-Vision, like, they had to do this crazy team fighting. Look at XXS. There's a reason he didn't do the interview. The guy's like, he's sad. I mean, this is a sad way to lose. And of course, he does eventually TP out once it looks like his team is losing the fight. But Ame dies in the fountain to Doom. And the only reason they're able to pull this off is just incredible execution. There are not that many cliffs in Dota right now.
No.
True.
They were all removed. This is like one of 3. And they were able to use that to their advantage.
And nicely done. Also waiting for him to lose the Aegis, also managing to get the Doom immediately afterwards. And we saw in the fight, again, no one going for position 5 immediately. He doesn't want him to use his abilities. Using a BKB as well. This is something that he's been throughout the whole game, where he doesn't want this static storm on top of him. Rest of the team, they're playing a bit of more of a spread out fight, and it was nicely executed there from P-Vision.
It was very nicely executed. I will say though, for a large portion of the game, the net worth was fairly even, which I always think that if you're playing against a Doom team, the Doom team should be ahead. So the fact that they were able to keep it even, I thought that was kind of like the silver lining coming out for Extreme. But then there was one fight in particular, Lacoste, that kind of had any silver lining be evaporated.
Yeah, I mean, the fights that they were taking with Aegises weren't really working out for Extreme Gaming, but again, this is going to be the fight where he's going onto the Polo Zone. No one forces a BKB, immediately kills him, knowing that he doesn't have buyback. He used it in the previous fight, so he's going to be dead for a really long time. And Satanic, he's going to be pretty much the guy tanking everything. So trying to survive as much as possible, gets that Satanic. He has AC as his item as well, and they are getting stuck inside of the shards with the illusions. Very nice micro coming out from the DM, and with that fight, you have no one who's going to be ready to clean up, because every single hero pretty much focused Satanic in that one.
Yeah, I think also that this game in particular, we already mentioned it. Well, maybe the series in particular. I guess we couldn't learn too much about the Batrider from Game 1, maybe how to counter it. We definitely saw P-Vision doing a good job at dealing with that. They let Extreme have the bat.
They did.
Extreme took the bait, took it, and it got heavily countered. Extreme could not replicate that, and we have a couple of clips showing you that this Batrider might need to be banned again.
Yeah, this is 9 Classo at his finest, picking up Aghanim's Scepter and managing. Look where this guy's standing. Gets in, even without any kind of vision, he managed to get double lasso, which does open up for them to go for the mid-tier 2 tower as well. And this is a team that recognizes how to enter the fight, how to close out the game. Again, he's ready to jump in. Extreme Gaming, they need to be ready for this type of a play. Kind of having a full sense of security, having triple Lincoln Sphere, but he's ready to jump in. They procced those Lincolns, and he jumped in, got the 2-man lasso, and that's how you close out the game.
I really like the idea from P-Vision, the double save support and then picking cores that are making up for that. Like this, to me, looks like the only viable solution to Bat. Disruptor is a little too aggressive. Like it's like if Bat is having a bad game and you're already winning, then Disruptor is good. Tusk is not good against Bat. Like that was a pick for Jingqiu, but it's you can't save from the lasso. So it really was just leaving the best hero in the game through and then not actually having the options to counter it, which is unfortunate. Good on P-Vision for figuring out the counters though.
Very true. It's you know, one of the reasons they make it to top 8 here in Riyadh. And of course, 3 more teams will join them in that top 8, making that 8 teams. And of course, that also means that we're going to lose another 3 teams in the next 3 best of 3. So stick around. More Dota 2 coming your way. It's going to be Talon versus Tundra after a break.
Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex pay me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird and bird, I want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. Mercy, mercy, none from my head. my brain completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live for hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating, now it's time to
这个这边已经超过10万分了，
这么快吗？菜逼。
Hey guys, Seb here. I'm lucky today to be with Extreme Gaming. We have XM and ZinQ, and we have Jen here today to help us with the translation, obviously, else we'll have a communication issue. Thank you for being here. We're gonna play minigame World Cup. So basically it's going to be a best of 5 between these two. We're gonna play 5 different minigames if it goes all the way. What matters is the score. This is what's gonna define who wins the minigame and who doesn't. Perfect, we can start with Bat Tracer.
所以我是哪个啊？啊，我 bug 了，没 bug。No， 你看我屏幕，我这个录出来，我这个
I saw that. Okay, we can restart.
直接重开了啊！我直接重开。
ZinQ can continue and he starts again. That's perfect, and we'll see.
那边先，我操
It was 9,500 score for ZinQ that I saw. So can he beat that score?
哇！这个被你干了。
ZinQ had 9,400.
Yes.
XM had 5,100.
The winner is ZinQ for the first game. So the second game is Zog's Lair.
对，这个这边已经超过10万分了。
这么快吗？菜逼！我操！哦，不要跟我讲话。
我命都快没了。
不要跟我讲话，感觉被你搞。
宝哥已经追上了，他也47。
但我只有1条命了，我没命了。这是什么？哦，boss 来了吗？
哦 that was close.
哎，单出剑了。
But he's not ahead yet.
我操！
快死了！
快死！快死！哎，4000分就是你跟我的鸿沟，好吧，宝哥？你必死！
你死！
哎，不会这把杀了吧？哦，这不是你们
没分啊
！GG。
Victory, but he has more score. But ZinQ actually has more score.
为什么分没了？哎，不对，
哦，我操！
过关没这样，
为什么这样？
因为他成功的过关了。
Alright, so a massive win for XM. We're at what one? Okay, we're going to the third game, which is Poon Man.
哎，这个炸了怎么不炸了？自动炸弹。
哦，不能碰到他，我操！
还有18秒。
我操！
我第一关都过不了啊！
哎呦
They have 2 different styles though. He's very methodical, and ZinQ lives much more live on the edge.
我这个是炸药，不能捡是吧？我不然就捡。
Okay, so 0 life left for each of them. No mistake.
哎
Stage 4.
哎，我刚刚按错键了，把自己搞死了。
对，毛哥也是。
哎，毛哥跟我一样。
2-1 in favor of XM. Now we're gonna go to Splint Sweeper.
少来我专业好吧
XM is super excited. He's like, I'm a Minesweeper pro.
Okay, that's good.
你这边扫雷专业吗？
没事，练下手。
He can start again.
再来一次。
That was too quick. Okay, that is that is absurdly quick. Resting?
What? Resting?
哦，我点那个点多了，我那个。
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, but apparently it clicks too fast and the computer forces him to rest.
Wow.
XM already on third.
Yeah.
会了吧？
你会不会玩？
我会玩，但是这个就是爆了就运气很差。
Whole bunch of twos.
No, that is by far the best performance we've had so far, like on Splint Sweeper. Like, this is number 1.
He uses Papa's mana as stage 1.
GG.
I see an explosion. Okay, he just got GG. 3 for XM and 1 for ZinQ. The winner is XM for today. So yeah, thank you for joining us, guys. For the
He really wants to play the final one to
He wants to play the
restore
final
some
game.
honor.
Okay, we're gonna do the sand fishing just for the sake of honor. Do they know the rules? They have 5 attempts only, and they need to get the most precious fish.
太轻易。
为什么我这个白掉了？
Oh, he just wasted a hook. He wasted 3 hooks.
Oh, he
only
wasted
got
all his
2
hooks.
fishes.
So he was sitting at 3.3.
Not bad.
你需要 patient 你。
Nice one.
Good fisherman.
我操
You must.
这个号1万分。
我要破他记录了。
I think he's at 4 out of 4. All right, so that was it. XM wins today with a score of 3-2. Thanks for joining us, Extreme Gaming, and best of luck for the tournament. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Welcome back to the Dota 2 at Esports World Cup right now, as we're seeing Tundra walking in as graceful as ever. They're going to be going up against Talent, who were able to win their first round of Elimination Series yesterday against Heroic. It's a lot of fun here being on venue, on site, getting the players behind us, but also getting to have some wonderful analysts next to me as well. Effie, Lacoste, how are you guys today?
Doing good. It was a good first series. You know, game one was competitive. Second game, they managed to, you know, squeeze in the classic, managed to get the dub classic P-Vision style, I would say. But yeah, expecting more to see. More, like, we've seen a good amount of different hero picks, and seems like teams are not too afraid to experiment more, which I really, really like.
I mean, saying goodbye to teams is always hard, but especially when you say goodbye to a region, which we could potentially be doing again today, maybe not. But yeah, it's tough. It's a little bit sadder knowing that there's no more Chinese teams in this tournament.
Yeah, no more Chinese teams, no more SA teams, like seeing it kind of dwindle off is hard. So I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there right now that are cheering behind Talon, wanting to see one of those lesser represented regions get a little bit further. A bit of a David and Goliath situation for them here, having to come up against Tundra. But yeah, yesterday we had 4 teams that went home. Today, it's a whole new set of 4 teams that are unfortunately going to have to be saying goodbye to their Esports World Cup dreams as well. But with this Tundra team, people have coined it time and time again that they're not really at peak just yet. They started the year really strong, but are they still just as strong back then? Is the ceiling still the same?
Yeah, if there's a team that's going to be making a comeback, that's definitely Tundra, always having new ideas, bringing in new stuff to the battlefield. We saw them playing completely different heroes, but we're talking about the itemization from the Axe, where he's going for the pipe as his pretty much first item with the Blade Mail, not opting to go for the Blink Dagger. And they're also playing a bit of an older style Dota, I would say, with some Sanking, that hero that nobody else wants to touch. They're bringing back Vizirizi with the Conda build. It was a really good game for it. And also position 4, something that Ducalis did talk about in an interview, that you know, they're staying away from these like Ricky's Terrorblade's position 4, but Saxa has been playing a good amount of Ricky Bounty Hunter as well. Mostly it has been paired up with the Darkseer, so the combination is still there. And I also want to see some of the newer stuff, not necessarily, you know, the new stuff that you're going to be playing Carry Hoodwink, but they're bringing back the old classics as well, which I really like to see.
Yeah, I mean, so they did on group stages 5-1, but I do agree they don't look like they're in peak shape, and it's because they still haven't found that special Tundra flair in this patch yet. We did see like glimpses of it when you mentioned the Vizirizi, your favorite hero, but we did see that, and that was cool. But typically when Tundra are winning tournaments, they just find that set of heroes that works for them. Talon, on the other hand, still open-ended.
Yeah, it's insane to see what this Talon roster has been able to do since 23 Savage has come back into the SEA region. It was nice to have that Dream League run for themselves, okay? We didn't know if we were going to see more than one SEA representative here at Esports World Cup, and in that season 26 run, Lacoste, they had an absolute blinder. Coming in 3rd was enough to give them points to make a direct invite here.
Yeah, this is the team that I'd say not a lot of people are expecting them to do good, but after seeing them in the last couple of months, this is the team that can pretty much... I could also see this team get into top 3 as well. If they manage to beat Tundra here today, this is a team that is going to be powering up throughout the tournament. They will have 2 days to figure out also who they're going to be playing and how they need to approach it, but been really liking the dynamic between their, like, especially offlane with the mid. We talked about the dynamic between 23 Savage and Mikoto, but WS, I think there's one key hero in this matchup, because he did play last 3 games, he played Pango, and every single time his Pangolier was godlike pretty much.
Yeah, his Pango is so good. I think that's the hero that definitely Tundra are looking at in terms of what are we gonna draft against it. I mean, they do have a Bloodseeker player. That hero is potentially dead though, but they definitely are gonna have a take. They're not gonna let this Pango go unpunished, because the destruction that he reaped yesterday, that was a lot. But I also want to say that the supports of Talon, Yokam, and Cuckoo, they looked so good yesterday. Like, the most impressive thing that stood out to me, we've talked about Mikoto, we've talked about WS, we've talked about 23, but they brought their A game. Like, the supports were just running around together. They picked a core to play with. It was either Mikoto or it was WS, but they were leading the smokes. They were setting up kills. The Bane in particular looked so good for what it did for them.
Yeah, and also that axe. So now we're throwing in a bunch of different heroes in the mix for Talon that Tundra are going to have to be aware of. But one thing that people love to praise Tundra for is also their support duo. We've seen these, the Whitemon and Saxa go in, solo Roche together, right? It's only supports taking Roche. And then you just have BZM walk in, take Aegis, and they're just running over this map. So this support duo is also one to be reckoned with.
It's always scary. You're playing against 33 and Saxa in the lane. This might be the best off-lane duo that we had in Dota. I know a lot of people would probably disagree. Some of the OG classics as well when they were playing with the Jerex as well. But this is the, I would say, relatively newer, older generation of the players as well, because they did have great success in the past as well. But it's a scary lane to play against. They're going to be picking 2 melee heroes in this lane that a lot of the teams are not going to be able to even think about it, and they will still make the best out of the lane. They will be winning that lane, and this is what makes this duo extremely difficult to play against.
Yeah, but also just in terms of support movements too, the same way that Talon were leading, Tundra, when they do well in the early game, particularly well, it's because Whitemon and Saxa are just wreaking havoc. There was one game during this EWC, my memory fails me right now, so I can't say which exactly, but basically they made game-winning move after game-winning move, for 3 minutes in a row. They placed a really good ward that got them to contest stacks and to getting a kill. They then hunted the enemy mid laner by themselves as a support duo without even smoking. They walked behind a tower, found Leshrac
That was the VP
farming.
series.
Okay, they found Leshrac farming in a big camp. They just killed them by themselves. Being able to do things like this is always going to elevate a team. And the thing about Tundra is if they get a lead in the early game, the lead keeps building. They are a net worth team. They are an economy team. They will outfarm you in this game.
There is one replay Talon could have gone back and watched where that diff is, and it feels like the one out of very, very few games out there for them. But that was that Tundra and Aurora series. We felt like it really potentially could have actually been a 2-0 for Aurora. Tundra eventually did get the win for themselves after just one slight misplay. But that was the one game where it was just they started building a little bit of a lead, lost it. Aurora really found their timings. And then Tundra also had one extra. That was the Gyro, Rapier, Chrysalis game. So it's one so far in EWC where we felt that Tundra have slipped up on a lead.
Very true. And also, the pathway to their leads have not looked as clean, so maybe that is good news for a team like Talon that historically have struggled in the early game. But you know what? If they draft supports that are capable of what their supports yesterday did, I'm not too worried about them. I am worried if they pick supports that are passive and unable to set up for kills, because then I think they're just going to get run over by Tundra. So I want to see more of securing the Bane for yourself, getting a kill threat here like Marcy for yourself. Take it away from Tundra.
They looked amazing, especially that second game when they were playing against Heroic with the support duo. You had Silencer and Dark Willow running around the map, securing things. Also, the way that this game started is they got 2 kills as well, and then they went to the bottom lane, also blocked away, making sure that their bottom lane, because it's not the strongest lane by any means that they did have, making sure that the lane is going to be underneath the tower, that first wave, and then they can start, getting it closer to their own tower and play the lane from there. But also they utilized Medusa pick on 24 extremely well yesterday in that second game against Heroic. It was also against the Doom, and I'm pretty sure that Tundra definitely watched that one to see how they approached it. It was one of the better Medusa performances that we've seen. So far, Medusa is sitting at only 66% win rate, 2 out of 3, but 2 times she's been picked on 24, and she did win 2 of those games, and that's definitely something that Tundra also needs to be thinking about.
I do feel that Tundra, though, have the discipline and understanding of how to play against Medusa, because yesterday it did feel like Heroic just messed up a little bit. They dropped the ball when they played against the last pick Medusa. Tundra, I don't think they'll make mistakes in terms of timing versus heroes.
Well, we've got our 2 opening picks here. And there's questions about what's still left in the pool, but focusing on the fact that Tundra first pick Doom, they're going to run it. They really have big faith in it. And then Talon, it's an answer with Shaman. Is that still fitting that archetype for you where you're this is the active support that they're not really going to sit passively with?
Can be, but this hero also feeds in a lot of the games that I've seen. We've seen Shadow Shaman getting heavily focused in most of these games. It's also not the greatest matchup against the Doom because he has this big AoE of the Scorched Earth. Your innate is going to be procced before you die, and you can't run away. You're just one take from the Scorched Earth is going to kill you. And I've seen it so many times, even through the qualifiers for TI, it was Ame who was playing this carry Doom that built into Silver Edge just to be able to break Shadow Shaman and kill him before his innate even proc. So like this is not the good matchup for Shadow Shaman by any means. It doesn't say too much. I'm trying to figure out when did this swap happen, because they haven't really been opening up with Shadow Shaman recently, at least not at EWC. They kind of saved it for the second phase, but now they made the shift.
I think this would just be matchup specific. They don't want to give it away to Soxa. They don't want to also give away a strong laner to play with the Doom. But on what you said, Lacoste, about feeding, I did check his stats, okay? Because I was curious. I was like, this support, out of all the supports, has to have the highest average deaths. I'm going to compare it with other supports later, but his average deaths are around 8. So they're 7.69, round up to 8. And he wins 50% of his games. So that's a good win rate hero. Like, with that high of a win rate, he still averages around 8 deaths per game.
It's a hero that can give you the pick-off that you do need. It is a hero that, you know, one hex could make the whole fight pretty much turn around. And this axe pick as well. Yesterday we saw Jokem in an interview as well talking about his axe, that this hero can be played from different roles. We're still yet to see carry axe. I know a lot of the players did talk about it, but this is also a hero that uses it as a flex. It gives you that extra bit of oomph in the draft, because we've seen Tundra play from the offlane. We saw different types of a build on axe, but also yesterday he had a pretty good game on it, having earned Blink Dagger 13 minutes into the game, which did allow them to snowball that game.
Yeah, he looked super good. This is a great pickup for them. I'm glad to see them running back. Tundra's solution to that was just Tusk, right? We're going to counter the call with the Blink snowball. So maybe if you do up this axe's priority, that could look a little bit better, so that he's that much stronger, gets his timings before Tusk gets his blink timing, because the support Tusk and the support axe will probably have blinker on the same time. So it's just going to be a weird, like, cat and mouse game between the two.
And the support duo for Tundra, Bane Tusk, you can always play the game. Like, it's very easy. Plus, it also opens up potentially Invoker pick. Bane plus Invoker is one of the nastiest setups you can have in the game. Maybe Shadow Shaman plus Invoker as well, but Talon didn't really play that hero. It's not the most contested hero by any means, but when you're playing against Tundra, when you're playing against BZM, you definitely need to think about maybe it's going to be coming out.
Yeah, you definitely cannot ignore it at all. And something else that's pretty hard to ignore in a game is a bristleback. It feels like you have to have an answer for it in your draft. Otherwise, it's going to be a very long, slow, and arduous game to get to a point where you're building towards a break for him.
For sure. The cool thing about Bristleback is I know the hero's been nerfed a lot. I'm not impressed with this hero from the offlane. I think he still has a lot of really good safe lane games, though, with the Seeing Red facet. It's not to be underestimated, but if you're playing against a hero like Doom, who punishes cores on his Doom CD, heroes like Bristleback that are super high tempo, hit it early, and once they hit that timing are constantly running at the enemies, makes it so that it's harder for Doom drafts to fight, because your downtime is a lot higher. So conceptually, very cool. You pair it up with the Lina, you know, like the flex is still open, but I assume it's the Mikoto hero. Now you have 2 cores that need to be focused as well. If you're Doom, you have to make a decision. Am I dooming the Lina? Am I dooming the Bristleback?
Yeah.
It gives Talon more workaround.
It definitely does, and in the end, they will pick up the Queen of Pain, still keeping some of the flexes open potentially, because you can still play co-op from the off lane, safe lane if necessary. Doom pretty much can be played from 2 different roles as well, and there's that Medusa that we talked about that could potentially come out. I'm also a bigger fan when Talon plays this Lina from the mid lane rather than the safe lane. I keep going back to Dream League, where they had like 5 out of 5 games, I believe, wins with Lina from the mid lane, but they did lose 1 game from the safe lane, because this is the hero that doesn't like to be focused. When you're having these BKB piercing tools, and they have 4 as well, it's very difficult to itemize. So she needs a little bit of an extra protection. She needs these beefy boys to be able to, you know, stand in front of her so she can deal the damage. And now you have Bristleback and Axe. So they need to figure out where this Bristle is going to be going, whether this Axe is going to be played as position 4, because they still have an opportunity to maybe pick another position 4/5 if they feel like it, but seems like this Axe, at least the way Tundra is reading, they think it's just going to be 4.
I think that's a fair read. I mean, especially after the game he had yesterday, he's probably itching to play it again. But in that case, what offlaner are you looking for if you're Talon? Because I do think that Bristleback offlane will weaken their draft.
I don't like Bristleback from the offlane. I do agree with you on this one. It just doesn't feel as strong. We saw it failing so many times. Even like people are trying to play it with the green facet. We saw it in the previous series. even when you have like Pango, even when you have other carries that you are giving them that extra bit of a minus armor, it still doesn't feel as good. I'm fine with seeing Red Facet from the safe lane, gives you that extra bit of a early tempo-oriented lineup. You have Shadow Shaman, you have Bristleback Lina. You can easily take Roche, but also on the side of Tundra with the Tusk, you can always kill Roshan. But something that you did mention at is Tundra, what they did with the supports, with the Shadow Shaman being able to kill, like with the 2 supports, to kill Roshan and give it to BZM. Same thing could happen potentially here with Talon. Whenever you have Shaman, you need to keep an eye on that Roche.
For sure. And heroes that can easily connect to Roche are very important. That is where Queen of Pain thrives, right? You can also make some cool plays with Sonic Wave around an early Roche. For Talon, I think the best thing that they can do for themselves is just an offlaner that will gap close for them for the period that the support Axe can't. Because the weaknesses of support Axe are, he's not really much of an initiator. He's going to run people down with his Vessel, with his Battle Hunger, but he won't get his blink until later. And Bristleback is not going to be the blink initiate hero, neither will Lina. So you need something to account for Axe's weaknesses before he has the blink. Maybe like Centaur with Stampede, that could work. It could also potentially protect Lina. So, you know, you get doomed, you press Stampede, she runs away.
There's a lot of these heroes that got banned out. This Vizirizzi with the break mechanic from Kanda that he did go for. And the last one's going to be Dawnbreaker. Good way to counter this Axe. I think this Axe can't really be played from the offlane, seeing what he's going to be playing into. So most likely they are going to be looking into different heroes. It's a very strong lineup from Tundra. I think it checks a lot of the boxes with the saves, 2 supports that can easily rotate around the map, play around the Queen of Pain. And also this Doom as well. I do like it so much more from the carry role, like we've seen even in the previous series, the last game, what Satanic can do. And it doesn't necessarily need to be the damage dealer. He can also be the one soaking up the damage so that your Queen of Pain and Dawnbreaker can clean up the rest.
Yeah, and we've actually seen Dooms connect to the mid lane from the safe lane much more often because they tend to win the safe lane because Scorched Earth and like the level death is so strong. You can run through the triangle, deny stacks, you run to the mid lane. Usually they'll do their first Doom on the enemy mid laner, take the tower, and go back to farming, which is something that would really pressure the Lina. I still think Centaur looks great. Like, they do need the disengage, they do need the more reliable blink initiation, but based on Tundra's bans, they're banning out mid laners. They think it's just to carry Lina.
Well, they're 50-50 to ride the puck and then the Deucer, so they're not like 100%, but an ABBA last pick is what is actually going to be coming out for Talon here.
So low cooldown ability that's going to be taking care of Queen of Pain, Bane's Grip, so you have a 6-second cooldown, great against it. Not the best against the Doom when it comes down to healing, but you're playing carry Abba, so most of the time you don't even get that Q on your Abaddon. And WS is going to be playing Bristleback with the Snot Rocket. I do like Lina way more from the mid lane, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Bristleback. And also, I feel like Abaddon is one of those very weird carries right now where you need to have your Radiance time. Once you get to the Radiance, things are much easier, but if you manage to kill this guy once or twice before he gets it, his lane and his timings are going to be so much more delayed compared to the Doom. Like, like his Radiance is going to be up, I would say, 3-4 minutes before Abaddon's in this game.
For sure, and their draft is greedier on Talon, so they're going to need time for their offlane Bristleback to farm, get online. Lina's not going to be rotating that early on. She does need farm of her own. And like you said, you're waiting for the Radiance timing on Abaddon. So there is going to be a window where Tundra supports can really punish that kind of greed. But if it works out for them, they do have a nice timing where they're just running behind their Abaddon, running behind their Bristleback, doing a lot of range damage. They have the Shadow Shaman, so they can take objectives. The only issue is that I've seen support Abaddon as well in this tournament. I mean, not support carry, just get doomed by a carry Doom and then die in the late game. He just dies. Like, the counterplay is there.
Yeah, I'm feeling like maybe the carry for the side of Talon is a little bit lacking. And it's weird to say this. I know that 33 is a massive Doom expert. Everyone's always praised this. This has been years, right? But offlane Doom just kind of isn't really working for a lot of teams at the moment. There is a caveat to it. There is a caveat to it. That's what I'm saying.
There is one guy, and that is definitely 33, that can make this hero work. When nobody wanted to play this hero, he was the one playing it. When it was meta, he played it.
That's right.
And you can expect him to do good things from the offlane. There's one guy I believe in.
Well, I hope so, because it's been played twice by the offlane so far. It has a 0% win rate here at the Esports World Cup. So let's see if 33 and Tundra are able to bump those numbers a little bit as we head on into our elimination game, our first game with Sunspen and Kezu.
Thank you very much. It is the, I was going to say it, I cannot wait for the pause to come out.
433, I already knew that you would look at
Makoto pause, but I know it's 433 as we look at the lights. as we look at him brace himself against the lights here. Can just see the pale complexion. I can relate, of course. It's amplified. The light gets amplified.
Are you looking at him? Because he was on screen. He looked very chill, actually.
I mean, I'm looking at him in person. I don't need to see the camera. Don't you understand?
He did write very bright lights. Thanks for fixing. Just kidding, actually. That didn't happen.
That's a good boy. Good, clean boy.
That's a good boy.
Elimination match, as Nat talked about, Talon versus Tundra in this best of 3. Should be a doozy. Thoughts on draft?
What does doozy mean?
It's a doozy.
Okay, very good. So we're in for a good game.
I'm trying to think of how to explain what a doozy is. It'll be good.
Okay.
It'll be a nice one.
Yep, I believe this will be a doozy boozy as well. But let's see. In terms of the drafts, so they did talk about it on the panel. It's Abaddon versus Doom, which is not a Abaddon favored matchup, but they didn't pick it for 23 to carry the game. This game for Talon is about Mikoto being in the, being like topped off by his supports. Can his axe and bristle go in enough? Can he get shielded to be safe? But I will say, Tundra, I kind of like the draft that they have going for them. You have a lot of tempo. Sure, it is the offlane Doom, which isn't most people's favorite. But we did hear Mr. Analyst Lacoste, of course, talk about 33 on his Doom. It's his best hero.
And I'd say Soxa's best hero is Tusk, at least historically. Maybe not as recent, but that is how we recruited him on DC, seeing
Very
his
important.
Tusk. It is.
To be fair,
these heroes, they spam.
Soxa's a bit weird to me because all of his heroes are so good. I don't know if one is like that different from the others, but his Tusk is incredible.
That's true. If I think of a signature hero for Soxa, nothing comes to mind other than the Tusk for me personally, but that's
DC related,
That's
of course.
DC related. I was an owner of that team, of course, in case you missed out.
Second place TI, of course.
I was thinking about recruiting you, but decided against it, of course.
Well, could have won TI, but what do you know?
Well, because you were a package deal with Cinder, and so it was a no-go to begin with.
That's a quick L. But okay,
All right, Nightmare to cancel the gate play. Little shenanigans here from Whitemont. And that requires 2 casts of the gate, so that's actually some mana loss there for Joke. I'm playing the support Axe, which we saw yesterday, and it was extremely good. Will he be seeing similar avenues to success this time around?
I'm not sure, because honestly, the performance he had yesterday, it was really good. It's not something you can expect from your +4 Axe, to be honest. And Tundra, they did learn something, because the last series we casted them, they picked Axe into Dawnbreaker, and that's overall just not the best matchup, and I think they learned from it, because this time around, they picked their own Dawnbreaker into the Axe, and they have a lot of saves against this Axe initiation later that will come out. Right? We've said it before, but you have a Snowball save, you have a Nightmare save, and of course, you have the Solar Guardian coming out.
Yeah, having his, 3 saves against that, pretty damn good, but it is a support. Right? It is a support Axe that we're trying to counter from the Tundra side.
Sleepwalk into the tower.
Yep, tower will aggro. Only 1 pop shot for Jokum, though. As the Battle Hunger harass continues on the Whitemon, who is basically out of mana at this point. Hammer. On to WS playing the off-lane Bristleback. Will get off the goo in a lot of trouble, though. Blood Grenade does slow them to a crawl as Jokum trying to turn this around onto Whitemon. Eats a tango, slow. Continuing, that's 3 stacks of goo now onto Chrysalis. No kills to come yet, but very, very close.
1 CS for Whitemon to get the Brain Sap, so should be okay. He's getting it.
He got it. That's some tangos.
And that does matter, because Whitemon, he's out of region, no salve, no tangos on him. But this goes to show the strength of Axe's laning. When you can go toe-to-toe with a Bane, which is one of the strongest laning supports, especially early on, just goes to show with this double ring of protection. This hero is quite good in the early stages.
And WS able to make sure that Jokum will be able to bring the full wave to the off-lane Bristleback. Actually connects very nicely with the wave, so will be able to push that back a bit. Now 33, getting harassed in the meantime. Shackle on to Soxa. Has that tag team at the ready. Not exactly with this double melee. I wouldn't say this is huge kill potential from the Tundra side.
Yeah, Tundra will just be happy if they can get through the lane with, whatever golden XP you can get. Of course, whenever you see 33 play the Doom, we need to keep close eyes on which neutral creep does he have. Currently has the heal creep to help him get through the lane. What items will he go? Because he's a, huge nerd when it comes to the itemization in the best way possible. There's potentially see a pipe, maybe, against the Radiance timing from the Abaddon and the Maelstrom later from the Lina.
And then mid lane, you mentioned the Lina, Mikoto versus BZM on the Queen of Pain. Well, not a hero we've gotten to cast yet this tournament, but your thoughts on the specific 1v1? And then I guess you can move on to how it fits into the game plan for each respective team.
Yeah, let's see. So, first of all, both of these players are very important for it. Like, whenever I think about Talon, I feel like Mikoto is their most individually skilled player. Like, I usually look to him to have a good performance. It's a pretty good Lina game. There are some things you have to play around. Like, if the queen jumps on you and there's your early Solar Guardian with the snowball, that's when you're going to be in trouble. But if he can get farmed up, which he should, it's a good matchup here in the mid lane for him. And honestly, Mikoto, he is the carry for Talon in this game. It's not really 23 Savage. It's going to be more the Lina type because you play it with the right clicks from the mid lane.
Yeah, it feels like the 1 and the 3 kind of super tanky style.
Yeah.
Of course, that could work for Abaddon, but you mentioned the Doom counter, so we'll see how that goes long term. Whitemon again. It's like he's having this 1v1 battle with Jokum all game long.
Whereas also for Tundra, it's very important that BZM... here's the first move of the game.
Snowball does hit for Saksa. Makoto's in a lot of trouble. Cuckoo with the Hex, though. Into the Ether Shock. Makoto pops the Fairy Fire, trying to get away. Oh, the Nightmare at the last moment. Saksa getting super low. He's going to get first blooded, though. Just barely. Makoto dies shortly after. Whitemon being chased perpetually by this Axe.
He is slower on the Axe by 5 movement speed.
Yeah, but wait for that Battle Hunger.
7 seconds.
Wait for that Battle Hunger. It's coming any second.
We're fake hyping a little too hard.
Okay.
Okay.
So first blood for Tundra, I believe. No, sorry, it was Talon. Talon, yeah.
So Jokum off to another great start on his Axe. Saw it yesterday. They do, again, have like a lot of stack clears. You were right about the Battle Hunger, Shannon.
It's not fake hype. No, but the Brain Sap, very close call there.
Very close.
Extremely.
But let's have a look. So, because yeah, I wanted to say for Tundra, they need BZM to have a good time. Like when you play carry Dawn, obviously, like the hero does scale, but you get an early level 6 and you need to play around like other heroes. 33 on the Doom, not the best laning stage, so not the hero you're going to look to play around too early. It's all going to be about the mid lane and BZM. Rotating Saksa with him. How can Talon respond to the move? Because Tundra have very strong collapse plays here in this early game.
And right now, in terms of the CS, 23 having a free game. 35 and 12 on the Abaddon. Of course, Crystal's not too far behind on the 29-11 Dawnbreaker, so both position 1s pretty damn happy at the moment. As Saksa continue to roam in the level 2 Tusk. 6-minute power rune is upon us, 10 seconds away.
Yeah, this is yesterday where Talon fell a little bit flat in one of the early games.
And BZM level 6. Makoto not quite there yet, so Sonic Wave at disposal.
Let's get the haste rune. This is a big deal. We'll have to say first active rune of the game, because this always it's connected with the play that we might see in 50 seconds. You know, on minute 7, you have the Wisdom Shrine invasion. You're gonna have the Dawn ult and a hasted Queen of Pain.
Yep, Starbreaker from Crystallis. Whitemon there though, with the Blood Grenade and the right clicks, and there comes Saksa from the north. Down goes the Bristle.
Nice little touch by Tundra to get a kill here. The good news for Talon is that WS will respawn in time for the Wisdom Shrine. Because I will be surprised if Tundra will not bring 4 heroes here.
Yeah, they're going to go through the path of least resistance as Jokum. To the south he goes. Yeah, don't want to mess with the Bane, that's for sure.
Let's see.
Need multiple targets. TPing kind of far away.
Well, Tundra also, they're talking about their own Wisdom Shrine, where BZM is also hasting over.
That's true.
So we're going to have some
be a
split
fight
action.
for both. As bottom, the full channel from Cuckoo. Big Sonic Wave coming out as well, as Jokum is easily taken out. So Tundra get the Radiant side, as Cuckoo looks like he's going to drop eventually. So I believe they're getting both on Tundra, as 23 Savage forced to just run away, still not level 6. So a big boon for Tundra.
We've seen this before, like the double Wisdom Shrine. As
Solar Guardian.
Solar Guardian.
Yeah, they want this kill before he hits 6, and they're going to get it. Down goes 23.
That was a huge instance of like these last 30 seconds. You get kills, double Wisdom Shrine, and you kill the enemy carry with your fresh Solar Guardian of the game as well. Are they not done yet? Sleepwalking WS back in.
Let's see if they have enough damage here. Tag team with the Starbreaker is insane, and yeah, WS continuing this death streak for Talon. 1-6, Tundra just suddenly taking control.
Yeah, for Talon, it's more about damage controlling, making sure that you get through this early game without giving away too much. You know, you need your Lina to get some farm. Saksa being a little bit annoying, blocking the smokes, blocking the stacks.
Yeah, Jokum gonna get the deny.
I mean, it's good that he denies, but when the game is about the mid lane, which it really is for both teams, what Tundra is doing is very, very good. They've double sentried both the left and the right side, which means mid lane is completely cleansed when it comes through for about the vision for Talon. So it's a little bit annoying for them to play, because Tusk also used to be, I mean, he still does it now, but he's like a big counter to the Vanguard heroes. You have tag team, you don't really care. You'll just over-damage it like we saw before.
And of course, Makoto a little bit more, what's the right word? He has no escape mechanism. It's kind of like a Shadow Fiend to a degree, where if you get on top of her, Lina will just drop really fast, as opposed to the Quap that has a little bit more tankiness and can obviously blink away.
Which means right now, like, he needs people to play in front of him. Like, you literally need people to body for you. And we've seen this yesterday. Like, the little macro plays of how you use your heroes on the map is super important. They're just leaving 33 down bottom all alone. And Talon don't really have the greatest answer to this.
And typically, if you leave 33 all alone for a long enough time, he is just going to be a monster.
Yeah. Especially on the Mr. Doom, of course, as they're making play around mid. But remember, there's a Solar Guardian as well.
Solar Guardian is coming. Makoto gets off the Laguna Blade, but is stuck inside the shards with a big Sonic Wave now from BZM. But Makoto is actually rocking away with the bottle as the TP came in from 23 Savage, but Makoto being pursued by BZM. Still finding a little good amount of distance as eventually 23 does fall. At the very least, Makoto for the Talon side does survive. A nice hammer onto 2 with the Starbreaker onto both as well. One support down, and Soxa's not done. Another one bites the dust. Double kill for Soxa. 3 dead for Talon. Could have been worse, obviously, with Makoto, but still, Tundra getting basically everything.
Oh, absolutely. And this just goes to show, like, sure, Axe 4, right? It's strong early. We saw him have a banger performance yesterday. But if you compare his impact to Saxo's right now, it is night and day difference. Whereas Tundra just making all the moves happen. At the moment you have a snowball coming onto Makoto, there's alarm bells going off on Talon. They did save him, like you said, but they did have to pay the price. And WS, he's the one struggling.
Yes, he's 1,200 behind the next core in the game.
And we did see the interaction. Like, sure, you have Abaddon ult against Doom, which, well, let me tell you, it's not good. Sure, there's a few seconds where you don't take damage, but you're not healing anything.
A lot of underwear is picked up for the Tundra side.
Yeah. And Cobalt Cups also for the movement speed, of course, very good. You said a lot of underwears. There's one. You're lying.
Yeah, I guess I did.
WS?
Well, when you go commando style, I guess one is everything.
That's true. It's already infinitely more than what you expect. Did I just... Wait, hold on. I need to click 33. Yeah, he has a Holy Locket queued up. Is that real life?
Huh.
I have never seen that, so let's see if that goes through.
And Jokum caught off guard, gets punched in the air. Should go down eventually, so BZM finds him. 3K lead for Tundra right now. And momentum certainly in their favor at the moment. Shackled on the 33, this would be a big kill, but not much kill potential with an Abaddon position 1. Just have to get that farm before you're really fearsome.
It's an absolute downside and weakness of the draft, where, especially when you're behind, they need time, right?
I mean, you literally can't kill without Lina, basically.
Yeah,
right?
you need your Radiance on the Abaddon. You want, like, your Maelstrom into more items on the Lina herself, so, of course, they need more time. But Tundra, they need to be ahead, and they're doing the absolute correct things at doing so, where, yeah, Jokem, we're seeing him struggle a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the Wisdom Shrine play was just crippling for Talon.
Because it's like a multi-layer. You don't do super well in lane. You lose the Wisdom Shrine. And then when Tundra took over your triangle, you also cannot stack for your Bristle for you to recover.
Goku does hit level 6 and will be the recipient of the Walrus Punch. Puts down the Serpent Wards. There's 23 Savage on the way, but Solar Guardian is coming with a Snowball to follow. Starbreaker. It's going to be enough to take out the Rosses. 23. His ult is down.
Uh-oh.
And now the grip on top. That is the death of the position 1 of Talon. As Sonic Wave onto Makoto. A lot of damage being reciprocated onto BZM, though. Blinks in. This is really close. He actually does get the kill with the Scream of Pain. So Tundra, again, not punished at all.
Uh-oh. We're in some bad news here in this early game for Talon. I mean, I will say, when Queen gets some of these items, it's super annoying for you to do anything as Delina. She just blinks on top of you with Bondage and now with the Blade Mail as well. And yeah, I mean, we've talked about it, that the lineup is a bit slow, and they will continue to need time.
Yeah, they might not get it, as this is starting to snowball. That was a southern accent all of a sudden.
Snowball.
Snowball out of control here. Tower about to fall, but Cuckoo with the Hex. Whitemon is there to cancel, though, the Shackle. Dragon Slave avoided by BZM. Makoto. No Laguna Blade from their 15. Has the Maelstrom right now to help expedite his farm a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And from the Thunder side, I mean, it's still the issue. You just can't get a kill without Makoto. Makoto has to be involved.
Yeah, and the thing at the same time is he doesn't, like, I wouldn't be wanting to join that much if I'm the Lina, because I also need to farm. Like, I need to take this game on my back. So unless you set it up very nicely, I'm not really looking at it. Where Tundra, they did force 23 Savage out of the bottom lane, which means tier 1 bottom may be soon to fall. And he did pick up a Holy Locket on Doom. I will say that I have not seen this. So unless this is a recent development from like the last 10 days, this has not been done
some
before.
nerdy stuff going on here.
I mean, I like the idea that, you know, what you're playing through is that it's already hard for Talon to kill one hero. You now amplify it even more. You have the Solar Guardian that can heal. You have the Snowball that can help. You can run in with your Holy Locket and like pump out a heal on someone else too.
Yep, speaking of Solar Guardian, BZM will help expedite that a bit. And Soxa from the side, Makoto assassinated already. Cuckoo stuck inside of the shards, gonna get Starbreakered. And now the grip applied to the borrowed time Abby, as the call does absolutely nothing from Jokum. So 23 Savage, he's actually gonna avoid the Sonic Wave, but I think this is still a death for the Abaddon, as Whitemon with the double kill of all the heroes. Jokum is the one to survive because they're just ignoring him. Yeah. Because he just has no way to initiate at the moment.
Well, Crystal is throwing a little tip on BZM, missing the Sonic Wave, but not like it really matters. Yeah, Tundra have a very, very strong lead here. That's a 6k lead, and they're killing you at your tier 2 without 33 even being involved. He's just chilling. He's got the Holy Locket, he's got drums. He can buy whatever he wants. He also has the good old drums Cobalt Cup combo. Once again, I will say it, every team should have this. Just having movement speed is so incredibly useful. Whereas for Talon, they need to find a way to, they need to slow down the game. They cannot let this network lead grow much more.
And WS caught off guard on the bottom side of the map. They have so many stuns, and the tag team just stacking up. WS taken out by Soxa.
I mean, he's just dying to these two heroes.
Talon, they have to get something here. Absolutely. Soxa, better than nothing. Although Chrysalis shows up, Jokum with the call onto 3, but he's surrounded and killed.
They're getting a feed, that's all they're getting.
Man, oh man, this is real bad for Talon. As Makoto is the prize for Tundra if they can grab him. Might have to settle for Cuckoo, gets off the Serpent Wards, and looks like Tundra just gonna retreat. Maybe just farm up the wards as well.
They're just happy. 8k lead. No, in the meantime, you have your little Bane that's farming mid. You're setting up top 23. You are absolutely out of position. Let's see if they can catch up to them. So it's 33. The face drops.
33.
Uh-oh, this is a bad moment for Ice Shards.
And now the blocks, gets the stomp off, the Doom to follow. Borrowed time eventually comes, but he's going to be on low HP. Another death for 23, as 33, showing why he's 10 digits higher.
Yeah, this is some... got a Blade Mail Shield Rune on BZM, so he doesn't care.
Yep, Sonic Wave reserved for Jokum, but won't be a kill. Although Soxa might have something to say about that.
The problem is that wherever Talon go on the map, they are just forced to run away. They cannot hold any area. Like, wherever you go, the moment Tundra angle towards you with even just one body, you have to give it up.
And they're not letting up at all.
No, like, this is... You're playing against a top-tier team that have absolute great heroes to run you down on the map, and they know you have no capabilities of fighting.
Makoto going to be greeted by BZM. LSA does hit, attempted TP, Snowball, it does cancel, and yet another death.
Nice call to not use the Solar Guardian there. Soxa's got the stun already in place.
We are 1 kill away from each side to get the dream.
Uh-oh. It's possible. Let's see, we need Talon to smoke up. Who do they kill?
It has to be a support. Probably not Soxa, Bane, I guess.
Killing a core is hard.
Cuckoo. Well, he's going to get the 22 aspect out of the way.
Solar Guardian, a little bit misclicked, but that's okay. Cuckoo with the shackle, shield.
Under the tier 2 tower, but the Nightmare actually not going to pursue any further. And Tundra can play at basically any pace that they want. 23 Savage still not finished with the Radiance.
I also like this from Tundra. You cannot, when you're up this far, you need to hold all your tier 1s. Like, the map is already so slim for Talon to play, and they're just trying to chip in any damage that they can. But even with all these item builds, it's just not easy for Talon to really catch anyone, as hold that thought.
This
BZM.
would be a huge kill. LSCS, absolutely. There it is. The third kill for Talon.
It's
one
happening.
away. Tundra just need to get one kill.
Which they absolutely
then
can.
we can celebrate
the 3-2-2.
Don't speak it into existence.
My apologies.
Chrysalis. Knowing how important this moment is for Tundra, going to be very careful.
As they should
Probably
be.
will wait for the Quap to come up 20 seconds away just to ensure that they can get that one sweet kill.
They do have the Ags available on Crystallis as well, so of course he is very, very happy to join all of these plays.
WS shadowed right now. Is Jokum eventually going to get these stacks for his cores? As a Blink Dagger almost online for Saksa. Makes that snowball save that much easier. Feels like he's not needed to save anyone, really, this
They're
game.
just on the perma aggression.
Nightmare from Whitemont. Jokum trying to make sure that this 3-2-2 does not occur. Walrus Punch in the air, but the Starbreaker brings us to fruition. The 3-3-2-2 is there, and now it's gone. Cherish these moments in life, ladies and gentlemen. 2 dead for Talent. Solar Guardian on top of Makoto. This is a dumpster stomp if I've ever seen one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not mince words. Let's not pretend. Doom applied to the Abaddon. The Bristle gets away.
He's gone.
But it matters not. Tundra are completely dominating.
Yeah, they have full control of this game. And at this point, all the Talent can do is hope to split the sides, get farm, and get to the stages that they want to get to. I mean, they are generally a slower team, right? Yesterday they did last pick the Medusa, and of course they did get there. But yeah, in this game, not the same story. Wherever Tundra go, you are going to die if you are Talon. It's a completed Radiance also on 33.
Okay, yep. Take a picture of that inventory and
put it on Reddit, and no one will understand.
It's really cool.
I will say that I like it because, Holy Locket did get nerfed a little bit over recent patches, but I still think the item is very good, and it's nice and easy to build. Whitemon with the high ground ward will put WS on the low ground.
Yeah, but the blink shown from Sox. It gets the Walrus Punch onto Jokum. Gets off the Berserker's Call as a Sonic Wave, only hitting 2, it looks like. Shackle applied to the Tusk, but you can see inside of the water area, WS drops to the deck.
Wisdom Shrine in 10.
Oh boy, just
You
gonna add
cannot
insult to
fight this
injury.
one.
Yeah.
You can't.
Soxa looking for more connections. Gonna find the axe. Shard's way off. BZM looking for the kill. Snowball will ensure it, although the Essence Ring slows it down a bit, along with the Berserker's Call. Jokum. Ends up getting his head chopped off. 23 Savage has to use borrowed time just to get away.
Yeah, all of this even without the Donnie being available. Crystallis was working on his cooldown. Yeah, this is not a very pretty inventory for Makoto either. Maelstrom into Boots of Travel, and now your next item is a 4-staff. It's not ideal.
You know, we had a meme in the last Dream League where Talon would almost every time lose game 1 and in horrific fashion.
Really?
Like literally just this.
Well, they got pretty far doing that.
Yeah, and then they would win the next 2.
Well, then maybe they're just recreating.
I think the meme or the lore of the meme continued to grow as 23 Savage, you know, he's talking about how they get off to slow starts. He just had to take a shower after that first game.
Interesting.
And then things changed. The problem is you're at a LAN. Where are you taking a shower exactly? There's bidets, I suppose, you could use if you're really desperate.
You can do it here in the toilet.
Yeah.
I don't think it's very pretty, but...
Yeah, well, do what you got to do, because this is an elimination series.
Yeah, you got to make it happen. Because this game 1 from start to finish so far has been Tundra. Not just in the draft, but especially when it comes to the gameplay. They don't even need this Wisdom Shrine, as if they care.
Yeah, it's probably going to be there till the next one spawns as well, as Tormy.
They've also been owning the map so hard to just continue to not give space to Talon that this Tormy only died at the 22-minute mark. Yeah, all their tier 1s are up. And you're doing this into a Queen of Pain, a Tusk, and a Dawnbreaker plus Bane. Very oppressive map heroes.
Yes, Harpoon looks to be the next item that 33 is eyeing up. 23 finishes his second item. It's a half one, though, in the Yasha. Very sad inventories here for the side of Talent. Just one of those things where a couple things went wrong in the laning stage. Your Wisdom Shrines get stolen. You take one really, really bad fight, and the game just gets mega hard.
Absolutely. This one is a big, big snowball. WS likely to fall again, or Jokum, or both.
Yeah, let's see if they can. Nope, it'll just be Jokum. Gets punched, gets killed.
Well, for me, if there is any comeback to be had for Talent, it will be off of the back from Mr. Makoto. But he needs to get a couple more items on the deck. You're gonna need like a Pike, you need a Mjolnir, maybe even a BKB. Because the problem is with 23 Savage, yeah, you're in a bad end, and even if you get highly slotted in this game, you're playing against a Doom. You are not going to carry this game.
Yep, 23, gonna get doomed. Is he dead? Once this wears off, might be ticking out as Solar Guardian on the other side, trying to focus everything onto the Bristleback. Laguna Blade comes out from Makoto in the meantime. Soxa does take a tumble. He had a killing streak, so that is a lot of gold in Makoto's pocket. It's like you said, the Abaddon did live. Starbreaker not fully connected, but a big Sonic Wave comes out, deletes WS as Makoto pretty far away at the moment. 23 Savage coming to play finally after that healing expedition. Crystallis, though, the Starbreaker is too much. 23 Savage, no ult to work with. Ultra kill for Crystallis.
They just don't have the damage to pump through it. Like, you have Luminosity heals, you have Solar Guardian, even 33 walked by and gave him a drive-by Holy Locket onto Crystallis to keep him alive as well. I will say there is something in these drafts with these elusive mid-heroes, you know, your Storms, your Quap, your Embers, your Pucks, when they're played with so much backup. You have the Tusk that can both help you aggressively and defensively, you have the Snowball save, you have the Solar Guardian. It's just looking too strong when these heroes get out of control.
Mercifully for Talon, game is still quite early on, so their death timers are not.
They respawn quick.
And not even a single building was taken during this team fight win for Tundra. And Talon, they want to fight again.
They have a good high ground ward.
Cuckoo, Serpent wards, taking a lot of damage from BZM, though, but he gets a full shackle onto Crystallis, attempting the Solar Guardian, but he dies. So big kill for Talon. To say that was needed is an understatement.
And that was a big kill, as WS will inject that gold into himself, which does give them the Pipe Crimson timing, which helps, but do you have enough damage to back it up for now? Any time and space they get, of course, is great for them, as they did use a very nice high ground ward that Cuckoo got to place a couple minutes prior to get this kill onto Crystallis.
Yeah, when are we going to see the first Roche?
Honestly, we're going to see it in this nighttime from Tundra. At some point when you're really far ahead and the enemy team doesn't give you too many touches like on the map because they are playing so defensive, you can go back to Roche, now use this to like open up the last tier 2s and the base. It's BZM. Those ones to
You think there's any way Talon can steal it? They do have a pretty good Roche team.
No. Tundra would have to go AFK.
Okay.
As Jokum
so it
dies
is
pretty
possible.
fast.
You're telling me there is a chance. 30 seconds on the deck for the Axe right now. Tundra. Soxa with the Snowball as Kuku on the other side will be picked off. Now they're going to TP in mask. Soxa does drop to the deck. Makoto gets that kill, but BZM now pursuing. Attempted TP. No Sonic Wave to work with, so he's out of there. Doom applied to the Bristle, so that'll be a freebie for 33. Double kill. Ends up being a 1 for 3.
Yep. Next time Soxa is alive, most likely that's when they will head into the Roshan. Because yeah, 7 to 36. It's been a while since I've seen such one-sided game when it came to the kill score. Currently Savage, of course, trying to work on the Manta to help with the map, but also his own scaling. Well, gem up on Whitemon, which means it's going to be very hard for Talon to kind of retain the vision they have on the map.
I think they need to go for a break at all on the Thunder side. Feels like they're not really having issue killing Bristle.
No, definitely not. They have damage for days. Also, the longer the fight goes, you have Quap, you have Dawnbreaker, you do a lot. You also have Doom against the Abaddon, so it's another hero you don't really need the break for.
I just get that 25 on Doom.
Yeah, and then it's just can't do anything.
I mean, you probably still take Mute, though, right?
I would say so. Like, I just think it's too good.
Yeah.
Because then you're back to literally the old Doom where you have no counter play other than running. Or hoping that you somehow stay alive.
Well, 23. Very slowly progressing towards that Manta cell. He's bottom net worth of the cores.
Yep.
3K away from the position for Mr. Socks on Tundra. It's been a rough one for sure.
Yeah,
now that he does have the Manta, this will, I mean, if they can hold on long enough, which is a big if, at least can amplify his farm. WS gonna pop the smoke, Socks up with the wall, punch, the Ice Shards box them both in. Beautiful Solar Guardian. That is a wombo combo. 2 dead for Talon. And now Tundra likely into the pit they go.
Yep, you also have an Arcane Rune on Mr. BZM. He's very aggressive. No Solar Guardian available, but it's not like he needs it. So yeah, Roshan will go down. That's Aegis and also an Abyssal Blade completed on Mr. Crystallis. As Whitemon doing the right thing. You don't need to help your team do Roche, so you can already set up on the other side of the map.
And Jokum spotted here. No way to cancel, so.
Nope, he will make it out.
BZM will let him live. The first Roche of the game, Tundra, no big surprise. The bigger surprise for me is that it took 29 minutes.
Yeah, I guess they prioritized the map a little more above that, just making sure that Talon don't get to, like, you know, move out on the side lanes, press any wards, because yeah, as we can see, way below the average. Let's see here, Cuckoo trying to place a couple of wards, but when you play against the gem, you're either full protecting it, or if you leave this area, I mean, Whitemon, he will just cleanse straight through this ward later. I like the little use pickup from Saksa. You know that eventually in this game, Jokum will get a Blink Dagger.
They're going to try their efforts onto WS. Maybe rethinking it as 23 Savage shows himself, applying some pressure to Saksa, but 33 is there. Sonic Wave pops the borrowed time, and now the Nightmare into the likely Doom if 33 can get in the vicinity. And he gets the Harpoon off, doesn't even need it, in fact. Easy kill. Starbreaker connects. Doom applied to the Bristle just to keep him out of the fight. 2 dead for Talon, and now some buildings will surely fall.
And they can absolutely go high ground here. You're up nearly like 1k GPM when you look at the clock. They're up 24,000 gold. They have an Aegis. They're so tanky in all of the heroes. Absolutely hard for Talon to answer this one. And if you come too close, you're getting harpooned into Ice Sharded and you're likely just fall.
Yeah. And if you expend a buyback, you're just never getting an item the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So this will be one set.
I wonder what the win rate is of Dawn and Tusk together. They're very good as they save each other. They have a lot of aggression together, but also when those heroes are paired with Quap. Like this trio must have a very, very good win rate in this tournament and overall. I think it's definitely something you have to pay more respect to. WS, he'll be forced to die.
Yes, he will. That's never a good place to be.
No. Okay, so Talon want to use this moment as they know that Tundra TP'd like 2 to 3 heroes into the bottom side. Maybe they can find somebody who's alone.
And right now it is Crystallis who can obviously ult in when the fight begins, but if he gets jumped, the old classic counter to Dawnbreaker, go search for her in the jungle. Of course, they didn't pursue very far in their endeavors.
Yeah, looks like they did abort that mission.
They're going to get ready to abort this game when Tundra wins this next fight in all likelihood.
Well, very likely.
Makoto gets jumped. Solar Guardian, dead. 60 seconds of no Lina. No buyback in 23. Okay, nice call onto several heals, but the instant Yules to counter it. 23 Savage just tickling at this point. Axe is dead. Full shackle duration on the Soxa, but now he can turn his sights on to the Rasta instead. And now the Doom onto 23 Savage. Does get the blink off though, but the Harpoon back into his arms. And the Sonic Wave to finish the job as GG's come out. And Tundra just completely dominate, not remotely close.
No, this one was kind of brutal from start to finish. I think if you're Talon, at least it's kind of easy because you don't need to talk about anything else other than the draft and maybe the first 10 minutes of the game. Because at that point already the game is so hard to play. Giving more respect to this trio of Tundra with the Quap Dawn and the Tusk together. And also, you know, you pick Abba into the Doom. And overall, this is too slow against Tundra. You know, they've had some time to think about what they want to do because they looked incredibly clean. So Talon, they need to show something better in the next game.
Yeah, the Axe was shut down. I mean, we talked about kind of the early game, what happened, but the Wisdom Shrines was, it just felt like they could never come back after that. Which begs the question, are they too strong? I mean, they were outplayed at every step of the way this game.
I mean, of course, they can do it. It's just there's like multiple layers that cannot go wrong for you. The first move mid for Tundra, it succeeds for them. It allows BZM to get 6 first. He gets the Haste Rune, which allows them to not only invade the enemy Wisdom Shrine, but also to protect their own. And from then on, I just think the whole draft from Talon, it's quite slow. It's not that easy for them to deal with what Tundra have. So I definitely think Tundra had the upper hand here from start to finish.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to take a shower, Kazu?
I don't think so.
They got some nice bidets over here.
I wouldn't recommend.
Can get drenched. It's not the most efficient, but if it works, it works. It worked at Dream League. To wait and see if they come into the
Maybe we
studio.
should go join them between the game, and then we will update everyone after.
I could do a little waking up after that game, I'm not going to lie. That was a stinker and a half. But Talon have come back so often from a 0-1 deficit to start the day that I just have a feeling this will go 3-net.
Ooh, feels like a big call then. 3 games. That's what Sunspan is feeling. Kazu, we didn't get to hear his thoughts, so it doesn't really matter at all. What does matter, though, is just how in control Tundra was for this game. 45-7. The scoreboard really just reads it all of how difficult this game was for Talon from the get-go.
That was tough. That was really tough. I mean, Tundra, they're Tier 1 team. They've won the most Tier 1 tournaments this year, and they may have had a slump for a while, like with the last Wallahia, you know, taking a break, maybe not doing so well the first day of the group stages or not looking in their top form. But when they're in top form, that is what a game looks like, Lukas.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a rough one. I would say expected, considering the way they drafted in this one. If you're going to be playing from behind with these type of... It's not just the supports, because let's say Shaman's not having a good time, which he didn't. Then you also have Axe, who's like level 5, 13 minutes into the game, so you don't have like even your dunk available. And then you also have Bristleback, who's a very farm-oriented hero from the offline. Like, this hero is not going to be joining in any of these fights. And you also have carry Abba, who wants to farm. He wants his Radiance. So a bit of a slower lineup from Talon. And if they lose the early stages of the game, they're probably just going to crumble, as it did happen in this game.
Yeah. What about the last pick? Abba specifically just really struggled to get anything going for himself, Mira.
I mean, I think the nature of that matchup really changed. Back when Abaddon was really strong and he had the Mephitic Shroud facet, his timings were a little bit faster, it would just be that he would win lane so hard versus Doom that it doesn't matter that the spell Doom itself is a counter to him. Like, his team would be snowballing much faster. They would take advantage of Doom's lower cooldowns. That's really not the case anymore. This hero has been weakened in the laning phase. That facet has been removed, and it doesn't really provide the same impact. But what carry pick do you pick in the end there that was fixable? I think just throw the Bristleback carry. I don't know why they didn't do that and just pick a better offlaner for WS. But honestly, at some point, it felt like no one could do anything in that game for Talon. Every time the supports tried to make a move, they were countered by the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian. Every time a hero was getting ganked on the side lane by both supports, no one really could react. They lost double Wisdom Runes at minute 7.
Yeah, that one's
tough.
Really important one to bring up, because this Axe, he was not able to do much for himself, right? Yesterday it was really impactful. This time around, we're up to minute 14, and he still is only just getting level 6. Level 6 at minute 14, that's really difficult compared to the support duo and everything that their heroes were doing on the side of Tundra, Lukas.
Yeah, there was a whole sequence. I do have a couple of highlights to show like how the game kind of crumbles in just a minute, pretty much, where there's a lot of things happening on the map, especially when the runes are about to spawn, the XP runes that we're talking about. So, computer, if you could load up the highlight, please, that'd be great to show up to show how they were managing to, do these things. So 6:45, they are going to be ready to try to invade the enemy side of the map. You can see Axe, level 3 at this time with 2 points in Battle Hunger. You're trying to battle against the best hero in the game, that is Bane. You're not going to be stealing the rune away from him. Even Crystallis shows up, knowing how important it is that both of these supports, they get those level 6s and try to steal away the enemy XP rune. You can see that Abba tried to go for the play, but also BZM shows up, he gets the XP rune, so that's why the two supports didn't really manage to do much. And you can see the very greedy move from 23 Savage. He stays in the lane. There's Donald ulti that is going to come in the bottom lane. They're also going to stick with the BZM, so they're going to be grabbing the kill. And they're like, oh, they just showed 3 heroes in the bottom lane. I feel pretty comfortable what I can do. So WS, he comes here, and there's already another fight happening, because he just used Solar Guardian. He did go back immediately to the top lane. Suddenly 3 heroes in the top lane. So basically what they did in this minute was way too much for them. And also the bait that did happen here. You could see the very nice move from Saksa, what he was able to achieve as the position 4. Good Sonic Wave. Try to outnumber the opponents here, because Bristleback's not going to be joining in any of these fights, as we said, and they're going to be ready to clean up. Plus also planting this Observer Ward that Doom is standing on right here means that they're going to be getting extra kills coming out in the next minute or so as well. And this is the power. Like, we've seen this times and times again, where you do have Dawnbreaker and Tusk as the combination. They didn't lane together, but they also managed to be paired up throughout the whole game. And there's also going to be another one where Snowball save gives them pretty much everything. They have so much control. 23 Savage decides to join in this one, but again, Dawn ulti with the Starbreaker as well with the tag team is way too much. He pops the ulti, but there's so many things that can control him. We talked about the Doom being the counter, and you also do have Bane with the sleep during his ulti, and then he can use the Fiend's Grip immediately afterwards, which makes it a very, very difficult game for Abaddon to play.
It feels so bad watching that for Talon, where it's like, okay, you think you have the 2-on-1 here, and then just how quick everyone and everything from the side of Tundra is to just collapse in on it, and then you've just lost all your heroes.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, if you want to make a play from behind, it's so hard to do that. And also, your axe is quite weak. You're not level 6 until like minute 14. Doesn't have a blink dagger. You don't really have initiation because you opted for an offlane hero without initiation. It's really tough to play from behind as Talon in that game. Like, they needed to win their lanes, they needed to have a better start in order to play into that, but that wasn't the case. I also just wanted to comment that I really think Dawnbreaker carry looked very good for Crystallis, because the player conceptually, like when he's on Monkey King, he is super high tempo, keeps pace with the rest of his team, looks really great, but they haven't been able to replicate that exact style with other carry heroes. Like, a lot of his pool is just not in meta right now, like the Razor, the Bloodseeker, not so good.
No, it doesn't feel as good.
So Dawnbreaker, he can keep up in farm, but also keep up in tempo. So I really like that recipe for them.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe the Talon guys need a little bit of time to wake up. Maybe they're not really feeling the best, you know, and luckily for them, well, I got a doctor's note, okay? And right here, the prescription says that they need a hot take from Mira.
Oh,
that's
from
exactly what the prescription says for this doctor's note.
Guys, we've got Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib's doctor notes here, and I do have a hot take for you if you guys want to pull it up. My hot take is that Bristleback sucks. Okay?
Just straight up as a hero.
I'm tired of this hero. I'm tired of teams trying to draft this hero. I'm tired of them brute forcing it into drafts, especially offlane Bristleback. Like, it just looks so weak. We have seen carry Bristleback have some good games, especially when he's picked situationally. It's that they don't really have any breaks or a means to counter him later on in the draft. But offlane Bristleback, what is he contributing to your team? He's getting ganked. He needs to sit in the jungle. He doesn't have a blink stun. Like, in this patch, the teams that are still looking at Bristleback as a viable offlaner, stop doing it. Stop doing it.
Stop doing it. That's all that needs to be said right now. Bristle, maybe just look over it, all right? Gloss over it. That's where the reset needs to come from, is that the heroes not even in the pool anymore. And hopefully that's a lesson Talon are going to take away from this, because they're on the brink of elimination right now here out of the Esports World Cup. We're going to go to a break. When we do come back, we'll see if they're able to fight back and take a game off Tundra.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're in the midst of an elimination series between Tundra and Talon. Unfortunately for the Talon fans, it's not good news. They're one game down right now and are potentially going to be eliminated here. But Tundra fans, well, it's good. You know, they lost their tiebreakers. Maybe we were wondering exactly where they were placing if they were able to get to that peak form in time. And that game performance feels like that definitely getting close, Lacoste.
Most definitely. I mean, they are bringing, again, some of the old school classics. This is why we said Doom from the offlane. If somebody's going to make this hero work from the offlane, it's definitely going to be 33. And guess what he bought on the hero? Holy Locket drums, and then realized I need a bit more damage because my Dawnbreaker is going for this Aghanim Scepter Blade Mail type of a build, but he also did go for the scaling, but also being very active on the Dawnbreaker. But I also do like this Holy Locket because they were lacking damage, and if you add that extra Holy Locket heal that comes in, it's like 350 heal. It gives him also 200 HP, so makes him super tanky on top of the Dawnbreaker ulti as well. So they can be anywhere on the map and have pretty much extra 500 plus heal that they didn't have any damage. Like Axe is not going to be dealing damage. Shadow Shaman as well. They need to bring the heroes. Bristleback, you're playing the green Bristleback that you said you don't really like. I got to agree on that one because, sure, you turn your back, you're not dealing the damage, you're slowing them down. Where is the damage?
For sure. And the Holy Locket thing is really cool because I think this is the second Holy Locket core we've seen where Laurel on his Ember Spirit bought a Holy Locket. Doom bought a Holy Locket from offlane. Like maybe there's a small meta developing here that other teams aren't catching up on because when you think about it, it's a pretty cost-effective item. It does give you stats. The build-up isn't super expensive, and it gives you a lot of extra early game durability. So it's cool.
Yeah, I like it because it's just sustained without being into the heavy auras where you're committing a lot of time, a lot of farm, a lot of money into it. So, yeah, all right, we'll see if the Holy Locket becomes even more favorable for supports or potentially just cores too. Is there a hero, though, that Talon potentially need to start looking at? A way to start drafting for themselves?
That is Pangolier. Where is this hero? Like, they played, last 3 games that they did play, he looked amazing. They did win 3 of those games. I want to see this hero being picked, but I also want to see a bit of a different support duo. I want to see maybe Pain being contested as well, because this does open up your Pango pick. So maybe look towards that, because this support duo didn't really do much. It is very difficult to play from behind between these 2 heroes. So give me something that can punch back, because Tundra is showing, like, we're seeing different strategies, like different metas that are developing into the tournament, where we are seeing these heavy offlaners with double, triple auras being bought, but we also see that you can approach the game differently and still work. But Talon, they need something to punch back against Tundra, because Tundra is showing that they can play very fast Dota.
Yeah, I think the first phase was kind of different than Talon would have been doing. They don't really go for that shaman when they can. Like, they'll get a flex hero earlier. Yesterday, their first phase, their Pango ones. They first phase their Axe ones, their Nature's Prophet, their Puck. These are the kinds of heroes they go for. Their flex cores, you know, the Linas, the Queen of Pains. This time around, going for the Shadow Shaman is, I think, where they want to make the change. Because you are right about Bane. Like, why not take it for yourself? Why give it away?
Yeah, Shaman on the first pick didn't look too good. I'm a fan of Shaman maybe being as a response on 9 against the Puck, or you can get, you know, pick on 9 and then still get the Puck in this, sorry, get Shaman in the second phase, which you are, you know, having 2 heroes who can play Dota easily with each other. You're always going to be having the damage. You are removing some of the control as well, because we see that that control is kind of lacking. Like, there aren't these position 4 heroes. Like Morta isn't that contested. She brings a good amount of control with the Deadshot and her Ghost as well. Lion is kind of a substitute to Shadow Shaman, but at the end of the day, you have Lion with the finger compared to the Shaman, so completely different heroes, I would say. And Talon, I like this change. I like this change immediately more, because Doom, 23 Savage, had some really good games in the last couple of weeks as well on this Doom. I don't think they're going to be flexing it. I feel like this Doom is just going to be straight up played from the carry role for Talon.
In Tundra, respond instantly with Undying, another highly contested support hero, but considered a difficult hero for Doom to play against in lane. The decay does a lot against him. Like fighting the tombstone zombies is not easy. So probably just follow this hero to whichever lane he goes. You could even do something like offlane Undying versus carry Doom. Like you could make this hero farm.
I was about to say, is that a 33 hero though? This man is like forever expanding his hero pool. He loves to bring in new things as well. A 3 Undying isn't necessarily new, but it's new for 33.
If it looks good for the game, I can definitely see him doing it.
Yeah, this is an elimination series, so I could see him, buy a couple of auras, even though this is not what he would maybe like to do. This is also not the most, I would say, fun hero to play. It's fun when you get to your Octarine, you are coming back with the Ceaseless Dirge and stuff, but yeah, in the lane it is very annoying, but this doesn't strike me as 33 hero, but I could also see him play it just because you are matched up against the Doom in the lane, because I just feel that Talon, they want to keep things simple coming into this second game. This could potentially be their last game of the tournament, and Doom so far had looked the greatest from the carry role, and I don't think this is something that WS is also willing to flex for this one.
I mean, he has played offlane Doom in the past.
He did.
That's a hero that he's very familiar with. So maybe...
I'm getting the same vibes from the offlane Doom, if 33 is not playing it, the same as offlane Green Bristleback. I just feel like there's no real itemization. Sometimes you see some Lotuses, Crimson, whatever is good, you pick up the shard. Same goes for Doom. If you are dodging, if you're not getting the kills with this hero, it does feel very lackluster. Sure, you have your Devour to farm, but you're kind of losing some of your identity because the carry Doom is just way too superior.
I'd argue that it can work in a way that's a lot easier than making Bristleback work, but you are right. And also you see this Undying. If you're playing offlane Doom and the hero is already going to slow down a lot because he's being played from the offlane, you add in an Undying to the mix, you make him lose his lane especially hard, then you can't bring that kind of slow pace to this game as Talon. We saw what Tundra did when they started to build a lead. It just exponentially grew every minute. It was double the amount from before. That's the thing about Tundra. You can't slow down against them. They'll just farm way too much, and they'll farm you way too much.
Oh, you guys had a good draft. It would be a shame if we steal some of it.
I've seen this story before. We've seen this draft. It's very familiar.
So removing Silencer, knowing that they're going to be going for Dawnbreaker, this is one of the heroes that can stop it from going off into the fight, and also potentially blocking the Bane pick, which is very annoying for Bane to play into. So for now, it's just going to be Puck. I already like this a lot more from Talon. I think this draft has a lot of identity immediately. You have the damage, you have Roche taking damage, you have good amount of control as well. And now for Saksa. Saksa loves to play some of more different position 4s. I would be fine with Ricky 4 or Shadow Shaman 4. Shadow Shaman's banned, never mind. So I could see Ricky getting out here just to be able to save people, because it's very annoying for Tusk to get the snowball saves. We saw in the previous game how well he was utilizing that snowball, and it's also very good against Puck.
I guess the one concern with Ricky would be that if Undying is your other support and not your carry, you're going to lack Disable from your support duo, which just makes the game a lot more complicated.
And the Void Spirit as well. I think this hero could also work out. They did use it 2 times yesterday, or 2 days ago, when they were playing against Aurora Gaming. Did win 1, did lose 1. But for now, it's going to be Quap. This Quap usually doesn't get picked into Puck, into Doom, but is good against Tusk. We've seen when we see some early Queen of Pain picks, there's pretty much always a Puck ban, pretty similar to Storm Spirit. Makes her game a bit more difficult as well. But now with the recent changes to because Bondage Facet has been picked up more recently, it's much better compared to the old Facet that she did kind of have, and everybody was going with it.
She's also backed up by Dawnbreaker.
Yes.
So if she's blinking in and getting coiled, she's not going to be playing by herself. She will have the heal, she will have the support, and with that Blade Mail, she's going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, especially with the sustain coming from Dawn.
This is also very good. Bane has been super annoying for Puck, because usually it's a very slippery hero. And if you get the grip, even if you get a Nightmare into any kind of a stun setup, Dawnbreaker, it could just kill you from 100 to 0, so you got to be very careful.
And the only thing you have contesting the Fiend's Grip is just Tusk.
Yes.
It makes it even harder to play against Bane, because we've seen Banes have good games by an early Aghanim Scepter, and if you don't have enough means to cancel his ulti, you're just cooked. The full ulti will be cast.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that that one wasn't placed, Bane wasn't placed a little bit higher in the priority. I understand right now that there's a lot of heroes that teams are scared against from leftover tournaments, maybe from scrims as well, but this Bane right now not really being looked at. I guess it was a coin toss. Do you let through a Shaman or do you let through the Bane? Is there more answers for this Bane?
It's a good game for Bane, unless they pick some like Warlock. I think this is very good to counter-initiate what Dawnbreaker wants to do in the game. Great against Bane as well. Or if you want to go a different route, I think it's a good Dazzle game as well. You want to have extra bit of a sustain. We saw in the previous game the sustain that was coming out from the Holy Locket and Dawnbreaker if they want to be playing slightly longer fights. But I am leaning towards a hero like the first one that I mentioned, the Warlock, because it's such a strong lane with Doom, but yeah, they're going to be leaving position 5, maybe, or position 4. They could also be flexing some of the things as well. We saw a decent amount of position 4 Dooms.
But without a Darkseer, I hate that.
Yes.
Like, it's just really bad. I mean, if you have Darkseer, you can make a lot of position 4s work. I mean, Dusa comes out early. They don't want to get it banned out in the second phase, and it's a great Dusa game. The thing is, like, what she has to worry about is the Fiend's Grip. Mana loss, she has to worry about getting dove by Undying. Undying is a really great support if that's where he's being played, or an offlaner. Like dropping Tombstone, bringing +1 heroes, and you just chase this Medusa down forever. But as the game progresses, she's your hero who's going to hit Tombstone. She's your hero that's going to be tanky and hard to kill. Going to have a lot of focus on her, making it so that Puck has more maneuverability in these fights.
Are you also a little bit worried because Dusa loves to just farm? She likes to be by herself a little bit more. That there's someone on Tundra, you know, 1-2 supports just need to hunt her down. The Dawn's there. All of a sudden, it's a 1v3. Like, how closely do you have to play to this Medusa now? How scared are you of that early game being really ruined for her?
They had a great game yesterday when he was super active on 23 when they were playing against Heroic that second game. But you also do have supports who can easily, at least one support. You also have Puck. This is the hero that likes to rotate, grab something underneath the tower. One of the best heroes to TP rotate with. Maybe Queen of Pain is up there, Storm Spirit, these type of the heroes. But yeah, I don't think she's going to be having too many of the issues. And I also want to be seeing where this Dawnbreaker is going to go, because they still have the flex potential on side of Tundra, like multiple of those, whether this Dawnbreaker, they showed it in the previous game. It can be played from the safe lane. It also could be the off lane, but it could also be Undying, but this Undying can also be 5. So a lot of the things that they can do with the draft, they do have overall pick. So we'll see how they're going to approach it. They're going to be seeing the full draft from Talon.
I'd like to see Carry Dawn again. I mean, I think you're going to get a lot of value out of the Solar Guardian playing with Queen of Pain, so whether that's played off lane or safe lane, it doesn't matter. But the issue with Dawn is, like, when she goes into the late game, she just doesn't do damage. She just has that one Solar Guardian. Unless you go BKB Refresher Ags and you're refreshing your Solar Guardian, she does fall off in scaling, but if you're Carry, you can go for an entirely different item build. And it looked really good for Crystallis. Like, I thought the archetype of how he played it really fit his playstyle. My issue with Medusa is that between her and the now offlane Doom, this is a really greedy lineup. Like, sure, they're going to have the late game in the bag if it gets there, but we saw how fast Tundra played last game, and their heroes play really fast. Dawn, Queen of Pain, Bane, Undying, they're going to be running at your Medusa. You're going to have your Doom catch-up farming, you're going to have your Medusa getting dove, and then you're only dependent on your Puck to make the big plays.
And your 1-3 combination, Medusa, these two heroes, they do rely a lot on the farming. They don't come online fast by any means, and still will remove the Anti-Mage after seeing the Medusa and also removing the Darkseer.
I mean, Pugna's cool.
Pugna's cool, but Pugna also doesn't give you mana
yeah.
anymore, so that's a bit of a downside. Dookie talked about it in the previous interview when they did, you know, there was a good game for it because he was playing into Pango. There was a lot of physical damage. He played it into Tusk as well. This Pugna doesn't seem to be that effective. Like, there's not too many things because there's so much magical damage, pure damage as well from Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's cooler for these longer team fights and just keeping heroes like Doom healthy, maybe. They just want him to frontline. They're going to have the Pugna behind him. But in terms of combo, it's not what it used to be. It just does not really help Medusa.
What?
Oh, this is a big. This is okay. This is such a problem. This is a huge problem for that. They have nothing for this. Their picks are already really slow. They have no hero that you can just park on the Broodmother lane. Like, and especially versus Doom, this is a high cooldown play. Like, you're playing from the off lane with a really high cooldown play versus a Broodmother who every time Doom is off cooldown or every time Doom is on cooldown, Broodmother will take your entire map. There's nothing that you can do. This is so tough.
Man, this is one of the nastiest picks. Like, this hero is not popular, but this is basically Lycan on 24 with a little bit of steroids, I would say, because you're playing against Pugna, you're playing against Puck. So I feel like he can take over the game relatively easy, push out this Medusa, take over her farm where she wants to be in the bottom part of the map and control that area. You also have extra bit of a global presence from the Dawnbreaker. We talked about the synergy with Queen of Pain and Dawn. She blinks in, pops the Blade Mail. If she's in trouble, she can reset one more time with the Dawn ulti. We haven't seen Broodmother, but I am really worried for Talon again.
Yeah, let's have a quick rundown, brief overview exactly of how Brood plays now in this patch. Is there much change to her than your stereotypical viewpoint of what she always has done?
I mean, she's not really buying auras anymore. Of course,
Okay.
it's 33 and he can choose to, but it's typically the same. If enemies use all of their spells, you will take every tower. You'll take over the entire map. You will deny farm from them. She's going to play way too quickly. And Talon, their heroes, again, very slow.
Yeah, I think this time around it might be some like Orchid type of a rush. You're playing against Pugna, you're playing against Puck, so you want to shut them down early. You are going to be set up for success in the lane playing with the Bane position 4, which is extremely strong laner. And you can take over that game relatively easy, forcing them to go into more like defensive items. And they need to survive. Like, they need to survive good 30 minutes if they want to be able to punch back. They need those 2 items on Medusa to be able to take the fights.
Not just survive. If they don't stomp lanes and like shut down this Broodmother, make her play too slowly, like make it so that Brood doesn't have an easy entry into the game, it's hard, because if they go even in the lanes, it looks like a loss to me.
Okay, well, a little bit of cat and mouse. It feels like our analysts are predicting here. It's going to be a quick game if Brood is left unchecked. Let's see if Talon are able to do it, if they have those answers, with our fabulous casters, Kezo and Sunsfan.
Hello, we have an announcement. Kezo and I just got out of the bathroom and it was completely flooded.
Which means that 23 Savage, he may have taken a shower.
That's right. So that's the good news for Talon. The bad news, well, the Broodmother, so.
There's a lot of, I'm not going to lie, I won't sugarcoat it. There's a lot of bad news if you're a Talon fan.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I will say, it is like their bread and butter, right, to go for like the late game. You have the Tusk, you can go for like an Axiator, you have the Doom, you've got all the scaling. But we did see what happened in game 1. And Tundra have a very, I would even say they have a faster lineup than in the first game, because you have a 24 Brood. Uh-oh, here comes the homework. Hello, Mr. Talon.
All right, 33.
The problem is that even if you ice shard him, it doesn't do anything, so he's probably just fine.
Yeah. He'll be able to traverse easily. Does take a decent amount of damage, but it's actually going to try to go through the gate.
In front of blade!
And
Yay, let's go.
First blood for Makoto. The shower in the bathrobe has been successfully maneuvered by the side of Talon.
Oh, it goes.
Good start.
It spills over to the rest too. It's not just Savage.
It might, based on how much water that was in
Maybe
there,
his
it might
hand
have,
was still wet and he like high-fived Makoto.
It may have been a team shower, if we're being real here.
Well, at least this goes nicely into my next point, because it is not easy for them to shut down 33 on the Brood. The only catch you have for him, like for real, like later, is Coil. So Makoto has to put up a show here, at least in my mind.
He's in a bit of trouble. Uses the brain sap. Scream of Pain from BZM, and looks like Soxa will take a tumble. 2-0 start for Talon.
You are not capping the shower strat. It's strong.
I'm telling you, Talon, and it's consistent. The game once, it's like not a real team that's playing. they end up with like 4 or 5 kills, and then they dumpster the next 2 games. I don't know what the deal is.
Well, hopefully we'll see something better in this game, at least for now. An infinitely better start.
Oh yeah.
Than what ended up happening there, as we have Makoto on the puck against the Quap, so he'll be pretty happy in this matchup. Crystallis playing the Dawnbreaker again, which was pretty flawless from game 1. But I will say the one thing I am worried about, and they did touch upon it on the panel as well, is that a lot of your cores are very slow. Doom and Medusa, so maybe we have WS to, like, you know, pair it up with some aura so you can play faster. This White Mon will follow his little brother here on Jokum.
Yep, another decay. If he wants it. Pugna in the game as well, and the panel kind of talked about it, and I kind of agree. I mean, I feel like the only real reason you pick it is for tower push in this lineup.
I mean, he does like multiple things.
I would weird.
It's a good Nether ward game, at least against the Quap and the Bane. It can help quite a bit. Like when people go on you, you can of course also bail them out. Like I would say the hero is more about the Crep ward and heal. So the tower push is a nice bonus, because I don't think they're going to be pushing many towers, other than to make space for Mr. 23 Savage, who lost his courier with the Null Talisman.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep up with the aggression that will eventually come from the Tundra side. It does feel like Talon are just super comfortable going into the late game.
They are.
The issue is if they lose the early game horribly, which is not the case here because of the showers and whatnot. Chrysalis, Hammer, WS in a bit of a precarious spot. Gets the Infernal Blade off, but the Starbreaker did enough damage. It's Chrysalis with that last right click.
They did a good XP management there on Tundra because Whitemon kept following the Tusk, allows Crystallis to get an early level 2. So they sneak in the Starbreaker, and they get themselves a nice kill down in the bottom lane. I mean, the first 6-7 minutes, it should be very stable for Talon. For me, it's more about what can Mikoto get done and can they damage control? Because later you're going to have a Brood with Spiders and another Donald, a Tombstone, and BZM on his quad running a little Maniac show around the map again.
I will say, Bane is not a Soxa feeling hero to me.
I guess, yeah, it's less...
Kind of weird.
I mean, it's a little bit less of a playmaker, but it's still like the type of hero that if it gets to run around on its own, it can set up plays. And it's a lane secure 433, which I feel like is very important when you do play the Brood, because Brood is traditionally not a very strong laner. Like, she's low damage, there's been lots of nerfs, but he's on top of the CS so far, so he is definitely enjoying his game so far on the little Spider Mama.
Yeah, once you get level 6, then it's a different story. And what kind of a build did you... Effie was talking about it not being an aura builder anymore, so
You
what do
definitely
you get?
can, and I think it just depends on the game. If Mikoto has a good game, which I believe he will, they talked about that Orchid could be an option, which I would like quite a lot, just to help yourself more with the map. And then you could go for Aura's layer. BZM.
Oh, BZM. Ooh, nice orb from Mikoto, as Soxa in the top lane is going to drop, it looks like. Nope, gets the Lotus off at the last moment, but the Nether Blast finishes the job. Talon, 4-1 advantage early on.
No, they're doing it, and they absolutely need this because they need to stall and delay some of the timings that Tundra have coming their way. So Mikoto, with the first blood, gets himself another kill onto BZM here in this mid lane, which is absolutely huge. I'll say it again, they need, in my mind, the Mikoto show to get them through this early to mid game. Because if they get to the later stages, like nicely, or even just slightly behind, they're super chilling. As Cuckoo is dead. Give the kill to 33. Never mind. He would have enjoyed the heal, but that's okay.
Yep, 33. CS, very good. 19-5 at the moment. 23 Savage. I guess we can compare the position ones here with the Dawn. Chrysalis with some kills to boot as well, as they're pressuring even more. I mean, this is a crazy lane.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker Undying. Super annoying to deal with.
I mean, it's just what we saw last game. Like, Doom doesn't really pressure himself. He just wants to get whatever he can, really. So I'm kind of hoping that Talon look for something similar, where Joachim leaves the lane and he can play towards Mikoto. Because he's having a great game, and he shouldn't be that far away from Coil. So first active rune, maybe they can look for that. For now, Joachim trying to help out WS to stay alive in this lane.
Yeah, at the very least from the Talon side. Tundra out of mana in this lane at the moment. Out of resources.
Well, we should see a big old party when it comes to the first active rune of this game. What's Whitemon up to? Doing some warding, blocking some cams, maybe taking a Watcher. Because he's on a mission. Yep.
Okay.
Blocking some camps. Because he knows that this Doom ain't gonna do that much in the lane. Let's see if he leaves a ward later as well. But yeah, I'm expecting a lot of heroes in the mid lane.
Has not put down the Observer quite yet.
Looks like he will hold on to it.
Mikoto going to get gone on by BZM, but this is a level disadvantage for the Queen of Pain. Soxa, though,
Sleepwalk
on the other
in.
side, Nightmare.
He has a new orb
Whitemon in
soon.
the area as well. Mikoto does have the orb, like you said. It's going to be fine, but pressured out of lane for the time being.
But this is still a big deal. This is what happened last game. Mikoto was doing well in the lane. Tundra bring both their supports. Now let's see if Mikoto can still fight the rune, because he's out of HP.
Yeah, Soxa will snag the Arcane Rune, which would have been something either of the mids would have loved to grab.
At least for Talon, they do still have the coil available. And it would be really nice if Talon can make a move before the Solar Guardian comes out. Because Puck, I mean, you don't kill very quickly in the coil, right? It's more about the longer lockdown and squeezing in the damage. So we'll see if Talon can find this move before Crystallis does get the Dawn ultimate.
Expecting the exact same build from Crystallis on the Dawn.
What did he even build? Blade Mail Axe, Abyssal Blade. Yeah, why not? At least the Blade Mail Axe will be the same, and then the rest is kind of situational. Can go for Echo Harpoon, you could go for an AC. Abysso is good. Could even look at Orchids later too, depending on how the supports and Makoto are doing when it comes to how well they're popping off in the game.
And 7 minutes.
Going for an aggressive play.
And Whitemon on the way. Chrysalis and Soxa in the area as well. Gonna contest. TP's coming. WS doesn't really have much mana to work with, and Joko's gonna be forced out here eventually. But Cuckoo and Makoto make their way over as well. We'll see if they fully commit. Starbreaker's not gonna be fully there, but the coil onto 2. A lot of damage applied as Dawnbreaker's gonna be the first to fall. So Chrysalis dead. As Jokum likely to be next. WS is getting killed by creeps, and the Tombstone is just triple kill for Whitemon as Makoto trying to get away from these zombies. Will do so, but now the Shrine in favor of Tundra again.
That was a full duration Tombstone. We'll talk about the fact that 23 can't lane top anymore later.
My goodness.
If you're Talon, they scanned it out. They needed to bring the third hero earlier. Like both Cuckoo and Makoto TP'd at the same time. But they had nothing for the Tombstone. Like they didn't place a sentry or a ward on the high ground to click it out. And Tundra just using all their bodies, knowing that this Tombstone will just absolutely carry them. This is the earliest level 6 and triple kill I've seen on Undying maybe ever.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, he's higher level than his carry. He hit 6
level
before him.
6, what in the world?
Okay, let's see. So you've got the other part is too, next time around, you cannot just TP out from 33 in the top lane, because he has a Solar Guardian to back him up. And let's see, BZM also, he's got Stick, he's got Drain Drop, he's got Fairy Fire, so if you go on him, there's a Dawn ult to back him up.
And 23, Savage level 5, being forced out of the lane like you talked about. Meanwhile, 33, level 7, top CS in the game.
Yep.
Despite being the first blood target,
and
it just felt like a matter of time that Brood could take over.
Absolutely, and I like what he's doing. He's not like flash killing the tower on the Brood, right? He's just letting his creep waves run into the tower, and they're just, all the creep waves just keep dying. As a sleepwalk onto Cuckoo. This is the crep.
There is, and it will be enough to get away.
Just TP lol.
Maybe that's why they picked him. They knew Broodmother was coming.
Yeah, they know. You just decrep TP out. Easy game. The problem is the next couple minutes for Talon, they need to maybe even make a plan now, because you are losing your tier 1. It's just dying out to creeps, which means Brood will either push further in onto your Medusa up top, or the most natural move would be take over the jungle and go to your tier 1 mid. So if you are Talon, how do you contest this? You have a Doom on one side lane and a Medusa on the other.
Whitemon, he's going to be spotted. But like you said, a 2-level advantage right now between him and the other supports. So they're not even going to bother throwing spells at him.
He can drop the Tombstone, he can pop Flesh Golem, and then there's a Solar Guardian. Like, this is literally the dream. You're playing carry Dawnbreaker, no one is pressuring you, and you have so many heroes that will just go in for you.
And WS, at the very least, is level 6 now, but...
That, of course, will help. So if you do get the Doom on somebody, the Dawn ult at least won't heal them.
Yeah, both teams have kind of a similar idea where it's almost like you're running around with 4 eventually, if you want to count Dawnbreaker, and then Brood is doing his own thing. And on the other side, it's Medusa farming away while the other 4 try to get a kill.
Yeah, Savage will definitely look to just continue to farm. I mean, he will have his camera on the fights, like maybe if you TP late, you can get off a good snake, but even then, Brood is quite annoying for Medusa, because the spiders will tank up the snake, will tank up the split shot. And yeah, he is going for the Orchid, so potentially they will play it a little bit slow until then. Will only take him about a minute and a half.
Radiant are scanning.
Is a smoke from Talon, though.
I
on
like
the way
this
to
one.
the north here.
These are the only heroes that can pressure the Broodmother. So this is going to allow 23 Savage not only to push in the lane, but also potentially push it back and get a kill on 33. As they do break.
He is aware now. He's going to get coiled. Snaps it immediately. Snowball on the way.
Donald.
Solar Guardian is actually going to run outside of it as Chrysalis attempts to help. Starbreaker's not going to fully connect.
Oh, dodge on the blast.
33 still alive in the trees. They might be able to get away now as 23 Savages come to play with the volley. We'll focus down the Tombstone. Don't want a repeat of that. And there's the Doom onto the Brew. That should do it for 33 as the Infernal Blade finds Chrysalis now. Trying to get some damage on the way out.
Good Snowball.
Illusory Orb is there as well, but already 2 lost for Tundra, and they're both cores.
BZM
as
is
WS rips apart Whitemon, and now Tundra as BZM, okay, shows up at the last moment, not able to find that kill in the end. But 23 Savage would be a huge one to get. Tries to go through as Saksa triple kill on the Bane. That is completely absurd.
Yep, triple kill for the other support. So I'm dying in Bane triple kills in one game.
Yeah, what in the world?
I will say, though, overall, this is... Uh-oh. Well, maybe I should hold that. Mikoto, good dodge, will give himself some more mana. This does favor Talon. It stalls out the game. Sure, your Medusa dies, whatever, but I am still looking at Mikoto. He is the player and the hero in this game that will make the space and give them the time to get through this early and mid game.
And they're definitely holding on at the moment. I mean, when you're... we talked about the Orchid on the Brood.
Yep.
Can you have the same kind of viewpoint with old school Brood where your goal is to get X amount of towers by X time? Is you going to hold that thought, BZM? It's getting going on right now. The coil's there. He does take out Cuckoo, but it's going to cost him his life. A nice pick-off for Talon.
You don't have... I mean, obviously in this game, it's what the hero is kind of picked for. You want to get a lot of towers, and he will. And he's happy, honestly. Like, he is top of the net worth. Even if he gets his Orchid and they don't get too many kills, it will still do a lot. Like, Orchid is a type of item that just because you don't get the kills, there's a lot of pressure that's coming out. You need people to constantly body each other. Because Talon, they do have saves against the Orchid. You have the Snowball save that can delay, you can decrep your Puck, you can heal him up. BZM, though, he does have to respect this net award. Like, Quap does use a lot of mana throughout these team fights. Did deal quite a bit of hefty damage to him in the last fight. But it is a 3k lead, and this is where it can start snowballing a little bit. You take the enemy safe lane tier 1. You take their mid tier 1 as well, which opens up the map a lot. Now 40 seconds for the next Wisdom Shrine. Do Tundra want to go for a move? All their spells are up. Could look to invade somewhere. And Cuckoo struggling a bit, still level 5. Would love to squeeze in his level 6.
Sucks, huh? Nightmare set up. Remember, Fiend's Grip drains mana as well, so if you can channel it, is quite good against Medusa.
They're just pressuring for now, looking if Talon would kind of bite. Let's see. Talon, they are smoking, and they need to be ready. Let's see if Tombstone is going to run it back round 2.
He's getting ready for it. He puts it down already. 23 Savage, they have come with literally everybody. A 3-man decay from Whitemine is going to pop the Flesh Golem as well. Knowing that he's outnumbered, will try to get the hell out of dodge. He's going to get chased down eventually. Infernal Blade with that max HP percentage damage. Too much to handle for Whitemine. It did require 5 heroes for Talon.
It did. But anytime that they get to like kind of stall the game and don't lose too much, it is in favor for them. But let's see what Tundra can do from this move. Only then we'll really know if it hurt them a lot that they did bring the 5 heroes.
How well does Brood scale these days?
Honestly, quite well. It's not like in the past where the hero doesn't do anything. I mean, it's not like the best late game hero, but she's strong. You can right-click.
Yeah,
like
there was certainly a time where it just dropped off a cliff and
Yeah.
became useless almost.
No, it's definitely not the same. You have still decent talents when it comes to like scaling. You have
Makoto.
attack speed talent.
He's
Your shot
spotted.
is good.
If they can get this Orchid. Yeah, 33 is going to have to go for the support instead. It's going to be a super easy one, but the snowball save that you talked about. Sonic Wave sets it up, though. So that's a freebie onto Cuckoo as Jokum. Okay, they get the coil.
But he's on the high ground.
Yeah, he's looking for the Doom. Don't have the vision as Solar Guardian set up thanks to the Fiend's Grip from Saksa. Big Starbreaker, death to WS.
Uh-oh. I mean, it's good if you save each other, but any fight that you get baited into, Tundra are stronger if it's like a straight clash. As 33 abusing the spin web movement speed and the terrain walking.
He will be fine. Fortification popped, and Tundra will now disperse.
Well, this should mean that in this nighttime, I believe Talon will lose their top tier 2 tower, which is the next little step of you losing your map control. But for now, Tundra will look for the 60-minute active rune.
Okay, amplified damage. Quite good for Makoto.
Yeah, because this is so Mikoto has to go for the Yules, which of course it's the right choice. You are playing into the Orchid. You can it's another like cancel for the TPs and for the Bane Grip too, but it's not the item build you want to go for. Like when you want to pop off on the puck and you have to go Witchblade Yules, definitely puts a little bit of a delay to your scaling. Means your blink is delayed. You're not as mobile. You can't push out the side lanes as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, 5k lead for Tundra, which means aggressive wards will come out. We'll also take over the enemy outpost fairly soon.
Yeah, this top lane is just constantly pushed. It's just something you have to deal with if you're Talon. Well, that siege is very stupid, it seems. And now 33 focusing on the mid lane. Already has the tier 2 top, of course. Talon still have the tier 1 and 2 bottom, so we'll see if 33 will just head over there after this.
Well, yeah, you're going to get your outpost, and then you slowly move down there.
All right, what about the Roche potential?
It's quite
these
good,
teams.
but
Nightmare, bottom lane, Saksa. He's going to get canceled. He's going to get doomed for his efforts, but a big Sonic Wave deletes WS. Jokum follows suit, so a support for 2.
They're in big trouble, Shannon.
Yeah, I think so.
They have lost 4 towers. Your Doom is gone as well. And we can tell by what's happening in the last couple of minutes that Talon, they know themselves that they can't fight. So they're just trying to play the time. It'll be fine. But still, like, look at the map. Your top lane, you can't even push it out more than 1 wave. Mid is pushing all the way, and bottom, you're not touching Chrysalis either.
Yeah, Makoto
but they will
wanted
touch
the bigger
one.
prize. They will expend the coil for the Undying.
Good little kill for them. 23 Savage gets himself some more gold. Active Rune as well. Maybe Makoto can get his hands on that once more.
I mean, in terms of late game, if they were able to get there, Talon, I assume you agree, has the better lineup.
Yeah, the problem is that net worth makes up for anything.
Yeah.
So if they're down like 15k gold at 40, they're still, well, cuckoo, bye-bye.
Good. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a support for support. Saksa takes a tumble.
Yeah. This ward that Cuckoo got to place earlier definitely has put in some work, as WS did finish up a pipe. So this could mean that Talon are looking for a little fighting chance in one of the next fights.
They're looking for a fighting chance, huh?
Like to take a fight, yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, looks like Nullifier is going to be next on the list for Chrysalis. I believe the Ags is on the way.
Yeah, he's got some crazy good timings, and he's not even top net worth because that's 33.
Yeah, I feel like that's expected. Even after the first blood, like, yeah, he'll still be the net worth leader at some point, probably.
He has Manta, he's got Poorman Shield to tank it out.
WS.
Uh-oh.
Spotted, Nightmare, he's dead. Don't want to expend.
Oh.
Okay, the Sonic Wave horribly misses for BZM. Put that on fails of the week. As WS actually gets away. They didn't want to expend grip for it, but in hindsight.
I guess they thought they had him, or maybe someone behind him. I don't know, but he will just walk it off.
I mean, BZM will have a play like that or two every now and then.
It happens. As with the drums and the Cobalt Aura, WS just walks it all off. Yeah, next up on the line for Tundra will be the Tormentor into the first Roche that you touched on. Their Roche is pretty good. Dawn is not too bad. Zombie, by far their best hero taking Roche. You have both the Flesh Golem Damage Amp and the Tombstone. Brood as well. Quite good. Let's see. If Talon want to take a fight, I do think you need to do it around WS. Like, you need the Doom so that the Dawnbreaker doesn't, like, just save the guy. Yeah. So at least you won't have the... And he also has the pipe. So all your team fight is on this Doom at the moment.
All right, Tormy, will we get the grab ally? Damn it.
Not yet.
BZM gets the better shard.
We'll definitely see it later.
Yeah, for sure we will.
The grab ally is definitely a good meme.
At what point does 23 join the team? Is it a 3-item type of game?
I think it's as long as Tundra allow him to not join.
Well,
WS
round
is
2
dead.
on WS, that's, yeah. Goodbye.
Okay, so 23, he's going for the Maelstrom Mjolnir as Cuckoo should be okay. Will not be okay because there's a use on BZM.
And the drain is coming, but being reflected by the Blade Mail. Double kill BZM.
Jokum cosplaying a ward.
Yes, he is. Has the Blink Dagger. 8k lead for Tundra. Feels like this is just going to expand unless Talon can do something about it. Well, this will be a start if they can grab a Broodmother kill. He's going to get volleyed, rooted up, trying to get to the tree line. One more right click would do it. Coming back in for the kill. He's going to try to turn this around on a 23 Savage's head. He's getting on the left steal. Big Sonic Wave to follow. 23 is dead. The huge turnaround as 33 will get revenge, and they find a grip on the puck as well. This is as disastrous as it gets for Talon. Oh my, they were so close.
They did perfect layering of their spells. Like the Stone Gaze after all the stuns, but I will say, 33 first one, he played that really well. He applied his mischance on both of them and then hit the Tusk because you don't lifesteal off of the Medusa.
Yeah.
But this is why some neutral items are incredibly strong. Without the Poorman Shield, he doesn't get a single spell off. He tanks so much more just because he blocked 30 damage on every single hit.
Man.
But yeah, nicely played by him.
That's a backbreaker.
Absolutely.
No amount of showering can get you out of that one as Doom lied to the Quap. Gets off the Yules. Might be able to walk this off. There's Soxa in the area to slow down.
He's fine
impending
anyway.
Doom. And yeah, Soxa's also going to be A-okay. And another ult down for Talon.
I mean, they also have 2 Essence Rings on Tundra, which is quite good against the Doom on both the Bane and the Quap. Harder for them to burn out. Well, let's see if 23 Savage can put his team on his back.
Yep, time for Rapier, I think.
Let's see if they get there.
See, he's going for the Aghanim Scepter to proc the Maelstrom and...
Yeah, wants to make sure to proc that all the time. I wonder if that's better than going straight Mjolnir. Maybe
I mean,
just...
If... It's not going to... I don't think it's going to happen. They do have some interesting high ground potential with Tusk Ags, if they could ever get it.
We have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Their win rate increased by at least 3% because Joachim got the greedy enchantment on the Essence Ring.
Oh my goodness. Incredible display from Joachim.
You're such a dumbass. You're like pretending this doesn't matter.
Incredible. I mean, it's just you mentioned it every time.
Because the only way, like right now, if they want to win this game, he needs Aghanim Scepter. And how does he get there? He needs gold. Can he farm creeps? No, he can't. Stop laughing. Go take a shower.
I'm really excited about the greed.
Because, like, listen, if I'm Talon's coach right now, okay, I'm March, I'm like, okay, how can we win this game? He's like, okay, I need Mikoto to go high net worth, I need 23 Savage to get high net worth, but this stuff isn't looking that good, so I need my boy Tusk. He needs to kick some
I
nukes
appreciate
into space.
this change of pace. Usually I'm talking to a robot all day, all right? It's nice to see somebody with some true passion. You're literally pacing. People can't see this. Because it was pacing back and forth ever since he started talking about the greed enchantment.
I want them to have a fight. They're down 14k.
Oh, yeah, we all do.
Well, you're not excited. I need to be excited, Shannon. Here, cast this, sleepwalk.
All right. Well, Joachim has died. He just doesn't know it yet. Probably does, actually. Pops the Essence Ring.
Snowball.
Has the greed enchantment as well. He might be able to get a blink away. He will to the high ground.
Oh.
He's ticking out through the Shadow Strike. It's going to be close. BZM, if only he had a blink ability to finish the job. He just looks at him and kills him. Unbelievable play from BZM.
See, finally, I get some excitement from my caster as well. Sometimes you just got to hype some stuff up. I thought that's your job, actually.
Yeah, well, some would say I'm not so good.
I wouldn't say that. You're very good.
Illusory Orb, Makoto. Can take another Scream.
So they've got 3 minutes.
Oh, 23. Getting pursued by 33. Oh, boy.
He's blocked.
Whitemon. Oh, my God. He's actually blocked. They put down the Tombstone as well.
Okay,
33.
good to prep.
Yeah, he pops the BKB along with the pipe on the other side to mitigate some of this damage.
Nice.
We'll be able to get away. So everybody lives, but a Sonic Wave comes out onto Cuckoo only.
The
will continue to drain on the creeps. Snowball save. Lots of plays coming out from Talons. There's a Solar Guardian. Going to heal up Quap to a decent degree. Wants to finish the job. Kills off Cuckoo. Buyback instantly. Silence upon the puck, but we'll be able to walk back to the fountain. So they only kill one. Force out the buyback with the grip. 23 Savage all alone. Dead in the grave. 53 seconds. Does have buyback.
How did he end up there? Anyway.
Nightmare, I guess
so.
Nullifier applied. That is a dieback for the Pugna now, as Joachim and company are going to follow suit to the grave, it looks like. He gets off the save for the time being, but that just sets up the Scream of Pain. 4 dead for Talon, and the buildings will melt.
Uh-oh. Even with buybacks, this you
But don't worry, Joachim has the greed enchantment.
Shut up. I mean, if they didn't take this fight, I did believe. But let's see. They're still holding Shannon. They're only down 21,000 gold at 26 minutes.
I
if
think
he
this
didn't
is...
have that, they would be down 22,000 gold.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. This is a really
That's
good
just
point.
a fact. You can't counter facts.
No fortification up right now. Melee racks will refresh it. This is looking possibly like 2 sets of barracks, though.
Yeah.
For Tundra to enjoy.
And at the same time, we talked about it earlier, but Crystallis, he is Nullifier completed. 33 will have a Bloodthorn completed, so whoever they go on, you are basically insta-dying unless you get Snowball saved.
Yeah, fortification does come out. Oh, BZM
He's
getting
just doing
caught
a
off
little bit of
guard a
trolling.
bit. Pops the blade mail, getting relatively low.
He's got
Of course, he
Aegis.
has the Aegis still for a minute and a half. Wants to preserve it a bit longer. They will finish the full set on both sides here for the Tundra side.
Yeah. So, Talon, what's the answer?
More greed? Could they get more enchantments by any
Midas on
chance?
Doom.
Oh, there we go.
See?
If everyone gets something greedy, surely they can come back.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Jokum doesn't even know what he has to buy. I don't blame him. You're down 24,000 gold at 27 minutes.
Soxa halfway to Ags himself.
Doesn't have the greedy enchantment, of course. He will have the Ags completed.
So that means they're going to lose then. That's minus 3% win rate. Starbreaker, everything. Goodbye, WS. No way to get back in the game either. Aegis is expiring in 30 seconds, though. We'll see how disciplined Tundra want to be, if they want to wait for the next Roche or just take a fight.
I mean,
won't have the Solar Guardian here,
nothing
though.
stops them from going high ground, honestly, if they just go.
What about greed?
Well, sure. If you really love gold, then you're not going. But you have Tombstone, you have Sleep Save, you have everything. There's no need to wait.
Yeah, BZM. Hex is shown onto the Pugna. This tier 3 tower is going to drop. 15 seconds until WS is back in the game. And now that the Aegis has officially expired, let's see if BZM will back away. Indeed, that is the case, at least for now. So Showcase is the sheep stick.
Yeah, and this is also like, especially when you're behind, you want to like try to play the map, get some farm. But this round of items for Tundra, how do you farm the map against Bloodthorn, Hex, and a Nullifier? So Talon can't really do anything but sit in their own base and, I don't know, pray and hope.
For a tier 4 that gives greed.
No,
That's all they can pray for.
It's only a tier 2 and tier 3 enchantment, Shannon.
Yeah, but you can just keep the same one.
Absolutely, but then it's not really a tier 4 enchantment,
Well,
is it?
it'll have a tier 4 artifact.
Absolutely, what a great game.
RIP. Shout out to Gaben.
Soxa?
Looks like Soxa is going to get picked off, so a good kill for Talon. Any kill's a good kill for Talon right now. As you can see, 33 and company not dissuaded to go any further. You're actually going to catch up. The puck gets away. There's going to be 2 support kills pretty quickly in favor of Tundra. So it's looking more like they perhaps wait for the Roche. Just to close the door. Okay, as I say that, 33 into the base he goes, of course. Going to force out 1 TP.
He does have Manta against
23
the
Savage, okay, they're going to use the Solar Guardian, get the stun. WS jumps in, instantly silenced, though. Sonic Wave from the sideline. Looks like Doom is just going to die before he gets anything up. Tries to TP back to base as 23 Savage completely out of mana. Just a couple right clicks will suffice. Double buyback for Talon. They do have the Doom, but of course, their Medusa is dead. Jokum's still alive with that Greed enchantment on the neutral item. They get the range barracks, and it looks like this is going to be Megas in favor of Tundra. As GGs are officially called. Tundra will move on. Talon eliminated 2-0.
Well, Tundra today looked a lot better than last time. They've definitely powered up quite a bit. I'm a little disappointed with Talon. I expected a bit more from them. But just looking to play this slow against Tundra, who will always pace against you, especially they already did it game 1. They do it again in game 2. And there's just so many heroes that you cannot forget about. The 33 Broodmother, sure, you ban the Darkseer, you ban the Anti-Mage against your Medusa. But then kind of begs the question, is it the correct pick if you need to ban this many heroes and it makes you play so slow? I'm not sure.
Now, if they got 5 greedy enchantments, do you think that would have made a difference?
Surely. No, it would not.
You don't think so?
I love the item, but no.
3 times 5 is 15. That's 15% increase of win rate.
It doesn't work
like that. Does
it
stack or is it multiplicative?
No. Multiplicative. If you're behind, it matters more, but no. This game is, there's too much about the draft.
What if you get 5 greedy enchantments and all 5 players take showers
you're trying,
in between?
You're trying really hard to fill, huh?
What do you mean? What's fill? This is interesting conversation. I'm riveting.
The shower only works for 23 Savage, but you know, it did give them 2 first kills in the game, but even that was enough. You did get the first blood on Mr. Makoto, but the game is hard, Shannon.
Yeah, 33 was just uncontested, it feels like, after that first death. Only 1 more. The rest of the game just owned it up hardcore. Just going to continue to talk here. Lacoste, I can't take him seriously.
I
You
was
can't
told that
take
you
him
can throw.
anywhere. Nat, can you take over, for God's sake?
Yeah, it feels like I'm the only one that can take Lacoste seriously, the only one that can handle him on the desk here. Because this man, well, Lacoste, you got some good insight, you got some good information to give us about this Tundra and Talon game here. Fortunate for Talon, but big props for Tundra. When they don't top the groups in an area that people expected them to, they ended up coming out swinging.
Yeah, this was just a beatdown. 30 minutes. I was kind of expecting maybe a 25. So Talon, with the greedy enchantments, they were in the game for extra 5 minutes, I would say. If I had to choose 2 heroes from the position 1 and 3 that I would consider greedy throughout the Dota history, it would probably be Doom and Medusa combination, and they had both of them, which didn't really work out for them. And this, again, 33 overall last pick, getting him Broodmother. He completely dominated the game. Like, the score doesn't tells the story because he has like 2 kills, but he has 20 assists, so that tells a bit of a different story, huh?
Definitely. When you factor in all of the numbers there.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Tundra, when they have second pick, are so scary, because you can't forget that you're playing against 33. His hero pool is vast. There's a lot of cheese in there, and you can't really account for cheeses like Broodmother that haven't really shown up yet this tournament when there's so many other things that you have to factor in, and all of a sudden you get Broodmothered. Like, there's just nothing you can do. Like, it was lost the second that hero was picked in the draft.
Yeah, look, it was the overall last pick, so there is a little bit of a, sometimes you just get Brood, sometimes you just get Husked. Like, sometimes there are those games. It is extremely unfortunate for Talon that it happens in an elimination series and in the game that they're already one down for. But the thing that they didn't counter, and that was picked much earlier on, was this Bane, all right? And I want to talk to you guys about it, but we're not going to talk about it right now. There's someone else that has to do the talking. It's Purge, who's standing by with one of our winners.
Thank you, Nat. Yep, I'm here with Saksa of Tundra. You guys just won with a Broodmother, first time picked this entire tournament. What do you like about the hero?
I mean, I've been saying for a while that 33 should play Brood for us, and I've been trying to get them to play it, but every time it's like, I don't know, it didn't end up for it, and I don't know who suggested it, but 24 Brood in this game, there was like kind of no counters, so it was a kind of a free game.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised because I was wondering if it was like a 3-3, like, oh, this is like he believes in it, but you guys were pushing him to do it in this case.
I think so, yeah.
All right, that's pretty sick. You played Bane game 2 as a 4 position. Do you feel like there's some lacking there? Were you maybe gonna last pick your hero there and force him to play something else, or?
Yeah, probably we were thinking about last picking my hero, but then the Brood idea came up and we kind of switched things up, I guess. And I mean, I've liked Bane since before. It's not like I haven't played the hero, so yeah.
Okay, and what's your confidence level going forward in the tournament? Because obviously you guys have had a fantastic year. Recently, maybe been a little bit of a slump in comparison, but you guys still look really good so far this tournament. So how confident are you?
Not confident at all.
Really? Why? What's wrong? Scrim's going bad?
I mean, no, it's fine. It's like, they've had these moments where, well, the scrims in the bootcamp were shit for us. We've kind of been losing a lot. But I've been in the situations before where you lose a lot of scrims before a tournament and then you end up like doing very good. So I don't know. It's like I have no expectation going into it. It's just hopefully just play game by game.
So no more stress about like scrims going bad. You've just been in enough tournaments now.
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of, you know, so far I'm just glad we made the playoffs, and the rest is like, you know, it's good vibes.
All right, great. Well, hopefully those good vibes can continue. Good luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, look, he said it himself now. It sucks that Tundra making it to playoffs. It was only a 1 elimination here in this second phase of group stage, the elimination phase. They only had 1 round of it, but they won it. They won it in dominating style. And I kind of liked that he's talking about he's been a pro long enough in Dota that when scrims and bootcamp are bad, sometimes you do really well because it's low expectations. Sometimes bootcamps are bad and you do bad in a tournament. It's really hard to know, and it's a coin toss at times.
It is. I mean, Dota is really unpredictable. We've seen it this year with the Tier 1 tournament results. A team that owns in one tournament, the next tournament they bomb out, another team wins it. The next tournament, another team wins it that did bad in previous tournaments. So it's a super competitive year. Sometimes you're on, sometimes you're off. If every team knew how to channel that on energy all the time, then, you know, we'd see a repeat of something like Game Gladiators of 2023, but that's just not the case in Dota.
No, definitely not. But I also like that he's talking about them not like winning any scrims, doing really bad. And you could definitely feel some of that confidence lacking maybe in the first phase of the tournament where they didn't have that. But they're slowly powering up, as we're saying. And now no pressure, you know, just playing for the vibes, and you can tell that the vibes are definitely different, and also some of the old school vibes, the classics they're bringing back, this Broodmother as well. This is the team that is going to be very scary, and they're going to be playing against the BB team, which is not going to be an easy opponent, so they're going to need to give their 100% to win that one.
Yeah, we can talk about Tundra a little bit more, because Talon, unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them. It wasn't the showing we expected today, but they still had a lot of great moments so far in the Esports World Cup.
They did, especially yesterday. I mean, yesterday's was so memorable with their Axe performance on Yokum, with their Panga performance in WS. We've seen Dakota have a lot of pop-off games, same with 23, same with Cuckoo. Like, I think this lineup has a lot of potential, and all the experience that they get will only benefit them in the future. But let's just take it back to this game. You know, just watch a little bit closer.
Hang on, before we do that, right? Because I don't want to let them waiting any longer. Talon, unfortunately, leaving Esports World Cup here, so we do have Purge standing by to have some final words with them.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I'm here with 23 Savage. Just wanted to check in and see how you're feeling right now.
Kind of sad. Obviously, we couldn't play the 2 games. Yeah.
Obviously, your group stage didn't go that good, but you had great matches yesterday. You did 2-0 your opponents to put you into this match. But it's tough, right? Like, a lot of the teams are very fantastic right now. So what was the prep like going into your matches today?
I didn't know much, because I only care about myself. I want to win my lane and see how it goes. But maybe, I don't know, maybe our team speak like only like first blood when they will come like on territory, and mostly they'll play fast. Yeah.
You're saying Tundra plays really fast?
Yeah, when they do well in the lane, they will just keep going. Maybe against us, because we are C team are kind of slow or something like that, I guess.
Okay, I see. So what's looking forward? How are you guys feeling as a squad? Obviously, it's tough to lose tournaments, but you guys still have a lot of great potential. You have a lot of really talented players. So what kind of stuff are you going to work on in the future?
I will work on being more stable in the game and still try my best. After this, my loan will be in, and I'm still contracted to OG. Maybe I'll need to discuss with them about my future, which I don't know yet.
Okay, well, I hope that your future goes well. I know it will, because you're a very good player. But for now, thank you for playing the matches today.
Thank you very much for watching, and maybe next year so you can win.
It's never easy, all right? I'm always a little bit SEA biased here. To see Talon go out, to see 23 a little bit unsure about his future, it's heartbreaking, okay? This man is so good. I would have loved to see them do so much more at EWC, but, you know, appreciated it always to take the time out and to talk with us about what exactly is going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, they had a rough group, I would say. They ended up last in the group, but they were playing with Spirit, Navi, Extreme Gaming as well. This was the last team from Southeast Asia that was left in the tournament. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing more of them, because this team has a lot to offer, and I would say that the same thing that did happen to Heroic, which 2 days ago they played some really great Dota, and then yesterday when they were playing against Talon, you didn't really feel like they gave 100%, like it wasn't the showing that they wanted it to be. I think the same thing happened with Talon as well, where they showed good performances as well before, showed that they could play against some of these stronger teams as well, but today they just kind of didn't have that available today, and they got overran by Tundra's early game.
Yeah, he coined it there himself, 23. He wasn't really sure if it was just an issue that they maybe lacked to be able to fight back against Tundra's Snowball, but it's a lot of teams. By no point is it just something that Talon have fallen to. Tundra are just so good at it.
Yes.
When they're able to get just a few objectives for themselves, the momentum keeps going, especially with how their supports play Mirror.
Yeah, if we could pull up the highlights real quick, we'll walk you through Tundra's early game dominance and why their supports are just so good at Dota. So here we're going to see Wisdom Rune contestation. We're going to see the power of Undying, why this hero is so highly contested this tournament. But Crystal is here, nice hammer in so that they don't get the Wisdom Shrine on Yakum. Whiteman with the Tombstone high ground, the Cliff Tombstone, you know, it's a tried and true story in Dota, but this fight at this point is just not winnable. You have no one that can kill this Tombstone, and, you know, look at that. The heroes seem to be whittling down. Mikoto does come in to try to salvage it, but Whiteman is just so low HP here, playing on the edge. All of a sudden, a triple kill with the Undying Tombstone. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the final kill there on Undying, but I'm sure he's so happy with that. And again, we're going to see here, Talon made a smoke. They brought all of their heroes, or at some point they will bring all of their heroes, but this is the correct play. They understood that they had had to do something about this Undying. They couldn't only do it with 2 or 3, but they chased 33. Not enough damage, unfortunately. He gets saved by Sock, so he plays on the edge here. And we're going to see WS come through the gate, making the Doom on the Broodmother, but the fact that they couldn't kill Broodmother without Doom was just so sad, because had they had the Doom available for another hero on the side of Tundra, they maybe would have been able to get themselves any kind of advantage in this early game. And while it's starting to look okay, you see that, you know, Soxa here has got a double kill, BZM just comes in for the cleanup. At this point, Medusa's just going to be out of mana. She's just going to get Scream of Pain into, guess what, triple kill for Soxa. Another support triple kill. This team just owns too hard. And this clip is really short. I just wanted to show you basically what happens when you're Broodmother versus Doom. If he presses Doom in a fight before, you respawn, you go, you take whichever tower you want. No one can really contest you. And that was why Brood was such a scary pick too.
I liked it, very clearly illustrating to us all the roles that these supports were doing. And then, yeah, a Brood, last pick, getting a run of your towers as soon as the spell is on cooldown.
Yeah, she takes over the map way too hard. Like Medusa, the map gets so much smaller. You can't get out of the map. Maybe you would like to, you know, stacking some of the camps as well. But there's also another highlight where Broodmother kind of completely owns. This is a forgotten hero, so I think a lot of the people don't know the strengths of how strong the hero is. And they're going to try to go on to 33 here, who is about to die, but he's running away. He's been very slippery throughout this whole game. And then he gets insatiable hunger, and then he starts to munch on them. 23 Savage is going to die. BZM will help him out. Good Sonic Wave. Gives him just enough time to be able to live long enough. And after that, they're going to be losing another hero as well. So very, very difficult overall game for Talon. And Tundra showing what they're made of in this one. Showing that coming to the next series, a lot of the teams will need to figure out and maybe have in mind when Tundra does have overall last pick, some of these heroes that could come out, they need to be prepped for it.
And that was a hero 33 wasn't even calling for.
No.
And he played that well. It was the rest of his team, apparently for a while, that have been trying to convince them. And he was like, come on, man, this is the game. You just got to pick it up for yourself.
Yeah,
and that's the display.
I mean, it looked really good. This is scary because now teams have to look at 33's old hero pool. Not the heroes he's been playing the last few months, but the heroes he specialized in a long time ago, and that kind of has to get recycled into their draft preparation.
Yeah, one thing that I was always saying when you're playing against the Broodmother, like when she becomes meta somehow, even though this is not like a strong hero right now, at least was not considered to be a strong hero, you need to print out a little picture of a spider, put it on top of your monitor just to make sure that...
You never forget.
No,
You do not want
it's
to
right
I'm
there.
sure a lot of people would like that. Just spiders on their monitors.
Extra anxiety on the
It's
EWC
really good.
while you're playing some Dota. Some other teams, though, I'm sure they've been up and down so far here in our last chance bracket, where we have been, unfortunately, eliminating some of the teams. Yesterday, I mentioned that we had to say goodbye to 4 teams. It was Execration, Shopify, Heroic, and Virtus.pro. Today, on this stream, we have already said goodbye to Extreme Gaming, and we just said goodbye to Talon. There is a secondary stream going on where we saw Gaming Gladiators 2-0 Yandex, and we're also going to be seeing the continuation of eliminations with Team Falcons and Na'Vi happening over there if you'd like to continue the Dota action, which does mean our playoff bracket is almost complete. It is shaping up. We do know our quarterfinals now consist of Spirit and Gaming Gladiators, Aurora against P-Vision, BB Team against Tundra, and Liquid, well, they're doing their prep. They're biding their time, and it will be either Falcon or Na'Vi that they will get to face in a couple of days' time.
For me, the big one is BB against Tundra. BB showing that they can play multiple different heroes in new roles. Tundra kind of doing the same thing. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup, but also a very interesting matchup for BB team. In 2025, they did lose 5 series and they managed to draw only 1 series, but not able to beat Tundra in any of those, so we'll see if that's going to affect them. We're seeing some of these nerves getting to the players because P-Vision, they lost last 7 games to Team Liquid, and I think a lot of the players are looking into that matchup as well, thinking though what is going on there, and the same thing might happen here with the BB team and Tundra.
Okay, so you think maybe a little bit of mental going on?
Might be.
Okay. Well, look, there is also one other thing that we have to do today, and that is our Sony MVP. That's right, there was one player that stood above the rest when it came to games, and it was one that you didn't see on this. Well, we didn't get to cover on this stream, but it was P-Vision's No One. He was the MVP. A lot of plays there for himself. Of course, you would have seen him.
Yeah, he played Storm Spirit twice. pretty much no one stuff, you know.
Oh, okay, the classic.
Making stuff happen as well, going around being godlike, making sure that, you know, Satanic might be tanking some of the ganks, might be soaking up all of the damage in a team fight, and then no one is going to be ready to clean up. This guy is always a menace to play against, so yeah, had a very, very good day today.
Yeah, I mean, whenever no one is on point or whenever P-Vision are winning the early game, you know, it's off the back of his rotations, the way that he's playing, and, you know, knowing that he clutched it today. I didn't get to watch the series yet, but I'm really looking forward to rewatching it now.
Okay, well, before we say our goodbyes, do you guys want to give some predictions on what's going to happen on the second stream with Falcons and Na'Vi?
Oh, spicy one.
Yeah,
Falcons,
you know, like it means nothing because we're not watching the game.
I'm going to say Na'Vi takes it 2-1.
Okay.
I'm going to say that if Falcons completely forget that Bristleback exists in Dota, just get Bristleback out of their heads, just draft without any Bristleback ideas, I think they could win 2-0.
Okay, all right, so they have to forget Bristleback, and you think
I have a hot
no matter
take.
what, now you're going to win it. Well, look, you can see who potentially is going to be right there out of Lacoste or Effie by going and checking out that series yourself. But for now, we are going to say goodbye. That is the end here on this stream of our elimination phase, and we will be seeing you in a couple of days that begin our playoffs of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup.